Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you please to all take your seats so we can begin. Good afternoon. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Concord Town Meeting. This is Sunday. It is April 12th, 2015, and I believe that this is the 379th consecutive year in which Concord citizens have gathered. My name is Eric Van Loon, 95 Martha's Point Road. I am the Concord Town Moderator. Town meeting is the legislative body for our town where we approve budgets and we set policy for the town, just as the Congress does and the state legislature for our nation and for our state. But unlike for Congress and the legislature, where we elect somebody else to go and speak and act and vote on our behalf, here at town meeting, every registered voter is able to come and participate fully, to speak if they wish, and to vote. So I want to send a very special thank you to all citizens who have foregone the lure of the beautiful afternoon that Mother Nature has served up and have come to participate with us this afternoon in conducting the town's business. And for those of you who are watching at home on CCTV, thank you also for keeping abreast of municipal affairs, and hopefully something you see may inspire you to come down and join us in person on in a future session. We try to do all that we can to make town meeting accessible to everyone. So for parents, there is affordable, professional childcare right here at the high school. For seniors, there is free van service provided by the Concord Council on Aging. And for persons with disabilities, assistance can be arranged through our Assistant Town Manager, Kate Hodges. Now, before we dive into the substance, a few quick but necessary administrative matters. I see that a sufficient number of voters are present to constitute a quorum, and I do so declare. I indicate that this meeting was called pursuant to a warrant that was signed by our selectmen on February 9th of this year. And I've inspected the return of service on the warrant. It's in order, and I declare the meeting to be properly called. And Mr. Ng, the chair of the Board of Selectmen, asks for unanimous consent that we defer the reading of the whole warrant and return instead to It's a new arrangement for this year. Seconding is something that, of course, is a device to make sure that the body is not considering something that only one person in the whole hall is interested in talking about. So where we have a motion from the Finance Committee chair on behalf of 15 members, or the Select chair on behalf of 5 members, I won't always be calling for a second because it's inherent that there are more than one persons, again, as a way to speed along our business. So the BOS, the Selectman Chair Ng, also moves that in accordance with Chapter 39, Section 10 of our Massachusetts state laws, that this meeting will be held over these days here in the auditorium and in the cafeteria, and if necessary, in the upper gym, and that the halls be connected by a public address system so that proceedings in each of the rooms can be heard and participated in by voters in any of the halls, and that the proceedings in all 3 halls will constitute parts of one and the same meeting. All those in favor of this, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. It's a vote. I do declare. Next, assistant moderators. I've appointed Mr. Gary R. Clayton of 22 Center Village Drive and Ms. Carolyn C. Flood of 1289 Main Street to be assistant moderators, helping to serve and chair the other rooms when they're appropriate and necessary. And also this afternoon, Mr. Eng moves that the meeting elect James A. Smith of 14 Edmonds Road to be the deputy moderator to carry out the moderator's duties in the event that the moderator elected by the town is unable to serve. Is there a second for that motion? All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, nay. That's a vote, and I do declare. Our tellers and ballot supervisors will serve an important function again. I've appointed Mr. Abraham S. Fisher of 400 Hayward Mill Road to be our head teller, and Mr. Gregory J. England of 52 Martha's Point Road to be the cafeteria head teller. And in the event that the meeting votes to take a written ballot on a matter, the ballot counting procedure and the certification of the results will be supervised by our ballot supervisor, David Carr of 82 Lawsbrook Road, along with Deputy Supervisor Cynthia J. Rainey of 80 Hunters Ridge Road. Mr. Fisher and Mr. Carr are the tellers and the ballot counters ready to be sworn.
We are.
Could I ask then that the tellers and the ballot counters all rise, both in this hall and in the cafeteria. And if there are any in the gymnasium, come back to one of the other rooms. You're not needed there at the moment. Please rise. Please raise your right hand. Do each of you make oath that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Thank you very much. On behalf of the entire meeting, please be seated. Your function is, of course, very vital, and don't forget to vote yourself. Our town meeting resource person is again this year Miss Joanna R. Glazer of 442 Hayward Mill Road. Could I ask you, please, Joanna, to stand and so people can see where you are. If you have any questions about procedures or want assistance in how to make a motion or an amendment or anything of that nature, Joanna is there and available to provide you assistance. Now, I want to speak briefly about key documents. The really important thing for everyone to have present is this blue-covered document, the Finance Committee report. It's the comprehensive, the easiest way to navigate through town meeting. When you go to Fenway Park, you have to pay for a program. With the FinCom report, right here on the inside cover is a full listing of all 58 of the warrant articles, complete with the recommendations of the Selectmen and the Finance Committee, so you're able to follow along right there. And other sections of the Finance Committee report are also important. Right here in the centerfold are 4 green pages. That's information on procedure, how to check in, how to get a ballot, how to make a motion, how to make an amendment, how to get recognized. So all this information is right here within the Finance Committee report. The report, half of it essentially is the motions and the recommendations for this meeting. The other has very vital, important, quality information about the status of the finances of our town, our long-range experience, our projections for the future. It's truly a remarkable document. There's an organization called the Massachusetts Municipal Association, which regularly ranks this report from Concord as best in the state. We get regular kudos for this. And also it explains we're one of the communities that has a AAA credit rating for our bonds because our finances are so well managed. So a special thanks goes to the Finance Committee sitting down here, who are responsible for that report, and our town treasurer, Tony Legalbo, who's the quarterback and brings all of that information together so well every year. We're in their debt very much. I next want to mention the lobby table material. Out on the tables in the lobby, there are 3 kinds of documents. All of the green ones have to do with procedure, and it includes longer 10, 12-page document that we've used for more than 2 decades now called Concord Town Meeting Procedures and Traditions. and that has more in-depth information about parliamentary activities. Also, there are substantive materials out there on white paper. This is background information, handouts, and sometimes the wording of particular motions. And sometimes the motion that will be made here is that so-and-so moves affirmative action on a motion as set forth in the handout. And so that's why it's important to make sure that you have copies of those handouts to be able to know exactly what it is that is under discussion. If anyone wishes to offer an amendment at any point during the process, it's important to provide 3 copies. One to me as the chair, one to Anita Techley, our town clerk, and one to Mark Howell, our Chief Town Information Officer. Mark, could you stand up just for a second so people can see? That way we'll be able to work to get your proposed amendment up on the screen so people will be able to follow what we're doing. So that's an important thing, and very clearly any longer kinds of amendments have to be in writing so that we know precisely what we're doing. Now I would like to ask you to give your attention to our fire chief, Mark Cotreau. And while he is coming forward, let me ask each of you to put your cell phone in vibrate mode. Cell phones, you cannot use them for making or receiving calls during town meeting within this room. Among the many words that will be spoken this afternoon, maybe none are quite as important as what Chief Cotreau is about to explain to us, and this is especially so if you've brought children and they're in the child care facility. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We want to have a safe town meeting for this afternoon and these few nights. So to that end, just a few items. We'd like you to keep your aisle space clear. So if you have a chair, or you shouldn't have a chair, that's free. But if you do, it doesn't belong in the aisle space, or some of your if you have a big bag or something along those lines. And if the alarm goes off, then you'll notice that you have exits behind you and to the side. And if you go through those exits, there'll be another exit in front of you, and you'll go directly outside. So there's good egress here. If the alarms go off, or if you're otherwise instructed to vacate the building, if you have people if you have children in the lower gym, then I would ask you to exit the building as we just discussed and walk around to the lower gym on the outside of the building, because your children will have been taken there, and rightfully so. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief. Each of you, if you are a voter, should have checked in, and you should have received an orange voting slip like this. This is very important. It's your enfranchisement to participate in the meeting. So please keep it with you. Keep it available. Regrettably, if you lose yours, you will not be able to be issued a second one. So these are the key thing for each participant in the meeting. Last, I would like to say to the folks that are in the cafeteria, you are, of course, welcome to stay there on the one hand, and on the other hand, there is plenty of seating available here in the auditorium if you'd like to be closer to the direct involvement here. I would now like to call on the scouts to bring the colors forward. Please come forward. And as they do, I would ask everyone to please stand and remain standing. The scouts who are assisting us today are Girl Scouts Avery Little and Caitlin Lewis, and the Boy Scouts are Reed Grekel and Joachim Laurent. Thank you, Scouts. And I'd ask you to remain standing for a moment of silence, as has long been our custom, and remind everyone of what I think of as the Concord reflection. As we begin this year's gathering, let us each reflect town meeting we and our neighbors come together to provide for our common good. Let us remember in both our deliberations and voting that the passions of the moment are not always the best guide for our conduct in the future, and that we will remain neighbors after town meeting is over. And if a town meeting action requires sacrifice by some, may it be only where the common good is worthy of the sacrifice. Let us approach each issue, no matter how difficult or divisive, to each other, and in the wonderful words of our retiring selectman, Elise Woodward, with a willingness to risk changing our minds. And above all, let us each maintain a saving sense of humor so that the debates at the town meeting will not be a source of division among us when our business here is concluded. Thank you very much, and please be seated. Many citizens have put in many long hours to prepare the reports and the other materials which guide our meeting today, and many town employees have worked diligently to assist the various town committees and to assemble the background materials that are necessary for consideration of all the matters that are in the warrant. Our thanks go out to all of those who have worked so hard on these matters of town governance for us all. I particularly want to mention and to thank the staff here at CCHS, the principal, the faculty, the students, and the staff for accommodating us here. And as many of you know, we are on the very last 5 days that this building will be in use. I also want to shout out to the public works staff who did such a fine job of setting up the tables and making arrangements here. To our police department who helped both with the traffic outside and with our meeting management here inside. And of course, a very special thanks to our town clerk and town manager staff. The minutes of this meeting are being kept by our clerk, Anita Techley, who's right here on my right. Special thanks to her and to Pat Clifford, her assistant, who's in the cafeteria, and to the checkers from her staff who gave up an unbelievably beautiful Sunday afternoon to be here and provide you the voting slips and record everybody's attendance. And also a special thanks to the key person who makes town meeting run smoothly. That's our town meeting coordinator, Laurel Landry, from the town manager's executive staff. Thank you again, Laurel. I want to call your attention also to our annual report. This is our annual town report. It's, again, out on the tables in the lobby. And anybody that would like to know more about the wealth of different activities that are undertaken, that is your primary source. There are more than 250 of your neighbors serving on more than 40, I believe sometimes even more than 50 boards and commissions to help improve and preserve our community. And by the way, if over the course of the meeting you should find yourself feeling uncomfortable or agitated or appreciative or inspired, you may be a candidate for greater participation in town government, in which case there are green cards that look like this, and you're encouraged to fill one out. They're available on the lobby tables. They're available online, and in the back of that blue Finance Committee report, there's also one, although it's not green. It's still received. These are used. They're the primary source of information for people wishing to become more involved in town government. And if you filled one out a few years ago but haven't heard back, please do a renewed one so that your information will be fresh. And now we turn to the business of the warrant. This year we have 52 articles for consideration in addition to the 4 that are for special town meeting on Tuesday night. That's a total of 62. However, as the index page in the Finance Committee report indicates, 6 are not expected to be moved forward, and there are 22 items proposed for inclusion on the consent calendar. That leaves 34 items for us to act upon. My goal is to be able to conclude the work of our town meeting in 3 sessions this year, but that, of course, is going to depend on you, on the focus and brevity and conciseness of discussion. The Board of Selectmen this year has restructured our agenda very creatively. Today, we are going to take up town meeting or town charter amendments and zoning bylaws, and we'll be also addressing a number of different important policy and other matters, including citizen petitions related to recall of public officials, plastic bags, and fluoride in the water, and private residential development. So there are 5 different citizen petitions which we may be taking up today. Tuesday, or Monday, is essentially budget night, finances. We'll do both the town budget and financial items related to the schools. And Tuesday, we will have a special town meeting within the annual meeting. We'll address the acquisition of 2 large properties and act regarding a state law change, and we will also consider artificial turf athletic fields and the 14, among the 14 recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee for projects within town. And Tuesday, we will also honor staff and officials who have served our town so well. Before we dive into business under Article 1, 2 final reminders. First, speaker limits, time limits, in order to keep discussion moving and give everybody a chance to participate. We'll stick to the same speaking time limits that we've used for the last 2 years. That is 5 minutes normally for presentations and 2 minutes for statements from the floor. Some of the matters are more complex, and people have approached me in advance and asked for more than the 5 minutes. Things like the town budget and the school budget, the CPC, where there are multiple parts. But in general, the default is 5 minutes and 2 minutes. The second reminder is that we need to maintain our comportment as a legislative body. So it's not a pep rally. No demonstrations, no clapping, no cheering, no hissing, no booing of any speeches are allowed. And of course, no personal attacks, no questioning the motives of others. We keep the focus on the substance and the issues so that we're able to move forward. And now the very final procedural motion. Mr. Eng moves that this meeting take up no new business after 5 p.m. today, and that when we adjourn, we vote to reconvene in these same premises at 7 o'clock tomorrow and Tuesday evenings. Is there a second on that? All in favor, aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's our plan. So now we will move to Article 1, which is choosing town officials. And the election results are as follows from the election of March 31st. For moderator, Eric Van Loon received 431 votes. For Board of Selectmen, Stephen Eng received 413 votes, and Jane Hotchkiss-Gordy received 387 votes. For the School Committee, Daniel R. Conti received 421 votes. Heather Ann Bout received 395. And for the Housing Authority, Todd J. Benjamin received 420 votes. Congratulations to all of these new or newly elected officials. We come next to Article 2. This is the consent calendar. Ms. Ravelli, the chair of the Finance Committee, moves that we adopt the consent calendar, We're going to do this slightly different this year in a way that I think will streamline things. You'll have 3 ways to follow along. We're going to go, first of all, if you turn to page 60 in the blue Finance Committee report, you'll find the list of the 22 items that are proposed for the consent calendar. We're going to go through those, and one way is you can follow along in your book. Secondly, the individual items as we go through them will appear here on the screen. And third, I will be reading out and in some cases giving a very short word about them. The way that the consent calendar is intended to work is that items which are repetitive every year or purely administrative or are completely non-controversial all get identified and voted on in a group without individual discussion. And that preserves the town meeting time for those of you who are here to be focused on those where there is more controversy. But these 22 are proposals only. If any 5 individuals say, no, we want to discuss that, take it off the consent calendar, just indicate if you feel that way by saying hold. And if I hear 5 holds for any of the items, we'd take it off. But following along then, starting on page 60. Article 3 is a procedural meeting motion that we have adopted for each of the last 14 years that essentially provides that we will have funding sources identified for any motion that requires funding and an ability to adjust at the end of town meeting if somehow we were to have voted more funds that would institute Proposition 2.5. Article 4 is to ratify personnel board classification actions. You'll see there's a few pages of different job titles and groups and things of that nature. State law requires us to endorse that, and we've done that routinely for many years. Article 5 is the classification and compensation plan for regular town employees. This is creation of new job descriptions, and it also provides this year for an overall 1.5% increase in the steps and levels. It doesn't affect our action, doesn't any individual employees or their status or circumstances. Article 13 is a zoning bylaw amendment having to do with earth removal and personal wireless communication. It's ministerial. It incorporates reference to our town wetlands bylaw in a zoning bylaw that was written before we passed the town wetlands bylaw. And Article 14, similarly, is a zoning bylaw amendment, a ministerial one that conforms the bylaw definition to what is in our town bylaw. Article 16, a planned residential development zoning bylaw. Again, ministerial, just making explicit reference to the fact that we have passed a town wetlands bylaw. Article 29 is the high school debt stabilization fund. This is taking money that's been put in a savings account, so to speak, taking money out of that to lessen the impact on our taxes next year of the bonds for the high school, and also putting some additional funding into that savings account. Article 33 is debt rescission. The townhouse restoration was able to be accomplished for $200,000 less than had been anticipated, so we borrowed $200,000 less, and this is a ministerial act that would then a debt rescission for that. Article 38 is the Emergency Response Stabilization Fund. This was created a few years ago. $1 million was put into a fund for the West Concord emergency response and the ambulance. This is for this is the year 2 of a 3-year plan to take a portion of that $1 million to provide for the expense of the West Concord ambulance. Article 39 is free cash use. This is again using funds that were not spent last year to decrease the impact on our future property tax increases. Article 42 is our road program. This is part of the town manager's 5-year capital plan. It's been voted unanimously multiple years. We provide each year for every 5 years, hopefully, for each road in town to be resurfaced and refurbished. And similarly, Article 43 is the road repair revolving fund. That is a smaller one when utility companies or others have to dig up the road to lay pipes. They put money into the fund, and this authorizes the use of the money in the fund to fix the road after that they tore up. Article 44 is the Regional Housing Services Revolving Fund. We're part of a 6-town consortium. This year happens to be one of the 3 where we're the treasurer. And so when there was only 5 towns last year, now there's 6. So this increases the authorization so that we can spend the money, the dues, so to speak, the contributions of all 6 towns rather than only 5 towns. Article 45 is the light plant payment in lieu of taxes, which we've done for the past 7 years. The light plant makes a payment equivalent, a voluntary payment since it's part of town government, equivalent to what their assessed value of their property. The next group are all what's called enterprise funds, and it's a simple vote authorizing us to use the money that we pay in for services to be spent to provide those services. So Article 46 is light plant services for the money you pay in your monthly electric bills. Article 47 is solid waste disposal expenditures for payments you pay for trash cleanup. Article 48 is sewer system expenditures, again to keep our sewer system in shape from the monies that we all pay monthly or bi-monthly. Article 44 is the sewer improvement expenditures. Again, for the last 7 years, that has been on the consent calendar. And 50 is the water system expenditures. So the payments that you make for water each month can be spent to provide the water. And last but not least, Article 51 is the BD Swim and Fitness Center. And again, a provision that the dues and the fees that people pay to be members and participate at BD will be used to run the center. So none of those affect our tax rate, but each of those are dedicated funds. Article 52 is provision for refurbishment of basketball courts and tennis courts at Rideout and Emerson playgrounds, last refurbished 16 years ago. So routine and non-controversial at the hearing. And finally, Article 57 is funds under the 5-year town capital plan to replace a 25-year-old fire engine pumper truck in West Concord. And that was also non-controversial at the hearing. So those are the items proposed for the consent calendar. Having heard no holds for any of those, we need to vote. Some of these items require a 2/3 vote. So all those who are in favor of adopting all the items, affirmative action on all the items on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. It's unanimous or near unanimous. I declare that it's far in excess of the 2/3 required. It's a vote, and I do so declare. So then we will move on to town charter amendment proposals. This is Article 6 in the report, and call on Carmen Reese from the Board of Selectmen. Town Government Study Committee. Recommendations.
Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, Board of Selectmen, and speaking for the board.
And before Ms. Reese begins, I want to remind, not her particularly, but everyone, that there are lights on the podium to help guide people in the use of their time. When only 30 seconds remain, a yellow light will come on. And when 15 seconds remain, the yellow light will start to flash. And when you have 2 seconds left, a red light is going to come on. And when there's no time, you're going to hear a bell. So we're asking everyone to be particularly mindful this year to come to a prompt halt when the time is up. That having been said, I know Ms. Reese will come in way under the time. So please proceed.
Articles 6, 7, 8, and 9 ask town meeting to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the legislature to make 4 separate amendments to the town charter. The Board of Selectmen recommends affirmative action on each article. All 4 amendments were recommended by the Town Governance Study Committee. Spurred by a citizen petition placed on the 2013 town meeting warrant by the late Jim Catterton, the Selectmen charged the Town Governance Study Committee in the spring of 2013 to undertake the first comprehensive review of our charter and town governance structure in over 50 years. After 15 months of diligent research, debate, public meetings, and public hearings, the 11-member committee issued its final report in August of 2014. The report suggested charter amendments and measures to improve general governance. We have taken several actions based on the study committee's report. The selectmen have adopted a guideline for all boards on the conduct of public meetings, developed a comprehensive orientation program for board and committee members, adjusted the format for hearings before town meeting to allow more citizen discussion and submission of emailed comments, and approved charges for a technology committee and an audit committee. The board has placed Articles 6, 7, 8, and 9 on the warrant, and there will be more to come. Article 6, next slide. Thanks. Article 6 would authorize a petition to amend the charter by adding a preamble declaring that the legislative body of the town is an open town meeting open to all registered voters of the town. The study committee suggested this change to underscore that although the town has grown in size since the charter's adoption in 1956 and now could adopt other forms of government, Concord retains an open town meeting. Article 7, next slide. Thank you. And you can move to the next. Thanks. Article 7 would authorize a petition to amend the charter to use gender-neutral language. The words his or her would be substituted for the word his, and Board of Selectmen would be changed to Select Board. The study committee had a clear consensus that gender-neutral language should be adopted in the charter, but wrestled with how to accomplish that. A majority was in favor of changing the pronouns throughout the text. A minority favored a gender-neutral preamble. A minority favored renaming the Board of Selectmen as the Select Board. A majority did not favor this change. The Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to present to town meeting the gender-neutral changes to the charter that appear in Article 7. The board believes that changing the name of the Board of Selectmen as well as the pronouns would demonstrate a full commitment to gender equality. Several other Massachusetts towns now have a select board. We are advised by town council that the name change would not create any uncertainty under state law as to the powers and duties of the board. Article 8, next slide, and the next one, thank you. Article 8 would authorize a petition to make 2 housekeeping amendments to the charter. The first would eliminate a provision requiring periodic revision of the town building code that was made obsolete by the adoption of a state building code in 1972. The second would change the time required to bring a petition to revoke acceptance of the town charter, originally passed in 1956, from 60 days prior to town meeting to 120, in harmony with current practice on the opening and closing of the warrant. These two changes were recommended by the 2006 Bylaw Recodification Committee as well as the Town Governance Study Committee. Article 9. Next slide. Thank you. Article 9 would authorize a petition to amend the charter to provide that if the moderator becomes unavailable, the deputy moderator elected at annual town meeting shall act as the moderator, and in the event of a vacancy, shall act as moderator until the next regular election. The study committee recommended this change to provide clarity on procedure and to establish that a special election need not be undertaken when a regular election is expected within a year. The Board of Selectmen recommends affirmative action on 6, 7, 8, and 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reese. Although this presentation was all of the four articles together, we'll take them up each separately. So the floor is now open for discussion of Article 6, the Town Charter Amendment, which officially names town meeting as our town legislative body. Is there any discussion? Microphone number 2.
My name is Hugh Lauer. I live at 100 Kais Road.
Mr. Lauer.
Article 6, I feel that if it's not broken, don't fix it. The town meeting has been the legislative body of the town of Concord for close to 4 centuries, and I don't think we need to go to the trouble of changing the charter to reaffirm that. So I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing no one in the cafeteria approaching a mic and no one here, perhaps we're ready to vote. All those then who are in favor of changing the town charter to name town meeting as the town's official legislative body, please raise your orange voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it is a vote quite overwhelming, and I do so declare. We now move to discussion of Article number 7, gender-neutral language proposals for the town charter. Is there discussion? Is there anyone that would like to make a statement? I see a person at the microphone number 1 in the cafeteria.
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Please proceed.
Reading this article, I see that it would substitute the words his or her for the word his in each and every place, but it would not apparently substitute for the word he or him. So we might have examples that might say, he should take his or her action upon this article, or any such thing, which seems rather silly to me. I applaud the idea of using gender-neutral language, but I have several problems with this particular way of doing it. One, that it omits several forms of pronouns. 2, that the English language, just ask any young person, is moving toward using they, and them and their, although many people are very resistant. What about people who see themselves as neither male nor female? This leaves them out. And finally, saying board of select people or whatever, a member of the select board seems rather wordy. So I applaud the idea, and I hope this could come back in a better form some other year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other voters wishing to be heard? Seeing no one at any of the mics, I think we're ready to take a vote. All of those who are in favor of Article Warrant 7, please raise your colored voting sheets. Thank you. All opposed, please raise yours. Thank you very much. It's a vote, and I do so declare. We now move on to Article 8, which is the provision, for periodic review and revision of our building code and the other things described by Ms. Rees. Are there voters that would wish to be heard on this? Seeing no one at any of the mics, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. Thank you. Again, it's a vote, and I do so declare. And now, Article number 9, the Town Charter Amendment that provides for the deputy moderator to remain on standby throughout the course of the year. Are there speakers that wish to be heard on Article 9? I see there is. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Please proceed.
I'm not exactly sure how this would work. The moderator has always appointed a deputy moderator to serve in the case of the moderator not being able there, but we actually haven't elected that person, although I'm sure we would have been willing to do so. So I'm just wondering if there's a step here that has to be made clear. Thank you.
Just for information, one of those things that we did in the first 15 minutes while I was talking, there was a motion by Mr. Ng, the chair of the Board of Selectmen, to make James A. Smith the deputy moderator. That was one of the things that we voted on, and in fact, it's been non-controversial, but we do vote every year. So it is an election at town meeting, although I guess it's fair to say that there's not enormous attention paid or electioneering related thereto. But just for information, we not only do elect, we just did it a few minutes ago. Microphone number 2.
Hugh Lauer, 100 Keyes Road.
Mr. Lauer.
So as you explained that, a complication appears in my mind, I don't know if anyone else's mind, that the term of the moderator ends at the end of town meeting, as does the term of all other elected officials. And we're now creating an unusual situation where somebody elected at town meeting continues on for the next year. That doesn't seem to be quite consistent with, for example, supposing that the moderator had run a competitive election and lost, then we would be in a situation of having the moderator's recommended nomination be voted by town meeting when the moderator himself is, or herself is no longer in office. So this one, I think, maybe should go back to the drawing board.
I don't want to dive in too much, but again, just for information purposes, in Concord we have a relatively unusual situation with regard to the term of the moderator, because the moderator's term doesn't, my term does not conclude until the end of next year's town meeting. So there could be a situation in March, a month ago, had I had opposition and had I been defeated, I would nonetheless be presiding at this point in time because of the way the terms work. It's somewhat unusual, but that is the way that it works. Is there further discussion of Article number 9? Seeing no one at, whoops. I'm sorry, could you, yes, there is a speaker at number 4, and could you just grab that microphone and move it to your right? Because there's a spot of light there, but you're not in it, and that would help us for the future.
Does that help?
It helps, but it would be even better if you moved
To the right?
Over to the, center of the aisle. Great. There is someone definitely at microphone number 4. Yes, sir.
As far as I can tell, I'm still breathing. David Allen, 316 Heathbridge Road.
Please proceed.
With this discussion of an actual election of a deputy moderator, the possibility for, as has already sort of bubbled up, a potentially competitive election for that post looms into view. We know the tradition, it served us well, And this particular proposed charter amendment is all in good service of the town. But if indeed we are actually going to elect in the way that we usually do, not only a moderator, but a deputy moderator, what has in the past been perfunctory, the moderator figures out who would be a good deputy, and we perfunctorily elect that person. Instead, we need provision so that there could be nominations from the floor as well in town meeting. Whether that goes into the charter amendment, or we simply get a commitment that that becomes a tradition in town, I leave that to discussion. But I think it's pretty clear that if we're going to take this step, we need to have that possibility rather than simply one person selecting a candidate who then, to be blunt about it, slides through. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other voters wishing to be heard? Seeing no one at any of the microphones then, I think we're ready to have a vote. All of those who are in favor of affirmative action adopting Article number 9, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see it is a vote, and I do so declare overwhelming, but with a number of negatives. We proceed then to Article number 10. This is a citizen petition related to a provision for recall of elected town officials.
Leanne Kay, 262 Virginia Road.
Please proceed, Ms. Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mrs. Kay moves that the town request the Board of Selectmen to immediately submit to the state legislature the bill as printed on the handout or amended as town meeting to grant registered voters the power to recall elected officials in the town of Concord. So how did we arrive at this point where we'll vote on whether or not to grant the power of recall to our fellow citizens? Well, in 2013, the Board of Selectmen charged the Town Governance Study Committee with evaluating proposed changes in town government, including the provision of recall. Recall is the process which allows voters to remove an elected official prior to the completion of his or her term of office. Approximately 150 Massachusetts communities have recall. If Article 10 is passed at town meeting, the legislation will then be submitted to the State House and will take effect upon passage. This act in the handout is modeled upon legislation which was recently passed granting the power of recall to several Massachusetts communities. The 11 hand-picked members of the Town Governance Study Committee opposed recall for the following reasons. One, they said waiting up to 3 years is not a long period of time to wait in order to vote someone out of office. Two, one bad elected official cannot hurt an entire 5-member board. 3, the existence of ethics laws, conflict of interest laws, criminal laws, and laws governing open meeting and public records are sufficient to promote good governance. So let's take a look at each one of those arguments. 1, waiting up to 3 years is not a long period of time to wait in order to vote someone out of office. If an elected official becomes incapacitated or has violated the public trust, such as breaking the law, we shouldn't have to wait up to 3 years to remove that person and replace him or her with a competent elected official. In particular, the town charter has no remedy for dealing with a disabled, incapacitated elected official. The passage of Article 10 would provide that remedy. 2, one bad elected official cannot hurt an entire 5-member board. Well, this statement has been rendered false by Concord's history. In 1985, the Concord Board of Selectmen used powers granted to it under state law to remove a woman who was elected to the 5-member Concord Housing Authority. She was removed in the 3rd year of her 5-year term. The Board of Selectmen believed they had to act for the good of the town, and they didn't want to wait 2 years for her term to expire. Under special state laws pertaining only to housing authorities, the Board of Selectmen removed that one elected official from office. Now, I wish to add that our town charter does provide for the removal of appointed officials. So if you fill out a green card and you receive an appointment, you can be removed at the snap of a finger. We now come to point number 3, whereby the Town Governance Study Committee argued that state laws, particularly state ethics, promote good governance. This statement is less than truthful. The State Ethics Commission only investigates conflicts of interest and elected officials who might use their offices for financial gain. There is no state law which could have prevented or remedied the abuse of power which occurred in Concord from 1995 to the year 2000. Ethical conduct cannot be legislated. In 1995 and again in 1998, town meeting ordered that all public school drinking water shall meet state and federal guidelines for dissolved lead. It never happened. Town meeting was summarily ignored by our town officials, and our children paid the price. In order to comply with federal guidelines, as requested by town meeting, authorities must employ federal water sampling procedures or the lead test results are invalid. Instead of using EPA procedures, Concord officials invented their own, yielding test results which were false. Concord's procedure only detected lead in isolated fixtures rather than detecting lead in both fixtures and pipes as required by the EPA. For years, our town government deliberately lied to us, claiming its procedures complied with the EPA. Another significant deception occurred in the year 2000 at the 2000 town meeting, where the town distributed a handout claiming the EPA permits infants and children to drink water contaminated with up to 60 parts per billion of lead when the limit had always been 20. This was no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. I and others in this room have communications from the EPA in which the EPA told the town 2 weeks in advance of town meeting not to make that false claim. But the town did it anyway in order to deliberately deceive you, the public. Such abuse of power in the form of deliberately deceiving the people of Concord and town meeting should never happen again. With the passage of Article 10, any such violations will have serious consequences. The recall procedure you see before you can be condensed in 4 steps. 1, the signatures of 100 registered voters are required to initiate a petition to recall an elected official. 2, the petitioners then have 30 days to collect the signatures of 10% of registered voters. That's about 1,300 signatures, but many more are needed to offset signatures that might be rejected. The Board of Selectmen then schedules a recall election at the polls, typically 60 to 90 days. Candidate nomination papers are then submitted by those who wish to run for the recalled office. And on election day, number 4, the first question on the ballot asks whether or not the officer should be recalled from office. If the majority of votes is yes, then the candidate votes are counted. The candidate receiving the highest number of votes shall serve the remainder of the unexpired term. If the majority of votes is no, the candidate votes are not counted. The whole process should take about 4 to 5 months, perhaps 3 months in the case of an incapacitated elected official. In summary, the Town Governance Study Committee did not give sufficient reasons to oppose recall. One statement in the final report is quite humorous. Quote, as an alternative to recall, the committee embraced processes which offer avenues for citizen inquiry and complaints, unquote. The Town Governance Study Committee believes inquiry and complaining are the alternatives to recall. This is silly. Ladies and gentlemen, no amount of complaining will make an incapacitated person enabled to do his or her job. There is no remedy in the town charter for impaired elected officials. The remedy is passage of Article 10. No amount of complaining resulted in verified, safe drinking water in Concord Public Schools as ordered by 2 town meetings. Unfortunately, the more citizens complained, the greater the lies. The remedy for such abuse of power is passage of Article 10. Finally, in 1985, the Board of Selectmen didn't just complain about the woman who was elected to the Concord Housing Authority. For the greater good of the town, they removed her. Recall is a process of last resort in the pursuit of good governance and justice. I urge your support of Article 10 for the greater good of the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kay. I was in error procedurally on that one in not asking for a second. I know there is one, but could I ask for a second? I see that there are. Thank you. The Board of Selectmen have voted not to take a position on this one, on Article 10. The Finance Committee has voted to take a position, and I'd recognize a representative to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Hutchins, 48 Academy Lane, a member of the Finance Committee and speaking for the Finance Committee.
Mr. Hutchins, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends no action on Article 10. We have 4 reasons. First, the Town Governance Study Committee, after extensive research and discussion, recommended in its final report that the town not adopt a provision for recalling elected officials. Instead, it recommended that the town augment its current practices that promote and contribute to open, ethical, and effective government and prevention of corrupt behavior. The committee made a number of specific recommendations to that end. Secondly, we are concerned that the power of recall could have an adverse effect on the number and qualifications of persons who might run for elective office in the town. The possibility of being subject to a recall petition could dissuade otherwise qualified citizens from running for office. Our elected officials volunteer enormous amounts of time and talent, and their efforts are integral to making Concord the desirable community it is. The possibly negative effects of Article 10 on encouraging citizens to run for elective office should be avoided. Third, a recall petition would necessitate an election in the middle of a relatively short 3-year term of office, which would entail additional cost to the town and distract those officials involved in conducting the election from other important duties. Finally, we are concerned that the language in the bill that would be submitted to the state legislature if Article 10 is adopted, while it requires that the petition contain a statement of the grounds for recall, says those grounds can be any grounds. It fails to specify any of the criteria that would constitute grounds such as a failure to perform or a breach of specific duties or obligations by the subject of the petition.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. Are there other voters then that would like to speak with regard to Article number 10? I see a speaker at microphone number 3.
David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road, one of the petitioners.
Please proceed.
First of all, I want to point out something that wasn't given much emphasis in the presentation, but it's there. Under this proposed legislation, Section 3, first paragraph, last sentence, has a provision which is unique to Concord. It states a copy of the recall petition and names of the first 10 registered voters shall be delivered to the elected official whose recall is sought on the date the recall petition is delivered to the 10 registered voters. This provision allows an elected official to be notified in a timely manner of an effort to recall him or her from office, and the intent is that the elected official and the 10 registered voters should be given the opportunity to meet and resolve the issues in an effort to avoid recall. And I will add to that, the petitioners had in mind that those who are brought, against whom charges are brought, are innocent until the community decides otherwise. So that particular point answers the fourth objection of the Finance Committee, as I understand it. Further, I think Ms. Kay, or the presenter, made very clear what the nature of those TGSC objections were, and I think any reasonable person will find them defective. Second, that there's a negative effect on people who will sign up for office. Right now, we don't have recall position, and people are not running for office. What we need right now to understand is that people who will run for office are people who will be elected are people we trust will not be called for recall. There is no inhibition of running. The inhibition to running is far more serious than any set of recall. We don't want people to run for office who think that they might be recalled. That's kind of a silly argument. And finally,
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens.
Have I run out of time?
Yes, you have.
Thank you.
2 minutes is up. Thank you. In the cafeteria, there's a speaker at microphone number 1.
Chris Popove, Pleasant Street.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In the spirit of the comment that we have each year about civility and debate, I am concerned that in support of this article, there's a great deal of reference to what people allegedly did or did not do between 1995 and 2000. And many of us have long memories, but I confess I don't remember all the specifics. And I think it would be very constructive for anyone in support of this article to provide paperwork that really gives us evidence that supports such charged words as lying. Now, I can confess that probably mistakes were made, and many people made mistakes, but one needs a good deal more than an assertion today without a good deal of strong evidence to accuse someone back in 95 or 2000 to have lied about lead content in water in the school system. Now, that may or may not be true, but again, in the spirit of the civility in town meeting, and I'll quote, "One should avoid impugning the motives of any person or group and avoid any personal attacks or reference to any other speakers by name." Yes, no one by name during those time periods was called out today. But again, I would remind people that an article like this, which does have some merit, would have a great deal more credibility in my mind if I had a few more specifics and more evidence to consider. But based on the presentation alone, I can't support this article. I don't think I would be convinced, but certainly this presentation doesn't help me make a more informed decision about Article 10. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Speaker at microphone number 4.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road, and I heartily endorse this petition as written by Ms. Kay and have studied the issue at some length. One thing that I would like to call to the attention of the persons here is that in the town governance opinions, they spoke to the fact that as of 2002, some 13 years ago, almost half of the communities in Massachusetts had adopted it. And I would submit that it's probably closer to 75 or 80% at this point, that offering a 13-year-old figure hardly informs us of what the majority of our other communities and towns are doing. And responding as well to the governance study, I would think that that many of these manners of augmenting current practices might be useful within the town, but they have absolutely no bearing on other appointed and elected officials through which the town has no jurisdiction or authority over. And I would think that at all costs we ought to think about the remedies that we have for violations of public trust and other things. In considering this, as some speakers have pointed out, that there's not a basis or a ground, that somebody's incompetent, incapable, convicted of a felony. And I thought initially that that was a path that's very tricky to go down, articulating all the reasons, rather than looking for a basic premise under which recall might survive, and then looking at whether it's realistic and provable when it gets to committee. And I think that articulating all the possible scenarios in which you might permit it becomes a tricky road to navigate in terms of setting standards and objective criteria to gauge. More importantly, I think that in respect to the preceder comments observation about civility and discourse and debate, while all of those things are heartily endorsed at this meeting, the emails that I've seen in the last few days counter that, and they're done also by or at the behest of officials. And I think that whether or not there's a recall provision.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have speakers at the present time in this order, microphone 1 and microphone 2 here, and then microphone 1 in the cafeteria. Microphone 1.
Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have a question about the article, which is that about the process of it. I didn't notice anything about a townwide discussion of whether an elected official should or should not be recalled. So that's a question. My comment is that I think it is not insulting to our volunteers to have this article to have a recall process, because I wasn't here until 2007, but I know that after 2007, there have been numerous instances where process ethics have been questioned in cases where elected officials have had the town's interest in mind, but nevertheless possibly broken proper procedures. And it is healthy for us to make sure that our hardworking volunteers have an extra incentive to follow our laws more closely, even as they have the town's best interest in mind. So I support this article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Leanne Kay, 262 Virginia Road. I'd just like to
Ms.
point...
Kay,
Thank you.
if all speakers would, after you have identified yourself, just pause till you get the green light, so to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to, I have a few comments. The fact that appointed officials can be removed from office doesn't prevent people from volunteering to be appointed to committees. So I'd like to put that aside. Regarding the issue, the lead issue, all the supporting documents had been seen by Concord public officials. So everything that I have said tonight, this afternoon, has been verified with documents. And I'd just like to say, I think that we really do need this article. It would help bring more accountability and good governance to the town of Concord. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the cafeteria at microphone number 1.
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Felshen.
I support a recall provision, but not this recall provision. When we need to recall elected officers, it's an extraordinary situation. If only a minority of a board or committee are causing a problem, they can be outvoted. So if we need to recall elected officials, this is a massive problem where we have chosen when we have a responsibility to elect people wisely, but something must have gone deeply wrong, or else there is a severe medical problem. These issues can't be resolved legally quickly enough to remove a majority of members of a board because they are slow to prove, so no grounds are suitable. But this provision calls for a mere majority to have to recall the elected officials at the booth, and it does not require any number of voters to act as a quorum at the voting booth. It does require 10% of people to sign the petition, but it's a lot easier to get people to sign a petition than to come out and vote. If we want to recall people, that has to be a massive townwide supported effort, as shown by the article language, which this article does not have. The right time to pass a recall provision is exactly when there isn't an issue before the town that requires recall and when we can be calm about it. So I hope that someone will bring a good recall provision, but again, this is not it. I urge people to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a speaker at microphone number 3 here, and then to the cafeteria at microphone 1 there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens. In respect to the previous speaker's comments, precisely that concern is addressed in the article. There is a massive vote of town and a tremendous amount of effort built into this process of avoiding recall and getting a maximum turnout for people so that the person who is being charged with that or facing that possibility has indeed every opportunity, every advantage in his place. Further, the charge that this is not documented, I have the documentation, many of us in this room know the documentation going back to that period that Mrs. Kay referred to. And in fact, it is really important to know that, simply because it proves that indeed, perhaps well-meaning people do lie, they make mistakes, but they make mistakes which required me to come at one point and offer a censure article. That was the most I could do. I could not recall anybody. I could not do anything. I had to come to this body and ask for a censure of those officials who did not act in accordance with the town meeting's vote. So I think that it's important for us to understand the history of this, not simply because we're trying to malign anybody, we're trying to prove that there is a need precisely for this action, and this kind of article that you're seeing before you has been approved by 150 people in this 150 communities and is modeled after several of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now to the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Terry Rothermel, 330 Musketequid Road.
Mr. Rothermel.
I was on the select board back when we had to remove a citizen from the housing authority. It is an experience I would never want to go through again. This was a citizen that had dedicated much of their life to this town and had made a misstep. Secondly, I would hope that if we had had a recall provision like this, that the divisiveness in town over schools would not have led to a recall petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 4.
Good afternoon, Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road.
Ms. McKinney.
Thank you. I also wanted to point out a couple of things, and one is that I think it's hopeful that if this were passed, that it might never be used, but that it exists as a strong lever in which we would hope behavior to be comported in compliance with all the laws and process that we have. Second, as Mr. Stevens noted, that it gives the opportunity for discussion before any formal process issues. Third, that the cost should not be significant in that I understand our budget already allows for a special town meeting within it, so that there's not an added burden necessarily created. And finally, that I don't think we have any jurisdiction with our authority to remove appointed officials to take any action relative to appointed school officials, and for that reason, a recall petition should exist. And that's not to say that it would be used, but simply we have no process over other governing bodies. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Hugh Lauer, 100 Kais Road.
Please proceed.
I'm opposed to this article, and I urge you to vote against it. It has been pointed out that 150 communities have a recall provision, but we should also be reminded that many of the towns and cities in the Commonwealth have paid officials, cities paid mayors and councilmen, and so on. In Concord, all of our elected officials serve as volunteers for no pay whatsoever, no financial gain. They're giving of their time. There's lots of times when people disagree. We have found times when people are so passionate about disagreeing, they accuse the other side of lying. I sat through all of the issues of 95 to 2000. I certainly saw disagreement. I didn't see any lying. And I would not want to accuse my fellow citizens of lying. I don't think that is the kind of ground that we want to create a situation for requiring a recall provision in our charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Sue Richardson, 260 Elsinore Street.
Ms. Richardson.
I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Calling the question is a motion that means that we would cease the discussion at this point in time and come to an immediate vote. It's not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote. So at the appropriate time, if you're ready to vote and come to a vote, is there a second? I see there is. Then vote yes. If you wish to continue discussion, vote no. So all those who are in favor of calling the question, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes by significantly more than the 2/3 vote in each of the rooms separately and collectively. So that means we're ready to come to a vote on the merits of Article number 10. This is the citizen petition to provide for the recall of elected town officials. All those who are in favor of the adoption of Article number 10, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. The Article 10 fails, both in the cafeteria and in this room and collectively. So it is not adopted as a vote, and I do so declare. We move next then to Article number 12, which is the first of a group of zoning bylaw amendments. The selectmen have rearranged the warrant order this year so that zoning matters, which often in the past had been taken up very late in the meeting, instead would come forward. These are matters which affect everybody's property rights and things of that matter. So we have now the first of the presentations of zoning bylaw amendment proposals for Article number 12.
Don Canale, 128 Revolutionary Road, member of the Planning Board, speaking on behalf of the Planning Board.
Mr. Canale.
Thank you. So this presenting warrant article number 12, which has to do with the zoning bylaws, and indeed the part of the zoning bylaws on slide number 2 that deal with things like lot width and lot size. Now, we're not going to change any lot widths or lot size here. What we're trying to do here today is to make the language more clear and more clearly state the intent of the zoning bylaw. So one of the hallmarks of good zoning bylaws is to be clear about what you're saying and what's in the town bylaws, and that's what we're trying to attempt to do today by changing some of the language in this bylaw. So slide number 3 is how the bylaw currently shows up in the town bylaws. It actually shows up like this. So there's that graphic, plus there's some words on top, and I don't know if you can see it. Maybe on camera you can see it, but it's that chart and a table, but then a whole chunk of text. And what the problem is that the text really doesn't match up with the table and the graphic. So section 6 of the zoning bylaw in general has to do with lot size and lot width and things like that. And it comes into play when lot owners want to go ahead and create new lots or divide existing lots. So that's where this comes from. And so when lot owners create a lot, they look at that table. And so, for example, in resident zoning A, if they have 150 feet of frontage, they must have a lot width where the house is of 120 feet. And that's really the clear part of this particular bylaw. It becomes a little less clear when you look over at the graphic. That graphic is only for zoning residence zone A, and it should be really for all zoning residences, not just A. And so this part of the thing is not very clear either. And again, we're not changing any lot dimensions here. We're not changing lot width or setbacks or anything. We're just trying to make the language more clear. So on the next slide, this is the current language. And what stands out on this current language, and again, this shows up here, this language goes along with the table. And the language doesn't agree with the prior slide. In fact, if you read through that language, and I'll give you a couple seconds here to do that, it says nothing about that you have to have the right frontage in order to get the lot width. And so this lack of clarity creates problems for lot owners. It creates problems for the planning board and for the other town officials. And so what we're trying to do with this particular amendment is to make the language a bit more clear. So the next slide kind of goes through the 3 keys that we're trying to do here. And we're basically at its base, what we're trying to do is get that big chunk of text to agree with the table and to make it more clear, which would clarify the intent of the lot width provision, again, making no changes to any of lot widths or lot size or anything else. And then finally, on page 6, this is the new language, and with the magic 6 words, which are underlined there, in addition to the required frontage, we think this will accomplish more clearly tying that frontage with the lot width and making this particular zoning bylaw amendment more clear to lot owners as well as to town officials. And so the planning board moves that we take affirmative action on Article number 12. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. And I've been asked to announce 2 other town boards have taken positions on this, and both support it, the Historic Districts Commission and the Historic Commission. Are there voters wishing to be heard in favor or against Article 12? Seeing no one approaching any of the microphones, I think that means the body is ready to take a vote. All those who are in favor of adopting this zoning bylaw amendment change, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes overwhelmingly in both rooms, certainly far more than the 2/3 requirement. So it is an affirmative vote, and this change is adopted. We then come to the next 2 were adopted on the consent calendar, so we come now to Article number 15. This is a zoning bylaw amendment related to the residential cluster development open space. And again, since it comes from a committee, we don't need a second at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. I'm Brooke Whiting Cash, 1114 Lowell Road, presenting Article 15 on behalf of the Planning Board.
Please proceed, Ms. Cash.
First slide, please. Article 15 concerns a residential cluster development open space. Second slide, please. This article proposes to amend the zoning bylaw, residential cluster development, section 9.2.4 open space, to include the following. First, to require compliance with the town's wetlands bylaw. Second, to require 50% of the required protected open space to be upland, consistent with a required open space breakdown for a planned residential development, another alternative development strategy permitted in the zoning bylaw. Third slide, please. The Planning Board felt this amendment was important for the following reasons. The purpose of the residential cluster bylaw is to encourage the conservation of significant open space and the efficient use of land in harmony with its natural features by allowing a smaller minimum lot size in exchange for the public benefit of dedicated open space. Currently, the dedicated open space could be all wetland or floodplain, in essence, providing little public benefit, since this land could not be built upon anyway. Fourth slide, please. Additionally, the residential cluster development section of the zoning bylaw was passed prior to the adoption of the town's wetlands bylaw. As a result, the residential cluster bylaw does not reference the definition of a wetland established by the town's wetlands bylaw. Fifth slide, please. If affirmative action is taken on Article 15, the amended language would read as follows. Section 9.2.4 open space. The area of the open space shall equal at least 50% of the total area of the residential cluster development tract. At least 50% of the area of required open space shall be upland, land that is not within the floodplain conservancy district or freshwater wetlands as defined under the town's wetlands bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act. Please support this valuable amendment to the town's zoning bylaw.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whiting Cash. Are there voters that wish to be heard in favor or in opposition to this proposed bylaw amendment change? At microphone number 3.
Stephen Verrill, 415 Plainfield Road.
Mr. Verrill.
I just have a question, some clarification. The term uplands was used, and what a lot of people considered uplands by its elevation could be in the buffer zone because of its proximity to a stream. I just wondered how that works out.
We'll get the answer now from the planning board representative.
Town staff can correct me, but I believe that this depends on the definition of wetlands versus uplands as established by the town's wetlands bylaw.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments by voters in this room or the cafeteria? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those who are in favor of the adoption of this zoning bylaw amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you once again. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. It is near unanimous in both rooms, so very clearly surpasses the 2/3 required. It's an affirmative vote. This change is adopted, and I do so declare. Article 16 was adopted on the consent calendar, so we come now to Article 17, the zoning bylaw amendment proposal that has to do with residence building height.
John Kratzley, 10 Edmonds Road, on behalf of the Planning Board, and speaking for the Planning Board unanimously.
And because this is a Planning Board recommendation, a second is not required. Mr. Kratzley, please proceed.
Okay, on slide 2, you can see the fundamental reasons for making this proposed change in zoning areas A and AA to the way that height is measured. First, it would create consistency in the measurement of height throughout the town. And secondly, town meeting, it completes a town meeting process that began in 2011 when we voted for residence zoning C to adopt this approach to height measurement. And then in 2013, in fact, I recall moving it in front of town meeting myself in 2013 for the planning board, we made the same change for residence B. Now, if we could go to slide 3, you'll see where zoning areas A and AA are. They're in green on the slide. Obviously, it's a large portion of the town, and of course, they are the larger lots. Slide 4 shows you how height is currently determined for residence zones A and AA. And this would be the last 2 zones that use this method. It's currently not used in B and C. And it involves the mean ground level, you'll see it underlined, the mean ground level of each side, and then you can go up 35 feet to the pitched roof, or the average halfway between the plate and the ridge line. So you see in the far right drawing the method of measuring height that currently stays relevant in A and AA, but only in those 2 zones. Slide 5 gives some of the reasons why the planning board recommends that we get uniformity and consistency throughout the town in the measurement of height. One of the particularly important changes is, and you'll see it when we get to slide 6, that the measurement for B and C, and if this is passed in A and AA, would require that that it be done before any grading or mounding. And there are goals here of achieving, as I say, uniformity, consistency throughout the town, but also preventing out-of-scale height in all of the zoning areas. So you'll see in slide 6 what is changing. This is the method in slide 6 for measuring height in zones B and C currently, and if enacted here in town meeting, this would apply to A and AA. And it would start before there's any mounding or grading. Prior to mounding or grading, you can see that in the last sentence there, prior to grounding or grading or mounding, you would start with the base elevation of the lowest side. That would be the illustration on the far right. And it would go not just halfway to the ridge, halfway between the plate and the ridge, but all the way up 35 feet to the ridge line. And slide 7 shows you for a particular proposed building. You would take the average of the two, if this is enacted tonight, you would take the average of the two lowest sides. You can see those numbers are very similar. There'd be an averaging of these two lowest sides of the proposed building. The overall height of that building would be at 32 feet under this drawing, and it would be to the peak again on the height of the building. Slide 8 reflects that there would be exceptions through the Zoning Board of Appeals. Any homeowner, builder with a renovation or an addition, or someone building a new home who had the relevant reasons to exceed this 35-foot height in Zone A or AA would have leave to the Board of Appeal if they could show no reasonable alternatives were available and that the desired relief was not substantially detrimental. So why is it important? It's important to preserve neighborhood character. This is slide 9. Important to preserve neighborhood character, avoid particularly outsized height throughout the town in all of our zoning areas. And as the last point shows in slide 9, it certainly makes it simpler and easier and more consistent, more uniform for all those who enforce our zoning, who build homes, who design homes. We have one consistent standard throughout the town that's town-wide. I also thought, since I have a minute remaining, I would mention that since the changes in 2011 to Zone C and the change in Zone B in 2013, I'm told there's not been a single application for relief to that 35-foot height limit and that method that I was in the slide for establishing that height limit. So we have no real experience over the years with it affecting new construction in Concord. So on behalf of the Zoning Board, we seek your favorable vote for Article 17.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kratzley. The other town boards who are urging affirmative action on this include the Natural Resources Commission, the Historic District Commission, and the Historical Commission. Are there voters, and the Board of Selectmen, my apologies, the Board of Selectmen also urge affirmative action on Article 17. Are there voters wishing to be heard on this? Microphone number 3.
David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road.
Mr.
I have an
Stevens.
interesting question. You talk about the importance of preserving neighborhood character, and you seem to define that in terms of height of buildings. If one came and built a 10-foot high house, would that be preserving the neighborhood character? There's some neighborhoods around here which some people have called the buildings bunkers. Well, how do you really apply that term, and how can you use it as a justification for this article?
Thank you. Are there other speakers wishing to be heard on this article? Microphone number 2. Oh, nope, that was a passing individual. Well, seeing no people standing by the microphones, either here or in the cafeteria, I think we're ready to come to a vote on Article number 17, this adoption of the proposed...
I did ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kratzley, could you please respond to the question?
The concern that motivated town meeting 2011 and again in 2013, and that I hope would see an affirmative vote again tonight, was the issue of height. Really, the planning board did not look at other issues. There was some concern for setbacks that we did in 2013. We were not so concerned about setbacks in areas A and AA to bring the setbacks proposal that does apply in B to all of you for tonight, thinking that height made the most concern for folks that live next door to things that look out of scale.
Thank you very much. With no one at any of the microphones, it appears that we are ready to come to a vote on Article 17. All those who are in favor of adopting this zoning bylaw amendment change, please raise those orange voting slips as you already have. Thank you very much. And all those who are opposed, please raise yours. It is unanimous or nearly unanimous, clearly way beyond the 2/3 required. So Article 17 is adopted. The voting change, it's a vote, and I do so declare. No motion is being made under Article 18, so now we come to Article 19, which is a citizen petition. Articles 19 and 20 are both citizen petitions by the same citizens. They both pertain to the same proposal, the same circumstances, but it comes in two different parts. So the initial presentation will be made on both of these, although of course we'll have to take them up and vote separately.
Jack McBride, 398 Main Street.
Mr. McBride, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Approval of Articles 19 and 20 is the first step to permitting the development of an age-restricted condominium for persons 55 and over on Forest Ridge Road next to the Thoreau Club. This type of housing has been built in many neighboring towns and is often referred to as active adult community. The town's long-range plan has identified the need for housing options for older residents looking to downsize and stay in Concord. The proposed development has been designed to meet that need. Next slide, please. Forest Ridge is located at the westerly end of Main Street, across from Valley Sports and the Powder Mill Plaza. It abuts the Thoreau Hills neighborhood to the east and the south, and the Starmet property on Main Street to the northeast. Next slide, please. This plan shows the present use of the approximately 100 acres at Forest Ridge. Our site is shown in yellow. The green area is town-owned conservation land. We will be donating to the town land to connect the green, you can see the gap in the middle, to connect the conservation parcels and provide a walking trail connection from Thoreau Hills to the lower end of Forest Ridge Road. The current uses at Forest Ridge are Camp Thoreau and the Thoreau Club, which occupy 59 acres. And you can see the pointer pointing to those. The Riverbend condominium, which has 19 units and was built in 2001. Minuteman Arc occupies the office building toward Main Street. And the town owns 5 acres for the site of the CMLP substation. And that'll be a subject of Article 20. Next slide, please. The proposed use for the development is compatible with the current use of the properties at Forest Ridge. We've met with the neighbors, Planning Board, NRC, and other town boards and committees in an effort to be sensitive to neighborhood issues and the needs of the town. The result is a community with 25 moderately sized homes in a cluster design to protect 50% of the land as conservation and open space. The homes will be energy efficient, low maintenance, and have the benefits of condominium living. Deed restrictions will ensure compliance with the age restriction and that there'll be no impact on our schools. Next slide, please. The design of the community creates a sense of neighborhood while preserving much of the natural beauty of the site. Sidewalks and walking trails provide easy access to town conservation land, the Thoreau Club, and the shops at Powder Mill Plaza. There will be a combination of single-family and attached carriage-style homes with a variety of designs and architectural elements. The Village Green area, shown down with the pointer, provides a gathering area for community events. The homes will incorporate a number of healthy home and energy-efficient features, including solar options. Next slide, please. So why is town meeting action required? The land is zoned limited industrial, which allows residential use under an alternative PRD with two-thirds town meeting vote. The same process was used for the approval of Riverbend in 2001. Next slide, please. Town meeting approval will impose the following conditions. The maximum number of units is 25. Each unit will be occupied by a resident 55 or over. 3 units will be deeded as affordable units in perpetuity, and there will be 8 acres of protected conservation land and open space. These conditions cannot be modified after town meeting. Next slide, please. If town meeting approves the proposal, it's not the final approval of the project. A special permit is required from the Board of Appeals based upon recommendations from the Planning Board and the NRC. Because the land is currently in recreational use under Chapter 61B, the town will also have the right of first refusal to purchase the land as a potential alternative to the the proposed development. Next slide, please. The proposed project is beneficial to the town finances. The current property taxes are $5,100 per year based upon its recreational use. An alternative development of the property for office would yield a projected annual tax of $130,000 per year. The proposed residential use would more than double that to $271,000 per year. An independent fiscal report reviewed by the Finance Committee shows net revenue to the town at approximately $240,000 per year. That's after the costs of police and fire. Because there will be no school-age children, the project provides a very positive fiscal benefit to the town. Next slide, please. The lead members of our team all live in Concord. I've lived in town for 25 years and have been active in the town's affordable housing efforts. My company, Abode, has built a number of projects in town. Land planner Kevin Hurley has more than 40 years living in Concord and experience and done a number of quality projects in the community. Architects Elise Stone and Paul Mahoney are active members of the community and have a deep respect for Concord's architectural traditions. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk briefly about our Article 20. In order for the project to proceed, town meeting needs to authorize the release of a deed restriction prohibiting residential use of the property. Now, where did that come from? That restriction was imposed by the original developer 25 years ago when the road was built and the intent was for industrial use of the property. The town became party to that when it purchased the land for the CMLP parcel. All the other landowners at Forest Ridge have released the restriction and support the idea of residential use. Town meeting approved a similar release in 2001 for the Riverbend project. Next slide, please. In summary, the Black Birch development will offer an attractive new housing option and generate much-needed tax revenue for the town. The development team has worked with town departments, boards, and committees to create a plan that provides a range of benefits to the community. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Several town departments or committees have done evaluations of this and would like to be heard. I think we'll hear first from the Planning Board. This is for their recommendations.
Good evening, town and Mr. Moderator. I'm John Shipe, Chair of the Planning Board, speaking on behalf of the Planning Board.
And your address, please, Mr. Shipe.
The Planning Board voted and recommends...
Excuse me, could you give your address? We're asking everyone name and address,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. Yes, 329 Harrington Avenue.
Thank you very much. Please
Forgot
proceed.
about that. Yep. The Planning Board voted, and we recommend affirmative action on Mr. McBride's proposal at Black Forest Ridge. We believe it's positive in that the PRD will provide additional open space for the town. It provides connectivity between existing town land. It provides 50% open space on the development. As you saw from the presentation, it has a net fiscal benefit It's more than 2 times the annual taxes of an office development or light industrial use. The over 55 housing is something that we believe is a housing need in town, and also the fact that there wouldn't be any impact on our school system is positive. It's less traffic than a by right use. The floor area ratio or lot coverage would also still apply to a residential use. That's an existing criteria in that zone. And lastly, we are very much in support of the 3 deed-restricted, moderately priced dwellings that would be built there.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from the Finance Committee recommendation.
Thank you. Wendy Ravelli, 42 Bow Street, Chair of the Concord Finance Committee.
Please proceed.
The Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on Article 19. The petitioner has collaborated with town departments to identify service impacts and prepared a financial impact report, which has been reviewed by the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee is in support of the age-restricted housing project based on the positive financial impact to the town.
Thank you very much. The Natural Resources Commission has also recommended affirmative action on this. And will we be hearing from the Board of Selectmen as well? Please. Thank
you. Mr. Moderator, Steve Ing, 12 Dalton Road, Chair of the Select Board, speaking on the Board's behalf.
Mr. Ing.
Thank you. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on both Articles 19 and 20. Town meeting approval of the alternative planned residential development in Article 19 and release of residential restriction in Article 20 would be the initial steps for building a well-conceived project that is in alignment with Concord's long-range plan and housing production plan. This project proposes to provide much-needed market rate and affordable residential units for those 55 and over, as well as a conservation restriction for more than half of the property. The proposed project would bring additional property tax revenue to the town with less demand on town services than a typical residential project. To be clear, approval of these articles this afternoon would be only the first steps in this project to become a reality. The town would be involved each step of the way. If these articles are approved, the petitioner will be able to execute a binding agreement with the current landowner to purchase the Forest Ridge parcel. The parcel is currently protected under Chapter 61B as recreation land. This means that once a purchase and sales agreement is reached, the owner of the property will need to notify the town of its right of first refusal to purchase the property, and the Select Board will have 120 days to decide whether to act on its right. Although the Select Board will not make a decision formally on the right of first refusal until it is presented, the Board notes that it supports the project because it is consistent with Concord's own plan documents and offered by a developer with an excellent track record in town. If the purchase does take place, the petitioner will be required to repay the town the property tax benefit the parcel has under Chapter 61B. The petitioner will also be required to submit their project to the town to be reviewed and seek approval by town boards and committees. This will provide another opportunity for the town to review and comment on the project details. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Articles 19 and 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ing. Having heard all the recommendations now, we're going to focus the discussion on Article 19 first, where we'll have to vote, and 20 thereafter. So we have speakers at microphone 3, and then 2, and then 1 in this room, and at the current time, no one in the cafeteria. Microphone number 3.
Hi, Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I hope I can be coherent because I didn't come prepared to speak for this. It sounds like a very charming development proposal with of the advantages listed. I just have a couple reservations about one of the advantages being presented as providing senior or over 55 rather, housing. I would rather see us as a town to make it more affordable for people over 55 to be able to stay where they are rather than feel forced to downsize. I'm not sure about the desirability of the location, being near the StarMed site. I'm also not sure of giving up space that is currently set aside for recreational use, because then other land will be used for that, and it might or might not conflict with agricultural interests. There was another issue, but I forget. But I wanted to just voice that there may be reservations to this otherwise very attractive proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Cynthia Katz, 20 Conan Street. I have a comment and a question.
Please proceed.
My comment is that the square footage that's proposed in these homes wouldn't be downsizing to some of us in town. It would be upsizing. And my question is, if the restriction is that at least one person has to be 55 or over, I know plenty of 55-year-olds who have kids in the schools. So I just wonder about how the deeding is going to be worded to ensure that there will be no kids in the schools, given that it says one person over 55.
Thank you. Mr. McBride, could you respond to that?
The form of deed restriction is pretty well established in a number of surrounding communities and has 2 components. One is the age restriction for the residents, so one resident has to be 55 and older. The other key provision is that there is a restriction against anyone under 18 living full-time in the house, and that's, again, very well established, and that ensures that there would be no students living there enrolled in the town schools.
Thank you. That was that question also. We'll go to the cafeteria then. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Charlie Blair, 26 Florio Drive.
Please proceed.
Thank you. At the public hearing that we had on this article, on both these articles, I had asked a question about the StarMet adjacent site and whether testing had been done on this site, and I was assured that there was testing done, and that I suggested that there would be something in writing at town meeting to go along with that. Also, as far as a traffic study, there was a traffic study done, and I thought that there would be something about the traffic study at town meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Arnie Bucas, 1360 Monument Street.
Mr. Bucas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wonder as to how these restrictions on age and children can possibly be enforced. That has 2 parts to it. One is, I do not know, and perhaps there are the ability to have affordable housing under 40B restricted to people of a certain age, but I don't know if that lottery system allows that kind of restriction. Second, I wonder if there is some provision that would require people who, if they had a child, to then move out. I recall that the first apartment my wife and I wanted to have, and we looked at it and we liked it, and the man said, "No children are allowed here." And I said, "We don't have any children." He said, "Well, you might."
Mr. McBride, would you like to come back and tell us how you're going to handle this?
Yeah, first to answer
and
Mr.
the other
Blair.
question about traffic and testing.
Yes, Mr. Blair's questions.
Thank you.
There have been numerous studies done over the years of the property, the Forest Ridge property, that have indicated no migration of any contaminated material and no groundwater contamination, because the groundwater flows away from our site, from the StarMet property. And as Mr. Blair indicated, I did say we would be updating that. We have received an updated Haley and Aldrich environmental report And in summary, it says the Starmet property has not adversely affected the site. Number 2, contaminated groundwater flows away from the site. And 3, the health risk assessment shows no elevated risk to residents, something obviously we were very concerned about from day one, given the location, and have become comfortable. Traffic study, there was a traffic study done, and it was included in the submittal to the town, so it's on file with the townhouse, but the primary finding was that the peak hour traffic from this use was dramatically lower than office use, as you can imagine, and showed less than one car every 10 minutes flowing out onto Main Street. That was the summary of the report. And I'm not sure if there was another question.
What if these 55-year-olds have children?
Yeah, the deed restrictions are very clear, and so people choose to move into this type of a community with an awareness of that. So it is absolutely established, legal under Fair Housing, the Fair Housing Act, and state law. There are a number of them, and there are certain requirements. So if people are considering having another child, they probably wouldn't want to move in here.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Hi, Jean Goldsberry, 39 Riverside Avenue.
Ms. Goldsberry.
Hi, I am speaking on behalf of Minuteman Arc, one of the neighbors of this project, and we urge affirmative action on Article 19 and Article 20 as well when it comes up. We feel that this is a well-thought-out, well-planned use of this property that is certainly compatible with our use as a neighbor. And we are also very pleased that the developer is planning to connect the 2 pieces of town land to allow full access to citizens who wish to walk along those trails. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Ruth Lauer, 100 Kives Road.
Ms. Lauer.
Thank you. I have a question about Forest Ridge Road itself. It is not a town road. I'm wondering if there will be any proposed change to that road and whether you anticipate a traffic light at the intersection with Route 62 when the time comes.
Mr. McBride.
In terms of the traffic light, the traffic study addressed that specifically and showed no indication whatsoever for a light requirement. There is a light at Powder Mill Road that does provide some break in the traffic for people looking to turn into Forest Ridge Road. The Forest Ridge Road is presently private. Our fiscal analysis was very explicit that the assumption it would remain private would be part of the approval, and I would suspect that during the PRD process, there may be a requirement for us to include in the condominium documents and deed a statement to the effect that it will remain private.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Ms. Haldeman.
As you can tell from my address, I'm a very close neighbor of the proposed development. And before you assume that I'm going to scream about it, I realize the deer could get to my house just as easily if it was there. But I do want to speak to another issue. Concord needs this type of housing. There is an assumption right now that if you're elderly, you're either too poor and can't stay where you are, or you're so rich it doesn't matter. Most of us fall in between. When my husband and I got that letter, we were coping with, I don't know, many hundreds of feet of snow on our roof and thinking, boy, we're going to pack our bags and move across the way. So I think it's a good idea. I'm also aware of a lot of friends who have moved out of Concord, not because they couldn't afford to stay in Concord, but because their houses were too large. This type of development I believe, has a market for a lot of people still in town. I understand the road issues. I'm actually responsible for the fact that it's a stop sign there, but that's another issue. But I hope this could go ahead, and I would like to say I vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a speaker at microphone number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lisa McKinney, also Hayward Mill Road, and a butter. Mr. McBride, could you just indicate on the map where Border Road and Hayward Mill Road intersect, where you're proposing it? I'm aware of trails between Border and the Thoreau Club, but I'm trying to envision the map. I don't know if you have a pointer or something.
Yeah, I think this one shows it much better. So you can see the Thoreau Hills, And I believe Border Road's down on.
Be sure you're near the mic if you would, so that,
I'm sorry.
feel free to pull it around. Yeah.
So the streets aren't actually labeled there, but you see the Thoreau Hills neighborhood to the east. And there's no proposed change in the traffic patterns. There'll be no traffic connection to that neighborhood. And I think that gives you a pretty good sense.
Development is where it says Forest Ridge.
Correct. If you look at that area, that's the entire Forest Ridge area enclosed. The next slide would show the locus of the, in yellow. So the other side of Border Road from the Thoreau Club.
Thank you very much, sir.
Microphone number 4.
Nancy Teasdale, 42 Riverside Avenue.
Ms. Tisdale.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wonder if Mr. McBride could just give us an estimated price range for the housing there, just to kind of give a better view of the market for those houses.
Right. So the proposal for the 3 affordable units is for moderate income. It's not a 40B, averaging $350,000 per unit, and to be determined with the Concord Housing Development Corporation input and the Housing Trust input, the exact details of the mixture of the affordables. The market rate homes are projected to start in the 600s and for the attached units, and then probably go up from there with the detached homes.
Thank you very much. We've been discussing this 25 minutes, and I see no speakers at any of the microphones, so I think perhaps we're ready to come to a vote. Again, although both of these were presented jointly, we need to vote on each one of them separately. So the initial vote is whether to accept Article number 19, which is the citizen petition for the preliminary site development approval at this Forest Ridge Road location. All those who are in favor of Article 19, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you so much. Those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes by far more than a 2/3 majority in each room. We will now vote then on Article 20, which is the release of the residential restriction applicable to two of plots close nearby. All those who are in favor of Article number 20, please raise your slips. Thank you again. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. Thank you very much. It again passes overwhelmingly, 90-something%. 2 announcements at this point that I would ask you to please pay special attention to. I understand that we have close to 20 visitors who have checked in. There's a designated place for visitors to sit, and that is here in the auditorium at the back section near to microphone number 4. So I would like to ask 2 things. One is that those voters who are currently there with voting slips, if you could please move down, and then if our visitors, who are very welcome, would move in there, then we'll be able to have them in the appropriate sitting place. The second announcement is a reminder, having voted affirmative action on 19 and 20, that items 21 through 30 are scheduled for tomorrow or Tuesday night. And Article 33 was on the consent calendar. So we will next come to Article 34. But we have been going strong for a couple of hours, and we have some visitors needing to take their places and others to move. So I'm going to declare a 5-minute stand and stretch break, and then we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
going to be over.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please return to your seats. Please return to your seats. If the meeting would please come to order.
Check one thing. And you're on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are, of course, making great progress through the warrant, despite the enormous attraction of the outdoor weather. There are nearly 300 of us here this afternoon, and I want to again thank and congratulate those of you who are here to help us do our business. We're ready now to move to Article number 34, which is a citizen petition, the Clean Water Resolution.
Shelley Morse, 50 Manuel Drive.
Ms. Morse, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Moderator.
hold on. Is there a second for this motion?
Oh.
I see that there is. Thank you. Please proceed.
Next. In 1969, the promoters of fluoridation never mentioned sodium fluoride. Fluoride was described as a natural substance beneficial to all. The hazardous waste material that was actually introduced into our water supplies was sodium fluoride, which is never found in nature, but is collected on the smokestack scrubbers of major manufacturers, a material so toxic that it is illegal to dump it anywhere on land or water in the United States. So it is shipped to China, and when purchased by our communities for fluoridation, it is reclassified as a product, and no federal agency takes responsibility for it. This graph, could we go back? Thank you. This graph shows that the cavity rates have been falling worldwide since the 1970s. The blue lines of the graph are countries which do not fluoridate their water. The United States and other fluoridated countries have red lines. Notice that they are all English-speaking countries. The United States is the most heavily fluoridated country in the world. The United States cavity decline rate is less pronounced than any other country. There is no correlation between fluoridation and rates of dental decay. Dental health improvement is a result of improved nutrition. Half of what we know is wrong, and the business of science is to discover which half. The dogma of fluoridation is not supported by the statistics. It is not supported by science. The statistics do not support our beliefs. Those who promote fluoridation are not concerned for our health, but for their own credibility. The Lancet, the world's oldest and most prestigious medical journal, published a report in 2014 classifying fluoride as a dangerous neurotoxin. The report puts fluoride in the same category as arsenic, lead, or mercury. Those who promote fluoridation are denying the validity of the Lancet's review of 60 years of experimentation on research on human beings. Why their determination to contaminate our water supplies with a known neurotoxin? Why not let us decide? Their concern is not for our health, but for their careers. The Lancet defines the effect of fluoride as cumulative. We pollute our farm produce, livestock, poultry, dairy products, wildlife, lawns, gardens, and groundwater runoff. We pollute our streams, rivers, and wetlands. Our beekeepers witness colony collapse when their bees fly off in the morning and can't find their way home again. The awe-inspiring movie of the life of a monarch butterfly has humbled us with the haunting recognition of an overarching wisdom that we have not yet been able to reduce to a graph for town meeting. The enzyme-destroying nature of fluoride attacks the structures of intelligence. Our children now exhibit the diseases of early aging, such as overweight, diabetes, heart and circulatory diseases, arthritis, and dementias. We witness our schools full of learning impaired, ADHD, hyperactive, forgetful, dyslexic, depressed, hyperallergic, temperamentals, sometimes violent, physically impaired, nerve damaged, and overly medicated youth at risk. Our schools must increase their budgets for the learning impaired annually. Concord sodium fluoride arrives in town marked with skull and crossbones, and the origin of the product from China. It is further contaminated with lead, arsenic, aluminum, and cadmium. This is not a public health service. This is a toxic waste solution. We have been too naive. Edward Bernays stated that it was child's play to engineer consent because of people's inclination to trust their doctors and believe what they were told by them. Dr. Stair at Harvard endorsed and promoted fluoridation. The Boston Globe described Dr. Stair in his obituary as attacking health food advocates as charlatans on national television and his syndicated newspaper column, and leading boisterous campaigns to fluoridate public drinking water and defend food additives such as Alar. He did no research himself, but promoted Coke and potato chips as nutritious snacks. This is the man who is being quoted when people repeat the mantra, fluoridation is the greatest advancement in public health. Unfortunately for us, Dr. Stair spoke English. Remember, in 1969, the promoters of fluoridation never mentioned sodium fluoride. None of us had computers. We were told to ask our doctors what kind of cigarettes he smoked, and he said he smoked Camels. We were shamed into believing that fluoridation would benefit the poor and needy, but statistics show that they are not benefited and are the most damaged of all. And civil rights leaders are calling for an end to fluoridation. Let us all claim our right to choose. We must stop the contamination of our entire water supply with a known neurotoxin, a substance so dangerous that our water department will not disclose its location or delivery date or allow photographs of its storage bags. We must join the other communities in Massachusetts that are refusing fluoridation. Our Board of Health has the power to end fluoridation today. The people of Concord will have to insist that they do so. If the people will lead, the leaders will follow. All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing.
Thank you very much. We will next hear from the Board of Health, our chairman, the chair of the board, Dr. Alan Woodward.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Alan Woodward of 379 Garfield Road.
Mr. Woodward.
I'm an emergency physician, past president of the Massachusetts Medical Society, and a member of the Public Health Council for Massachusetts. I'm here because I'm a member of the Board of Health and here to speak on behalf of the board in opposition to Article 34, which would end fluoridation of our public water supply. To provide background information on this topic, the board prepared a one-page handout for you. The CDC has determined community water fluoridation is one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 20th century. Over the last 70 years, fluoridation has been demonstrated through extensive scientific studies and reviews to be extraordinarily safe and effective in reducing dental caries, the #1 chronic illness in children. In addition, it has been demonstrated to be extremely cost-effective, saving $40 in dental expense for every dollar invested. Community water fluoridation is supported by the Massachusetts Medical Society, the Department of Public Health, the Massachusetts Public Health Association, the American Medical Association, the American Public Health Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Dental Association, the World Health Organization, and hundreds of other public health, dental, and medical organizations. In order to provide you with further information, we have invited Dr. Myron Alukian, one of the world's recognized experts on this topic, to speak to you today. He is a dentist, a public health expert, past president of the American Public Health Association, and served as chairman of the U.S. Surgeon General's Working Group on Fluoridation and Dental Health. as well as the Dental Advisory Committees to Healthy People 2000, 2010, and 2020. He is currently the president of the Massachusetts Coalition for Oral Health and vice chair of the Oral Health Working Group for the World Fluoridation of Public Health Associations. For all his public health efforts, he has been dubbed the social conscience of dentistry. Dr. Alukian.
And Dr. Alukian is not a Concord resident, but by a prior request from the Board of Health to have their expert speak, he will be granted 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Woodward, for that very nice introduction. Good afternoon. First of all, let me commend you for being here on such a beautiful sunny day. I had a lot of difficulty convincing my wife to come with me, but she finally did. I want to thank her for that. 40 years ago today, approximately 46 years ago today, I spoke at this Concord town meeting about community water fluoridation. At that time, I was a graduate student. I gave a 10 or 12-minute presentation, and after answering many different questions, with some of the issues raised previously about it being toxic, environmental pollutant that's not found in nature, et cetera, we answered all of those questions. It was probably an hour total. The Concord town meeting voted to move ahead with fluoridation and have the Board of Health order fluoridation following the laws and regulations of the state. You have been fluoridated since that period of time, 46 years. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Since that time, we've had hundreds of studies which continue to show it's safe and effective. At that time, it was considered to be safe and effective, and it's still considered to be safe and effective today. Part of the confusion about fluoridation is the internet and the social media. When you go on the internet today and put in fluoridation, you will get more negative comments about fluoridation from sources that are not scientifically based than you will from the Centers for Disease Control, from the State Health Department, from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, or the National Institutes of Health. And unfortunately, we have thousands of individuals being misinformed on a daily basis by the internet. Since 1969, 1970, when you fluoridated, at that time there were 83 million Americans living in fluoridated communities. Today there are over 210 million Americans living in fluoridated communities. At that time, Massachusetts was only 8% fluoridated. Today it's 63% fluoridated. What is fluoride? It's the 13th most abundant element in the Earth's crust. We duplicated what nature has shown us, where 10 million Americans have lived in naturally fluoridated communities. Whether the fluoride ion is there by nature, by humans, a fluoride ion is a fluoride ion is a fluoride ion. At 1 part per million, it's odorless, colorless, and tasteless. Every state health department in the country supports fluoridation. Every major city health department in the country supports fluoridation as a safe and effective preventive measure. Less pain, less disease, lower bills, and it benefits both children and adults. Everyone benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open for discussion of Article 34, the Clean Water Citizen Petition.
Sandra Meyerson, Independence Road.
Excuse me, please wait to be recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Aluvian, you can retain your seat if you would like to.
Thank you.
So microphone number 3.
Yes, Sandra Meyerson, 307 Independence Road. I'm a pediatrician here in Concord, and I've worked here in Concord over the last 23 years. I've seen thousands and thousands of children and looked into thousands and thousands of mouths as part of routine visits. And I'm very proud to say that the children of Concord have a remarkably different mouth look than the children from towns around here who do not fluoridate. There are towns in Maynard, Stowe, Littleton that do not fluoridate their waters. And as pediatricians in our office, we notice the difference. And I grew up in a town without fluoride in Wayland, which only fluoridated in the year 2000. And if you look in my mouth, which you don't want to do, I have a filling on every single one of my teeth. And I really am appreciative to have raised my 4 children here in Concord, where we have fluoride in the water. If we take away fluoride from the water, I can assure you that my colleagues and I will make sure that every single one of those children get fluoride supplements. Fluoride supplements are costly to families, and also they are not as safe and not as effective as fluoride in the water. So please vote no on this Article 34 so that we can maintain the excellent level of safe fluoride in the water in Concord. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyerson. Microphone number 4.
Hi, I'm Linda Morgan from 495 Monument Street.
Ms. Morgan.
I am a pediatric dentist, a mother of 3 in this town, and a fluoride toxicity researcher. I have read over 400 neurotoxic studies, other toxicity studies. First of all, I'm a little confused about the statement, we were never told it's sodium fluoride. That's just like a salt. Before the introduction of fluoride, dental caries was the #1 disease. Dental fluorosis is a side effect, and that's how fluoride was found. In Colorado, teeth were pitted and stained because they were exposed to a lot of fluoride at high levels that are naturally occurring. They reduced their fluoride to get at a more therapeutic level that reduces dental fluorosis. Since then, dental fluorosis has increased, so we shall decrease. Like any medicinal, it has a therapeutic level and a toxic level. If you have a headache, you take 500 to 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol. If you take the bottle, you die. Let me see. Fluorosis has been also called a medical side effect. It's not. It's a cosmetic effect. I looked at over 200 teeth to do a dental fluorosis study to see the prevalence. And as all studies, it has increased, and I agree with reducing the amount because of that, not because of toxicity.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
I'm Jessica Rubenstein, 2 Nathan Pratt Drive.
Ms. Rubenstein.
I'm actually Dr. Rubenstein. I'm the chairman of pediatrics at Emerson Hospital. I'm a local pediatrician, and I urge you all to vote no against this article. I, like Dr. Meyerson, have a mouthful of fillings. I look in thousands of teeth over my career. No one has a mouth like mine. I have children, their mouths aren't like mine. I also have seen fluorosis, and as a result, we have lowered the amount of fluoride supplementation we give children and have had a decrease in fluorosis and also a decrease in tooth decay. I practice in a town where there is no fluoridated water. I prescribe fluoride supplements. Compliance is poor. This is a great way to improve our children and our grandchildren's health. Like vaccines, you can find a lot of negative stuff on the internet. Don't believe what you read. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Shelley Morse. First of all, some of them are making my point in that the amount that you consume has everything to do with whether it's toxic or whether it kills you, and it's totally uncontrollable as to how much you get. And no one has mentioned the fact that it is cumulative. So that if I water my lawn and you water your lawn, and then I go in and drink a lot of water and so forth, and if we keep spraying our crops with it and increasing the amounts that are used over a period of time, the degradation is cumulative. and the fact that we cannot control how much sodium fluoride is going in. Also, they like to blur the line, possibly inadvertently, but sodium fluoride is never found in nature. It is the result of the toxic scrubbers that collect this dangerous material that is illegal to deposit anywhere in this country. And that's why we import it from China. It's our toxic waste coming back to us as a product, newly labeled, so that we will then distribute it through our own bodies to get rid of it.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
I'm Charles Davis, 195 Deacon Haynes Road, Concord.
Mr. Davis.
Ms. Morris has made the statement that the fluoride that we use
Excuse
comes
me,
from...
a reminder to everyone about the decorum. All remarks addressed to the moderator, please, and no reference by name to other people.
I'm sorry,
Please proceed.
but that was the name that's on the board up there. The speaker made the statement that the fluoride comes from China and is contaminated with cadmium, mercury, and other contaminants. I would like to have someone from the town make a statement of what the purity of the sodium fluoride is that is used. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the Public Works Department is responsible for that. Are you? Yes. Okay. Please identify yourself and in response to the gentleman's question.
Yes, I'm James Smith from 14 Edmonds Road.
Mr. Smith.
I'm a commissioner of the Public Works Commission. And in the answer to the question, all sodium fluoride, which we use and any other town uses for that matter, for drinking water has to meet National Sanitation Foundation and American National Standard Institute regulations for drinking water and treatment chemicals. We routinely test all treated drinking water for a wide assortment of potential contaminants, including all those mentioned, plus many, many, many more, which are all required us to do with respect to our state certifications. We are routinely well under all limits for all of these substances.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Yes, Kieran Dowd, 16 Indian Spring Road.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm also a practicing dentist here in Concord, an oral surgeon. I'd like to speak, for and with the other local dentists who practice here in this town and the surrounding towns, in addition to the pediatric dentists, the pediatricians, that we are acting in everyone's best interests. Our clinical decisions that we make every day are made based on evidence. They're not based on anything that we seek to gain personally. They're not based on opinions. And even all of the anecdotal things that we have seen over the many years are perhaps in some small part how we make clinical decisions, but they're made based on sound science and sound evidence, and that is in abundance on this issue. Community fluoridation is safe, it's effective, it's been one of the most effective things that's been done in the practice of dentistry, and I hope that we continue it as it has been. I'd urge you all to vote no on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Lisa McKinney, Haywood Mill Road. I'd just like to note that there's somewhat of a conflict between bylaws that we have. If we go with leaving the fluoridation of our water in place, choice is removed because we don't have an option of buying non-fluoridated single-serve water bottles. So it seems to me that there's somewhat of a conflict. If we vote no here, we really give ourselves no other options.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Nan Conway, 34 Center Village Drive.
Ms.
I was
Conway.
here when we voted to put the fluoride in the water. I objected then, and I object now. I try not to drink our town water. I have a filter on my faucet to take it out. And I have in each place that I've lived here in town, and I've lived here over 50 years. I think that we're forgetting that DDT was safe. and I don't think this is safe. I didn't allow my children to have it. I didn't allow the dentist to put it on their teeth, and they never had cavities. But we had lots of good natural and organic food. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the cafeteria and microphone number 1.
Hi, Malcolm Bryant, 175 Conant Street, and also a professor of public health at Boston University. I fully support the use of fluoride, and the proponent of this motion mentioned the Lancet. And yes, there was an article in the Lancet last year, but it was a highly controversial article in which many very eminent researchers called into question both their conclusions and their methods. So I don't think we can say that the Lancet supports the removal of fluoride. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Good afternoon. My name, 38 Ash Street.
I'm sorry, your name and address, please.
Liz Jones, 38 Ash Street.
Ms. Jones.
I am also a practicing dentist. I'm an endodontist, which means I only do root canals. And I would say overwhelmingly the population that I see with the worst teeth, most cavities, most need for root canals are people who grew up with unfluoridated water. It's been safe and effective since its inception, and I think it would be both dangerous and irresponsible to remove it from our water source. As our teeth come in, they have enamel, and we need that fluoride ion to change the natural mineralization to an even stronger matrix, thereby preventing cavities even more. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been discussing for approximately 25 minutes now. I would ask people to think about whether new points are going to be made or whether it's an agreement with a point that has previously been made. And similarly, we're going to call on speakers who have not yet spoken on this issue before coming back to those who have spoken. Microphone number 3.
Yes, Min Chuang Chen, 25 Crabtree Road. I'm a practicing pediatric dentist here in Concord. I just want to mention a few things about the studies. Just to repeat Dr. Lucan's point, internet is the problem. Because most people don't have the discernment to tell what information source is reliable, is scientifically based, and they're more influenced by some activists. And regarding the Harvard study, it's a meta-analysis of 27 studies, mostly on Chinese children, and this conclusion is weak because the number one, the fluoride level is much higher, 10 times higher than what we have here. Number two, the other factors are not controlled. There are lots of geographical, socioeconomic factors are not controlled. And even like lead data was not available. Even the author has admitted that most of the studies have deficiencies, and some have serious deficiencies. So, and also there's more recent, more credible study done in New Zealand that prove fluoride has no effect on children's IQ development. And lastly, the American children's IQ has increased from 1940 to 1990 by 15 points. And this is the period water fluoridation in most of the states have implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. 10 of the last 12 speakers have been in opposition. Is there a person that would like to speak in favor of the motion? Microphone number 4. I'm sorry. Excuse me, sir. There's a person behind you.
I'm Charles.
You have spoken already.
I asked a question which was not answered. The question was, what contaminations are there in the sodium fluoride which we use, not in the quality of Concord water.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the speaker at microphone number 4.
Well, first off,
Please identify yourself, name and address.
my name is Leslie Michelle Tao, 111 Lawsbrook Road.
Please proceed.
First, I would also like to hear the answer to the question the gentleman in front of me asked, because I agree that the question was not properly answered before. Secondly, I have not drunk the water in this town since I moved here 30 years ago, following tests I had done on it, but that's another issue. Third, I have been a teacher of children with autism for over 35 years and have seen the incidence go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 580. And for me, these students with autism are the canaries in the coal mine. The increase is not due to misdiagnoses. That's only a portion of it, maybe 15%. The rest of it is a genuine increase in the incidence of autism. And that is a neurological condition. And the increase in autism correlates with the increase in the number of neurotoxins that have been introduced into our environment since the Second World War, since 1940s. And for me, neurological safety of our children's brains, it trumps dental safety. So I urge that this article be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. There's a speaker at the microphone in the cafeteria, microphone number 2.
Mr. Moderator, Garrett Whitney, 296 Heathsbridge Road.
Mr. Whitney.
Could we call the question or try it?
The motion has been made to call the question. That, again, has the effect of ending discussion. It is not debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote. So all of those who are in favor of calling the question, meaning you are prepared to vote, you think you've heard enough, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who would like to continue discussing, please raise your colored voting slips. I see that the 2/3 majority is clear in each of the halls separately and collectively. So it's now time to come to a vote on Article 34. Article 34 is the citizen petition Clean Water Resolution. All of those who are in favor of adopting Article 34, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All of those opposed to 34, please raise your votes, your voting slips. Thank you very much. The measure does not pass, and I declare that it is a negative vote and is not adopted by the body. We come then next to Article 35, which is a citizen petition, the Plastic Bag Reduction Bylaw. Please, is there a second for this? I see that there is. Please identify yourself.
Scott Richardson, 260 Elsinore Street.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I want to acknowledge Jean Hill. She laid the groundwork for this article. In Concord, we have a tradition of environmental action. With Article 35, we extend our commitment to environmental protection. We do this by addressing one of the most harmful modern conveniences, the plastic checkout bag. Article 35 bans the distribution, use, and sale of thin film plastic checkout bags by retailers in our town. Article 35 is simple and unambiguous. It incorporates the best features of similar bylaws that have been adopted and implemented by other Massachusetts communities. There are many reasons to vote yes, but here are 3. Article 35 will stop the environmental damage caused by plastic checkout bags. Similar bylaws in other communities have led to increased adoption of reusable shopping bags. And 35 is consistent with sustainable living. Now, my 91-year-old mother who is hardly a rabid environmentalist, perhaps said it best. Plastic bags are everywhere. That's not my mother, by the way. They're lightweight and easily caught by the wind, so they end up in trees. They get caught in storm drains and cause drainage problems. They litter our sidewalks. They're scattered across our parks and ball fields. This is at the new CCHS site. They are at new home sites. Is there anyone here this afternoon who has not seen a plastic bag by the side of the road? What happens to all those bags? Crosby's Marketplace stopped using plastic checkout bags months ago, but just a few weeks back, I saw this in their parking lot. It makes you wonder, how long will these things be around? The fact is, plastic bags are harmful to our environment. They're deadly to marine life. They cost money to collect as litter. They never biodegrade. They clog storm drains. There's minimal recycling because it's a low-value material. They jam recycling machinery. They're based on fossil fuels, and they're made with toxic chemicals. The bags that don't litter our land and water are burned or landfilled. Now, the bylaw is easily implemented. Here are the key points. It applies to all retail and grocery stores. Stores cannot distribute, use, or sell thin film, single-use checkout bags. Stores can use smaller plastic bags without handles for produce, bulk, deli, and seafood items. Thin films means 2.5 mils. Mils is an industry term for the thickness of the bags. Repeat violators face minor fines. Reusable bags are our future. They're designed for long-term use. They're available in many materials. There's a lot of innovation in sizes, shapes, and types. They're inexpensive. Retailers save money when you bring your own bag. Some stores will give you a small discount. And they are sustainable. A growing number of communities in Massachusetts and around the world are shopping without plastic checkout bags. We can too. After a detailed study, Newton's Board of Aldermen voted unanimously to ban plastic checkout bags. In conclusion, Article 35 is a small step we can take to protect our land, waters, and the animals that inhabit them. I ask you to vote yes on Article 35.
Thank you very much. The Board of Selectmen would like to make a recommendation on this.
Hello, I'm Alice Kaufman, 1615 Lowell Road, member of the Select Board, speaking for the board.
Please proceed.
Article 35 asks voters at town meeting this afternoon to approve a bylaw that would limit the distribution of certain types of plastic bags at grocery and retail stores, as you just heard. If voters approve the measure, Concord will be joining a long list, as you saw, of communities across the country and in Massachusetts, as far away as Hawaii and Alaska, to countries as you saw listed on that slide. Just last month, the Cambridge City Council voted to ban distribution of these plastic bags in the city, as did Brookline last year and 10 other Massachusetts towns. And across the Commonwealth this spring, measures similar to this one will be heard at town meetings. The inherent question in this article is, do we recognize the aggregated societal cost of convenience? These bags don't go away. They end up, as you saw on those slides, everywhere. They do not biodegrade. Each year, Massachusetts stores distribute some 1.5 billion bags. A statewide initiative sponsored by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection encourages grocery stores to sign a pledge to offer environmentally sound options for consumers like us. Crosby's already does this by offering both paper and reusable bag options. Concord customers will not be left without bags. They'll just be offered bags that are more environmentally sound than the ones that we see now, the thin film plastic bags. The Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to recommend affirmative action on Article 35. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open for discussion of this article. Microphone number 1.
Janet Rothrock, 618 in Nersnack Hill Road. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters, which has written a statement supporting this article, but I'm speaking for myself now.
Ms. Rothrock, please proceed.
Our society generates more plastic than our Earth can sustain. Plastic does not biodegrade. While plastic bags can be recycled, many end up in recycling streams that cannot handle plastic bags, and they clog the recycling conveyor belts. There are also reports that some of the plastic bags placed in the plastic bag recycling containers, the kind you see at the grocery store, end up not being sent for recycling anyway. We use plastic bags for a short time, and then they are disposed of by being burned, landfilled, or end up in oceans where they harm wildlife. They are a source of trash in trees, parks, rivers, and oceans. Sea turtles think they're jellyfish, eat them, and they do not pass through them, and the turtles die. Plastic bags are a convenience product that didn't exist 40 years ago. We lived without them then, and we can live without them now. 10 communities in Massachusetts have banned them. No merchants have gone out of business because of this. Some of those communities are large with many retail businesses. We can add Cambridge and Newton this year. Crosby's Market in Concord has successfully campaigned to educate its customers on the importance of bringing their own bags. They sell a variety of reusable bags, and last year stopped giving out plastic bags at the register. When patrons bring their own bag, businesses save money because they don't have to supply bags of any type. So I recommend a yes vote. Encouraging the use of reusable bags and reduction in the use of plastic bags is consistent with Concord's sustainability principles that call on us to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, synthetic chemicals, and other manufactured substances, and to reduce encroachment on nature.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road. I have a question.
Please proceed.
Why was not the plastic bags that all of us purchase every month or so for trash bags included in this ban? There are something like, how many thousands of people in this town? How many thousands of these trash bags do we put our trash in and put out by the curbside every day, every week? Why was that not included in this? I think there's something flawed about this measure if that cannot be answered correctly. I would like to have an answer, please.
Let's ask the proponent to come to the mic and give an answer. Mr. Richardson?
There's a lot of different types of plastic bags. The ones for which there's such an easy substitute and sustainable alternatives, the clearest one would be the checkout bags at the grocery stores. We could have gone after all kinds of plastic in this bylaw, but we wanted to scope it to the sort of top user of plastic within our community. And it's also very easy to implement this because there's a relatively small number of retailers. So that's why.
Thank you very much. There's a speaker in the cafeteria at microphone number 3. 2, sorry.
2, okay. Hi, Mr. Moderator. Garrett Whitney, 296 Heathsbridge Road.
Mr. Whitney.
Thank you. I'm one of the bad ones, as I haven't yet made the switch to reusable checkout bags. We all like to think we do the right thing, and clearly reusable bags would qualify, but my habit persists, as many do, I think, and I have a cat, and on and on. So last month, I tried out a paper bag for my cat litter, and it worked just fine. I couldn't tie off the top, but that didn't matter in the trash can outside. So starting tomorrow, I'll probably forget my new reusable bag a few times until I accumulate a few in my car. And a month or so from now, I'll likely never think of this issue again, at least here in Concord. I hope we vote yes for this.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 4.
Hello, Nancy Teasdale, 42 Riverside.
Ms. Teasdale.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm thoroughly in favor of banning the plastic bag use. I do have a question about the limits, though. I'm looking at the list, retail stores, grocery stores. I'm wondering if perhaps we could hear other places where the bags would still be allowed to be used. I can think of restaurants for takeout. Would they fall, would that be banned for restaurants, or is it really strictly limited to retail and grocery?
Well, there's something called the scope of the warrant, and this limits it. The warrant article that's been presented for consideration limits it to what was indicated in the warrant article. So expanding it would not be appropriate, even if a majority of the group thought that that was a good idea, or the proponent. We can't. That kind of an amendment would be out of order. Microphone number 3.
Yes, I have one more question as a follow-up. If this measure passes, is your next step to take in other plastic bags that we use daily for trash and the like, or is this going to be the end of your presentation to this town meeting?
Well, again, I think as I just explained, as a practical matter, this is limited to what's before the body today.
This speaks to the question, to the issue of what is the, if this is, and I don't think he answered the question adequately for my vote, but I think it leads to the question, okay, if my question was really as obscure and as difficult to answer as he seemed to indicate, then I suspect, and I would like him to disabuse me of any notion that we're going to be faced with eliminating trash bags in Concord put at the curb. Thank you.
In the cafeteria at microphone number 1.
Kitsy Rothermel, Musketequid Road. I personally am highly in favor of this article, but I'm curious to know whether there have been some efforts in the last year to talk with the merchants who are going to be affected by this if it passes. I think the warrant article said it wouldn't come into effect until 2016, but it's not really that far off. So I hope there's been an effort to reach out to all those who will, if we pass, be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that no one's standing at any of the mics in either of the rooms, so I think that we're ready to come to a vote on article number 35, the citizen petition, the plastic bag reduction bylaw. All those who are in favor of this article, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise your colored voting slips. I see that it passes by an overwhelming majority in each room separately and collectively, so it is an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. We come next to Article 36, which is an authorization for long-term leases for municipal building rooftops. And is there a
second?
Yeah, is there a second for that? I see there is. Please identify yourself.
My name is Gary Clayton, 22 Center Village Drive.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, my name is Gary Clayton. I'm currently the chairman of the Concord Municipal Light Plant Board. As you know, Concord's electrical and now selected telecommunications services are provided through a municipally owned and operated enterprise rather than a large investor-owned corporation. As a result, we as a community manage the purchase, distribution, and servicing of electricity and related services within Concord. In doing so, one of our goals is to drive more of the electricity we consume from renewable sources, such as wind, hydro, landfill gas, and solar, which includes locally produced solar-generated electricity. Renewable energy significantly reduces greenhouse gas emissions. In Concord, 17% of our power supply is now derived from renewable sources. For example, over 200 residences now utilize rooftop solar photovoltaic systems. To significantly expand locally produced solar-generated electricity, we will explore other possibilities on town-owned properties, including building rooftops as seen in this image of an existing array at the Willard School. Typically, these projects involve entering into a long-term lease arrangement with private firms that specialize in the financing, installation, and maintenance of photovoltaic arrays. The CMLP ultimately purchases this locally produced green energy at favorable rates. There are several other benefits to a lease arrangement. For instance, CMLP does not need to commit its financial resources for the construction, installation, and monitoring of this solar energy facility. Of course, the solar-generated electricity is produced locally in Concord, which means, among other things, that CMLP customers, virtually all of us, avoid the substantial cost associated with transmitting this electricity over long distances, which is part of your electricity bill, as well as reducing peak demand purchases. However, long-term arrangements of specific town properties, as noted in this slide, also require each such contract to be approved by town meeting. This warrant article would provide the town manager, subject to the review and approval of the Board of Selectmen, the authority to enter into any long-term lease of such property for the sole purpose of installing and operating photovoltaic array equipment. It does not reduce or eliminate, let me repeat, it does not reduce or eliminate existing town regulatory oversight regarding the siting and design considerations of such facilities. However, this article can provide the town with one important means to respond with greater flexibility and timeliness with respect to lease arrangements for photovoltaic arrays. In doing so, we can help promote our goal to utilize more electricity from renewable sources. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now hear the recommendation from the school committee representative.
Mr. Moderator, Kathleen Snook. I'm Chair of the Concord School Committee, speaking for the School Committee, 471 Old Road to 9 Acre Corner.
Please proceed.
The Concord School Committee has voted unanimously to recommend affirmative action to Article 36. The schools are very excited to be part of this forward-looking alternative renewable energy initiative. We thank the town manager for extending the invitation for school building involvement. We look forward to seeing additional solar panels on the rooftops of our Concord Public Schools and on the Ripley Administrative Building.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear a representative from the Concord Sustainable Energy Committee. Who apparently did not believe we would get this far on the warrant this quickly. Oh, sorry, in the cafeteria, Mike 2, my apologies.
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane, a member of the Concord Comprehensive Sustainable Energy Committee and speaking for the committee. Sorry,
Ms.
we thought you were going to read a statement. We're in favor, thanks.
Oh.
Please vote yes.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to announce that the Public Works Commission urges affirmative action on Article 36. The floor is now open for discussion. And I see a speaker coming to microphone number 4.
Hello, Judy Zombrecker, Border Road, and I have a question.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have a question regarding, we've discussed a fair amount about rooftop, that's what I've heard. On ground-mounted solar panels, does the regular review process include an environmental assessment of what impact solar panels would have if they were put on the ground on municipal property?
Mr. Clayton, can you provide an answer to that, whether there'll be an environmental assessment for ground-mounted?
As I noted in my remarks, this article does not preclude any existing town regulatory oversight of the installation of such a facility. To the extent that there is existing town regulatory authority, they may well look at and evaluate those questions. An example of that might be through the Natural Resources Commission relative to any potential impacts on wetland or floodplain resource areas.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road. Sorry to
Mr.
occupy
Stevens.
this so much time, but anyway, I have a question, again, both for the proposers and for the town manager. Has to do with the cost-benefit analysis of this kind of solar energy. I remember some time ago, this began to raise its head a couple, 2 or 3 years ago, and I asked the same question, and what the cost-benefit analysis of even contemplating this business would be. Perhaps it's changed since then. Could somebody answer that for me, please?
Let's see if we can get you an answer. Town manager?
Chris Whalen, Town Manager. I live at 1935 Main Street.
Mr. Whalen.
The solar panels, it's well known, are subsidized by the federal government and the state government. So the private parties that we would expect to enter into contracts with are taking advantage of those tax incentives, and it's a dramatically favorable price that we purchase the electricity for, particularly because we avoid the transmission costs from outside the area.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other speakers at any of the microphones. Perhaps we're, Mr. Stevens?
I asked for the benefit, cost-benefit analysis. How much are you going to save the town by doing this?
For example, we have a large solar array at the landfill. And the power that the amount that we pay for that power, Dave, is 7.5. As compared to perhaps if we had a long-term contract, what would the comparison be? Maybe 10 cents. So it's per kilowatt hour. It's a little hard to say because we haven't done that. We don't issue long-term contracts. Our contracts are typically 3 to 5 years. But if we were to provide a comparable contract, the savings are significant, and again, we avoid the transmission costs, which is in the neighborhood of 4 cents or something like that. So the benefit is both financial. To have the solar arrays in Concord, it's both financial and environmental.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
I'm Sue Retberg, 103 Revolutionary Road. I'm a former member of the Historic Districts Commission in this town. And
Please proceed.
It's a question, a suggestion. It hasn't been addressed, and I wish it had been. The compatibility of solar panels with historic buildings doesn't seem to jibe well with me, and I'm just wondering why the townhouse is on this list. It's a historic building, and it would perhaps lead by example if there were solar panels on the townhouse, or perhaps it would be detrimental to the overall effect of a historical building. I don't have an answer to this, but I would like some more discussion, please.
Let's call on the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Mr. Clayton mentioned, the proposal to install solar panels would be subject to the usual town regulatory process. So if the facility is located in the historic district, we would be subject to local historic district review. We do hope to get the historic district to consider some solar panel with a low profile or something that we can do to include solar panels on historic buildings if they're not too obtrusive.
I think we're ready to come to a vote, seeing no one at any of the microphones. So all of those who are in favor of Article 36, which would authorize the long-term lease for municipal solar, please raise those colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All opposed, please raise yours. I see that it's near unanimous. It passes overwhelmingly. It's an affirmative vote, and I do so declare that we have adopted Article 36. We come now to Article 37, which is acceptance of a new Massachusetts statute, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4. Is there a second for this? I see there is. Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Moderator, Christopher Whalen, Town Manager. There is a handout on this which includes the text of the statute. The motion under Article 37 requests that the town vote to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4, which would allow the town to create a revolving fund for local community television services. This is a new law adopted by the Commonwealth last fall, which took effect this past January. The term PEG, or Public stands for Public, Educational, and Governmental Local Access Television. Prior to 2004, Comcast and its predecessors operated a local cable television studio at the high school to cover governmental and educational activities on a limited basis, with varying quality and service, if you recall. In 2004, the selectmen negotiated a renewal lease of the agreement with Comcast that paid 4.5% of Comcast revenue generated in Concord to an independently operated cable studio service. Comcast got out of the studio operation, and CCTV was created and awarded the contract to provide the service. CCTV made immediate and dramatic improvement in the quality and the diversity of the local programs offered, including school committee coverage and expanded school activity coverage. During the period from 2004 to 2014, annual revenue for CCTV nearly tripled from $125,000 per year to $360,000 per year last year. The town directed Comcast, because there was no other method to approach it, to direct all revenue to CCTV directly. The handout on this slide shows the text of the new law. Many communities were uncomfortable paying all the revenue to the new access provider without accountability for service quality and to demonstrate how the money was being spent. A sufficient number of towns complained to the legislature that better control was needed, and so this new law was approved. CCTV provides PEG access services in both Concord and Carlisle. Annual revenue from Carlisle for CCTV is about $125,000. So combined, their revenue is about $500,000 per year. CCTV currently has an excess of $1 million in their PEG access account uncommitted, paid by Concord and Carlisle television subscribers. CCTV expects to spend significant sums moving into the new television studio at the new high school next month. They have other capital projects that will require significant expenditures for the next few years, but there still will be a very healthy balance remaining after those projects are completed. In 2014, the Comcast renewal license approved by the Board of Selectmen increased the local access payment from 4.5% to 4.8% of all Comcast revenue. So again, the revenue from both communities should exceed $500,000. Using the new PEG Access Fund would give the town greater involvement in the use of these funds. Money would be deposited into the fund from Comcast and would only be used for PEG Access supported service. It cannot be used for the general fund. The town and CCTV have a very positive relationship, and I would expect that to continue in the future. The town's contract with CCTV for access television service expired in 2014. We issued an RFP recently, and CCTV was the sole respondent. CCTV and the town will meet in May to negotiate a successor agreement. Favorable action on Article 37 will maintain a friendly and cooperative relationship with CCTV while allowing Concord more say in how the local access funds are used. Town meeting action will be required to use the funds each year, so it will be possible for town meeting to review whether the system is working satisfactorily. I respectfully request your favorable action on this article.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. The floor is now open for discussion of Article 37 in the cafeteria at microphone number 2.
Electa Tritch, 233 Heathbridge Road.
Ms. Tritch.
I have a question, actually. I'm very much in favor of CCTV. I've spent a lot of time there in the past 2 years, and I have watched it expand brilliantly under its new leadership. I am wondering when when the previous speaker, the presenter of this article, mentioned that the town would have more say, more involvement in what was to go on at CCTV, whether he or someone could explain what that means.
Mr. Whalen, could you respond, please?
Yes. We haven't negotiated the contract, so it's yet to be determined. But my vision is that we would be invoiced, we'd pay the fee for services. So if we were wanted to expand the number of committees that got television coverage or the number of other events, we would be able to pay for, would have resources to pay for that. If the Finance Committee is not currently covered by cable TV, if somebody was interested in having that done, we could do it. I would expect to have CCTV invoice us for the services they provided, and also advise us when they need to make a capital investment in expensive camera equipment or studio equipment and that sort of thing. Right now, the money is all in their hands, so we really don't have any say over how it gets used. I think it makes more sense to have it in the revolving fund, which the town treasurer controls, and they would ask us, it can only be used, again, for these services, but would have some say in how the funds were used.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Yes, Dee Ortner, 169th Rose Street, President of the League of Women Voters and speaking for the League.
Ms. Ortner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A yes vote is recommended on this article. The League suggests that the town use some of the funds to increase live recording of board and committee meetings and to retrofit the meeting room at Kais Road to provide live televising service. We urge more online participation in meetings during the budget process and when focusing on issues related to town meeting articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no speakers at any of the microphones, I think we're ready to come to a vote on Article number 37, the acceptance of the new statute related to PEG access. All those who are in favor, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you enormously. All those opposed, please raise yours. It's adopted overwhelmingly in both rooms and collectively. So it's an affirmative vote, acceptance of Article number 37. The next 14 articles on the warrant have already been adopted under the consent calendar, or no motion is being made. So the next item for us to take up is Article number 53, the Parking Management Plan implementation. Is there a second for this? There is. If you'd remind us who you are, Mr. Town Manager.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Chris Whalen, Town Manager.
Please proceed.
The next several articles relate to the town's capital plan. I'll be making the presentations. The motion under Article 53 requests that the town appropriate $250,000 in order to begin implementation of the recommendations of the 2013 Parking Management Plan, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, be authorized to borrow under the provisions of Chapter 44. The Town Commission, in 2012, the Town commissioned Nelson Nygaard, a respected parking consultant, to work with the Planning Department, Police, and Public Works staff to develop a parking plan for Concord. The final report was issued in April of 2013. The report concluded that managing parking demand with the traditional methods, including parking meters, time limitations, and overtime enforcement, is no longer effective. The neighborhoods surrounding the commercial centers frequently bear the brunt of parking demand peaks, and that Concord has been playing a slowly losing game with the automobile, a struggle which becomes more acute as the town strives to become more walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly. The report was developed with the following parking principles in mind: that we would provide convenient parking for customers and clients, establish clear town and private employee parking areas, accommodate commuter parking appropriately, and protect residential neighborhoods from spillover. The study's recommendations include the following: eliminate most time limitations on parking. If you want to park for 30 minutes, pay for 30 minutes. If you want to park for 3 hours, pay for 3 hours. Use fees to manage parking resources, with higher charges for the more convenient parking and lower charges for the more remote parking. The study also recommends more convenient parking payment methods, including credit card and smartphone payments. And finally, improve signage. There's much parking that people have difficulty locating if they're from out of town. Restriping in some areas would help, as well as reorganizing the parking and expanding meters in some locations. The requested funds will pay for new signage, directional signs, regulatory signs to make it clear where parking is and is not allowed. We will purchase some new meters to allow paying by phone or by credit card. We'll purchase additional meters using the new technology in those areas where parking metering should be expanded. We'll restripe and reorganize some parking lots to maximize the number of usable spaces. Our plan is to gradually implement the recommendations of the parking plan over time. Any changes in parking rules and practices must be adopted by the Board of Selectmen at an open meeting, so there will be an opportunity for public input on all parking changes that are proposed as we work to modernize and make the best use of our parking resources possible. The parking consultant concluded that we don't have a lack of parking, we just haven't used it well. There are often spaces that are not used, and we could make better use of them by helping people find them. So I request your favorable action on this article.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. And the Public Works Commission also recommends affirmative action on this Article 53. The floor is open for discussion. Seeing no speakers at any of the microphones, I think perhaps we're ready to come to a vote. All those who are in favor of Article 53, please raise the colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise. Passes overwhelmingly in both rooms and separately. It's an affirmative vote, and I do so declare that we have approved Article 53. Article 54 deals with townhouse interior renovations.
Chris Whalen, Town Manager again.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The motion under Article 54 requests that the town appropriate $700,000 to be used to undertake renovations of the interior of the townhouse, and that to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, be authorized to borrow under the provisions of Chapter 44. The Concord Townhouse was constructed in 1851 and held its first public meeting in November of that year. It has been the seat of town government since that time and has been the gathering place for many public meetings. In 2013, $1.3 million was expended to restore the exterior brickwork and brownstone of the structure. Community Preservation Act funding provided half of the cost of that restoration work. The interior of the building is also in need of some attention. Needed improvements include upgrading the public meeting rooms, creation of more storage space in the attic. We're currently using the meeting rooms for storage, and that should take place in the attic. Improved access for those with disabilities, enhanced technology and building security, and then energy conservation and sustainability improvements. On the screen are some of the historical changes that have been made to the building over the years, including the interior wiring in 1900, which we use sometimes. Fire escapes were added in 2010. It was remodeled to serve, 1910. They were removed, I think, in 2013. It was remodeled to serve as a district court in 1930, and the accessible entrance on the north side was installed in 1980. The townhouse continues to serve as the meeting place for the conduct of public business. This is from the caucus, thank you, the town caucus. Renovations are required to allow the building to continue to serve the needs of the public, but both as a modern office building as well as a historical setting for governmental activity. So I respectfully request your favorable vote on this article.
Thank you. And is there a second for it? Thank you. The floor is now open for discussion of Article 54, the townhouse interior renovations. Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, 104 Phillip Farm Road.
Mr.
I understand
Stevens.
from recent publications that the brownstone work, which was scheduled for about $1.2 million, had a savings of about $200,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that $200,000 to be added to the $700,000?
No. Earlier in this town meeting, the body voted to rescind the unused borrowing capacity. So we anticipated the project would cost $1.5 million. The work cost $1.3 million, and the treasurer requested that borrowing authorization be rescinded. So those funds and that borrowing authorization have gone away.
So we didn't borrow that $200,000 or whatever?
That's correct.
So this is a straight $700,000 borrowing action?
Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no speakers at any of the microphones, apparently we are ready to come to a vote. All those who are in favor of Article 54, the townhouse interior renovations, you appear already to have raised your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise yours. Thank you. This similarly passes overwhelmingly, and it is an affirmative vote. Unanimous in the other room. We're ready then to come to Article 55, which is 37 Knox Trail building renovations and site work. Is there a second? I see there is.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Moderator.
Whalen.
Article 55 requests that the town authorize the expenditure of $200,000 for making repairs to the property at 37 Knox Trail. 37 Knox Trail is located in Acton, along the Acton-Concord town line, in an area zoned for commercial and industrial activity. It's located adjacent to the Acton-Concord Squash Club near the Assabet Valley skating rinks. Town meeting voted in May of last year at a special town meeting to authorize the purchase of 37 Knox Trail. The property was acquired for a purchase price of $630,000, and we took title to the property in November. The site has 1 acre of land as well as a 3-story, 9,000 square foot commercial office building. The primary purpose of the acquisition was to create access for the W.R. Grace land, which will be the subject of the special town meeting Tuesday night. The building is shown here. It has 3 floors with roughly 3,000 square feet per floor. The structure was built in the 1980s with average quality construction materials, so it's a little bit tired. This photo shows the driveway that leads from Knox Trail to this, through the parking lot and onto the Grace property that we would hope to develop. The school transportation office has requested use of the first floor of the building. The town facilities staff may be located on the ground level, and we are looking into the town's regional housing services staff, currently located at 141 Kais Road on the 2nd floor, to relocate to the space as well. The users of the building will share the operating costs on a prorated basis, so that that's how the costs of operating the building will be paid for. The work proposed includes new carpet and paint, rehabilitation of the bathrooms, installing a second means of egress on the 2nd floor, which doesn't exist at the moment, and making energy efficiency improvements. As a condition of receiving approval from the town of Acton to use the driveway as a means of access to the W.R. Grace site, it will be necessary to improve the storm drainage system for the parking lot of this property such that all stormwater will be deposited on site. Given the acute lack of space in town buildings, including the townhouse, the police fire station, Kais Road complex, we think 37 Knox Trail will provide some useful space for a variety of town operations, and I respectfully request your favorable vote on this article.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whalen. The floor is open for discussion of Article 55. Following a compelling presentation, perhaps. Seeing no one at any of the microphones, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. It's an affirmative vote, overwhelming, so Article 55 is adopted. We come next to Article 56, which is funding for White Pond Solutions, and we will again hear the initial presentation from Town Manager.
Excuse me, I don't have my presentation. I did not think we would get this far along. So Anita said that she has a copy of it, but also the selectmen have said that there were a lot of White Pond residents that were interested in listening to the debate on this article, so that, I'm happy to approach it either way.
It would certainly be in order to move consideration, procedural order to move consideration of this article to, I suppose, tomorrow evening or after the end of the special town meeting. Ms. Kaufman? Could you please come to the mic, identify yourself, Ms. Kaufman? And,
Alice Kaufman, 1615 Lowell Road.
Yeah.
Board of Selectmen, Select Board. My question is, I know that we have received a great deal of communication from citizens around White Pond and others, many emails just in this past week. And I don't see anyone, at least from the White Pond Advisory Committee, who would be speaking. Oh, wait, I see a hand. A citizen. But I don't see somebody from the White Pond Advisory Committee who has been working diligently on a very good plan. I'm wondering whether, unless there's somebody in the cafeteria who could speak for the White Pond Advisory Committee?
you could make a procedural motion that we take this up at a subsequent time, and if the meeting wish to do that out
So I would move that we take this
out
up.
of deference. And is there a second? I see that there is. Any discussion of this motion that we need to fix? The motion does need to say when that would be. We have a number of items on for tomorrow night. Perhaps the...
At the conclusion of Article 30 is a recommendation I'm hearing from...
At the conclusion of Article 30. So the motion, procedural motion, that we move this to the conclusion of Article 30 so that the persons who have been most involved, who had little faith that we would make this much progress, would be able to be present. And that would be on Tuesday night is when Article 30 is scheduled. Is there any discussion of this procedural motion? Seeing none, all who, oops, there's microphone number 4.
Jim Summer, 15 Pine Street.
Please proceed.
This is $25,000. It doesn't seem very controversial. Unless White Pond people are planning on opposing this, which seems a little hard to believe, I'm not sure why we don't just handle this now.
And fortunately, the IT staff has my presentation, so I'm ready to go if you prefer.
So you do have, okay. Microphone number 3. This is only on the procedural motion of whether we vote now, take this up now, or take it up on Tuesday. This is purely procedural.
Carmen Jacquier, 38 Shore Drive. I live by White Pond. People in the neighborhood have worked since the 70s to try to get anywhere near this. And I know that they didn't think it would get this far tonight, and I ask please to have it put at another time.
Thank you. And microphone 4?
Thank you, Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road.
Ms. McKinney?
I would be opposed to postponing it. It does seem like a relatively minuscule amount in the big picture of things. We finished early today, and quite honestly, I have a philosophical objection to the idea of scheduling things to make it more convenient for the 100 people that got to enjoy this afternoon, or those 200 people, to come in when it doesn't cost them. Having been here participating in our process all afternoon, along with many of you, I think it's only fair that we take this up, since we did forfeit our 70-degree Sunday afternoon, and we did get this far. And I think that I would trust Mr. Whalen's ad lib presentation to get through a small expenditure like this.
Well, it turns out IT does have that, so let's
Excellent.
hear other points of view then.
Might I finish?
Sorry.
I only have a minute. Going back to that point, there may be lots and lots of people at White Pond that would come a convenient occasion for them to speak, but I think this come in with a crowd of 100 people for the one article you're interested in somewhat subverts the process, and I think that we should take it up today.
Thank you. Microphone number 1?
34 Center Village Drive.
Ms. Conway.
I agree with the previous speaker. I think that when you're interested in the process of running our town, you should come to town meeting. I don't care if it's for one article or all of them. I think you should come for all. And we've been here all afternoon. Let's vote on this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3?
Dave Stevens, Phillip Farm Road.
Mr. Stevens.
I'm in favor of what these other folks have just said. I think you're in a friendly crowd there, and I think you could wing your presentation without getting much difficulty from it. So why don't you give it a shot and trust us as a...
I'm going to take one more speaker on this procedural motion, and then we're going to vote. Number 4.
Judy Zombrecker, Border Road. I was going to call the question.
Okay. I think it's the same effect. All those who would like the motion is to move consideration of this article to Tuesday night as a practical. So if you wish to, yes, that's to reschedule until after Article 30, which is scheduled for Tuesday night. So all of those who would okay, everybody that would ready to come to a vote, raise your voting slips. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. It passes. We're ending discussion, and now the vote is on the merits of whether to, I see, there were 2 procedure. Never mind. We'll now vote on whether to reschedule Article 56 to be taken up on Tuesday night. All those who are in favor of this rescheduling, please raise your voting ballots. All those who are opposed, raise yours. It fails. Please proceed with Article 56. Overwhelmingly fails. Fails.
I thank you very much for giving me that extra time to find my presentation.
It failed. That's what I
Article
said.
56 requests that the town appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of improving the management of public lands adjacent to White Pond, including recommendations included in several recent reports and studies. White Pond is located in the southern part of Concord, close to the Sudbury town line and close to the Willard School on Powder Mill Road. The proposed Bruce Freeman Rail Trail will pass close to White Pond on the west. Sachem's Cove is a beautiful, shallow section of the pond that was the site of a private beach for many years until 1990. It still attracts swimmers on hot days, which is creating significant conflict. White Pond is a 40-acre great pond, which means the Commonwealth of Massachusetts guarantees public access for fishing and fowling. The pond is also a natural kettle pond with no perennial surface inlet or outlet streams. Land adjacent to the north and eastern shores are densely developed for residential housing. The eastern shore has the state boat ramp and a private beach operated by the White Pond Beach Association. The western shore is less intensely built up, but will soon see the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. On the south is largely town-owned land. The land shown here in green is next to the pond. It's 10 acres of conservation land acquired in 1973 for open space. The land shown in yellow below the conservation land is the White Pond well site, 18.6 acres acquired in 1965 for water supply purposes. And then the large yellow parcel between the Sudbury town line and the pond is 40 acres of land acquired in 1992 for general municipal purposes and has been referred to as the White Pond Reservation. During the discussion of acquiring the property in 1991, at town meeting, a motion was made to acquire the property for conservation purposes only, and that motion was defeated. White Pond is popular for swimming, boating, fishing, and hiking. The White Pond Advisory Committee was established in part to monitor the water quality in the pond. Concern has been expressed about swimming in Sachem's Cove. The Natural Resource Commission staff posted no swimming signs on the property the year after the land was acquired, but there's no record of the Board of Selectmen who has custody of the property having so voted. Neighbors are concerned about overuse of the public land, including parking on neighborhood streets, litter, noise, misbehavior. Concern has also been expressed about the likely increase in public use that will come with the completion of the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. A watershed management plan was commissioned by the Natural Resources Commission and was issued last summer. It's determined that the most significant threat to water quality is not unauthorized swimming, but the erosion of soil from the surrounding banks into the water, and it's washing nutrients into the pond. A piecemeal approach to addressing the problems at White Pond has been tried over the years without success. Recently, websites declaring White Pond as a great place to swim for free have led to increase use by non-residents. The town has been asked to expend public funds to keep the public away from this public resource, and there's a conflict. The conflict came to a head last summer when the selectmen were asked to expand parking restrictions on more public streets and dedicate more staff to preventing swimming in the cove. The selectmen convened a White Pond Forum this past January 21st in an effort to try to find ways to resolve these challenges. Consultants were retained to evaluate the water quality and the management issues, as well as explore parking and recreational opportunities. Neighbors have asked that steps be taken to better manage the activity at the pond before the hot days return again this summer. $25,000 is requested under this article. It was not included in the Finance Committee's budget guideline conversation. The $25,000 requested would allow the, greater enforcement if that's the wish of the selectmen, or if there's a desire to develop some recreational swimming opportunity in the cove, which few people have advocated, there'd be some resources available for that. So the money could be used either to expand recreational opportunities or undertake erosion control to protect the water quality of the pond and enforcement of no swimming and other prohibited behaviors. And request your approval of this appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. The Board of Selectmen have a recommendation that will be presented by Selectman Alice Kaufman of Lowell Road. Please proceed.
You've done that for me. Okay, Article 56 asks voters to appropriate $25,000 for White Pond management. I've been the Select Board's liaison to the White Pond Advisory Committee for the last 2 years. During that time, I heard from neighbors, environmentalists, hikers, nature enthusiasts, others, maybe some of you, about how wonderful a resource this White Pond area is. 2 years ago, with CPC funds, a water quality study was commissioned, and it was just completed this year. And this past winter, as Chris mentioned, more than 100 citizens attended a forum on the White Pond, to out what can be and should be done to ensure its environment and its future as a recreation resource, not just for a few, but for all Concord residents. The recommendations Chris mentioned were to primarily start with looking at how we manage the erosion control on the banks, make improvements to the trails on town land, address nuisance parking. I want to commend the White Pond Advisory Committee for its recent report, A Comprehensive Vision for White Pond. It's a thoughtful policy document that will serve to guide future decisions. If you haven't already seen it, it's posted on our website. It's actually a really good document. The $25,000 that you're asked to vote for in favor of in this article will be spent under the direction of the town manager to begin implementing some of the recommendations found in this and the consultants' reports. It's a step in the right direction of preserving and responsibly using the White Pond area long into the future. The Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to recommend affirmative action on Article 56.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. The floor is now open for discussion of Article 56. Microphone number 3.
Hi. Carmen Jacquier, 38 Shore Drive.
Please proceed.
This whole area has kind of been under benign neglect, and this is an opportunity to really take everything into an account and get a good overall view of the whole situation that goes on at White Pond. The police are very responsive when you have problems, but the problems are beyond that. There's a lot of trash and litter that accumulates now from people using the pond, especially down at Sachem's Cove. And really, the residents around there have been cleaning it up. They come and they collect human refuse, excrement, dirty diapers. They put them in garbage bags and put it out with their garbage with their $1.50 sticker every week. And that's all that is done for cleanup of use of this area. People on adjoining, you were worried about how the parking management is not all it could be. On adjoining streets, you can have 40 cars parked in the summer, and people change their clothes while other people are in their yards right next to them and their kids, and they don't like that situation. So I ask you to give a chance for a good overall study of this situation that's been going on for a long time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no speakers at any microphones, I think we're ready to come to a vote. All those who are in favor of the funding for White Pond, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. The vote is overwhelming, if not unanimous, so we have acted favorably on Article 56. It's a vote, and I do so declare. And that brings us to Article 58. 57 was on the consent calendar, so Article 58, with regard to firefighter residency, presentation again from our town manager. Is there a second? See that there is. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 58 requests that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the Massachusetts Legislature to adopt legislation that would allow the town and the firefighters union in Concord to determine how far away from Concord firefighters may reside. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, Section 99A, requires that all permanent police and fire employees reside within 15 miles of Concord, measured from the border of Concord to the border of the community in which the firefighter resides. Let me provide a brief history of the Concord Fire Department. Fire Department was established.
I didn't know it was loaded. Apologies.
The fire department was established in 1855 and was called out 3 times that year, all for fires at the Pail Factory in West Concord. The budget that year was $288.90. The first permanent employee of the fire department was hired in 1915. In 1935, the first permanent fire chief, Harry Tuttle, was hired, and the department had a 5-member staff. In 1951, the ambulance service was transferred from the police department to the fire department and operated out of the West Concord Fire Station. Currently, the fire department has 42 sworn firefighters, including the chief and deputy. All are trained as EMTs. The industry of fire suppression and emergency medical response has changed dramatically and become more professional and more demanding. Whereas staff and volunteers were once expected to respond to an emergency from home or work, we now rely heavily on mutual aid coming from neighboring communities. It's therefore feasible for a Concord firefighter to reside at a greater distance from Concord than the 15 miles that the state law allows. Given the high cost of housing in Concord, I believe a limit closer to 35 miles would be more reasonable. A firefighter residency requirement, it should be a matter worked out between the community and the union through a collective bargaining process, and it's unique to each town. Special legislation was approved for the town of Boxborough several years ago, allowing the matter to be resolved through the collective bargaining process. Concord would request similar legislation to that approved for Boxborough. I request your favorable action on this article.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open for discussion of Article 58 on firefighter residency. Seeing no speakers at any of the microphones, I believe we're ready to vote. All of those who are in favor of adopting Article 58 already have your yellow or your colored voting slips high. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise yours. I see that it is nearly unanimous. It's an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. So this meeting has adopted Article 58. Three quick additional things. First, we will take up at 7 o'clock tomorrow night Articles 21 to 29. That will be our focus for tomorrow night. Second, more than 307 voters, registered voters, have registered today, and especially given the tough competition that Mother Nature has given us, it's really a remarkable testament to you and your participation in town government. And third, it's 2 minutes before 5 o'clock, and the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn until tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Everyone opposed can just stay here. Thank you all very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Could I ask you to take your chairs, please? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of Concord's annual town meeting. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2015, and this is the 379th year in a row, I believe, that Concord residents have so gathered. My name is Eric Van Loon, 95 Martha's Point Road, town moderator, and here beside me is Anita Techley, who is our town clerk, who is keeping a full account of a record of all of the proceedings. I see that a quorum is present, and I do so declare. A town meeting is the legislative body of our town, enacting our laws, our bylaws, our policies, and approving expenditures, just as Congress and the state legislature does. But unlike Congress and unlike the state legislature, where we select someone else in our democracy to act for us, to speak on our behalf, and to vote, here at town meeting, every individual voter is able to come and participate and speak their mind and vote. So a special thank you to all of you who are here tonight to exercise your civic responsibility and help us make governmental policy. And to those of you who are watching at home on television, hopefully something that you see tonight may inspire you or perhaps aggravate you, but in any event, inspire you to come and participate in person in the future. You'd certainly be very welcome. We seek to make town meeting accessible to all. So for parents, we have affordable professional childcare offered right here in the high school. For senior citizens, there is free van service arranged through the Council on Aging, and citizens with disabilities can receive a specialized assistance by being in touch with our Assistant Town Manager, Kate Hodges. So everyone is very much invited to join and participate. Because some of you tonight may be new to town meeting, I want to do a quick introduction of a number of people. Please hold all applause until the end. Down here on your right is the Board of Selectmen and our town manager, Chris Whalen, our selectmen, 5-member board who meet year-round and conduct the business of town government. Further to the right is our elected school committee with our superintendent, and we'll be hearing a number of school-related items tonight. And over here on your left are the 15 individuals who are members of the Finance Committee. They are appointed to do an enormous amount of work evaluating the financial impact, the financial status of the town, and the financial impact of various items. So we want to thank all of them for the tremendous service that they provide throughout the course of the year. Last night, the body elected James A. Smith of 14 Edmonds Road to be the deputy moderator to serve in the event that the moderator is incapacitated. He's over in the cafeteria presiding now, along with Pat Clifford, who is Anita's deputy clerk. And in addition, as deputy moderators serving tonight are Carolyn Flood of 1289 Main Street and Gary Clayton of 22 Center Village Drive. He will be in the gymnasium tonight if we need to use that space. I also want to make sure everyone is aware of Joanna Glazer. Joanna, if you could stand up, please. Our town meeting procedure resource person. So if you have any questions during the course of the evening about what's going on or how to speak or how to make a motion or anything of that nature, please be directly in touch with Joanna. And if you, Ms. Glazer, and if you have any questions or interested in presenting information up on the screen, an amendment or things of that nature, please come down and meet with Mark Howell. Mark, if you would stand just for a second, our town IT director, and he'll work with you, he and his team, to get things up on the board. There's some key things that you need to participate tonight. First and foremost is a colored ballot sheet. I'm not sure what name to apply to that, but it looks like this. Yellow, I'm told. If you came here tonight wanting to vote, you need to have checked in outside and gotten one of these, because the only votes that will be counted will be those that will be held up. So if you neglected to do that, please back outside, check in with the checkers, and be sure to have your yellow voting slip. Any of you who are visitors here tonight, similarly, should have checked in at the visitor's desk outside, should have received a badge that says visitor. And I want to ask anyone who is a visitor who's present tonight to please come and join over in this raised area, so that when we have discussion and debate and votes, the visitors will be outside the voting area. So that's our arrangements for tonight. There are also some key documents for you to have in hand in order to participate fully. The most important and the most wonderful, perhaps, is this blue-covered document, which is the report of the Finance Committee. This has been labored over mightily. It contains important information, as I said, about the status of town finances and long-range projections. But in addition to that, right inside is a dashboard report, if you will, a list of all 58 warrant articles, and you can keep score of exactly where we are in the process. It also includes, right on that same page, the recommendations of the Board of Selectmen, if any, on a warrant article, the recommendations of the Finance Committee, if any, on a warrant article. In addition, in this book, in the center part, are 4 pages in green. This is important procedural information about checking in, voting, things of that nature, but also importantly, how to stand and be recognized, how to make a motion, how to speak. So these 4 pages are important for everybody to have at their fingertips. In addition, also in green, out on the tables outside, is a publication, Concord Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, and this is essentially those 4 pages expanded into a dozen pages, explaining a lot more in much greater detail what is there in abbreviated form in your Finance Committee report. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the green cards. If you are inspired during the course of the evening or aggravated during the course of the evening, enough to say, I think I'd like to be involved on some of these town committees. The green card is your ticket for involvement. There are copies of them out on the tables. Second, you can do it online. Third, right, the second to the last page of the Finance Committee report also has a green card, although in that case it happens to be in white. But fill it out. It is what is used to make appointments to all town boards and committees, including the Finance Committee. Also, out in the tables in the lobby are a number of things on white paper, and they can be very, very important. They're reports and background information, but also handouts. And on some motions, what we may have is a motion to take affirmative action on materials as stated in the handout. And when that is the case, that will be the key operative document. So you'll want to be sure to have those as well. Now I'd like to ask our fire chief, Mark Cotreau, to come forward for some important words. While he's coming forward, I'd like you all to please join me in pulling out your cell phones or other devices and making sure that it's in mute mode, because no telephone calls in or out, even in an emergency during town meeting. Chief Cotreau.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. We want to have a good and successful town meeting, and that means a safe town meeting. So we want to make sure that we keep our aisles clear of any chairs or if you brought in big baggage or things like that, so that if we do need to leave, then we'll all be able to walk straight out and not over things. If the alarms go off, the fire alarms, or you're otherwise directed to exit the building, then you want to just use those aisles. You'll see, you can turn around now, you'll see some exit signs. You can go right through the exit doors, and in the auditorium, you're going to go through the doors, and you'll see another door around, and you go through that, and you're outside. Pretty simple, but not as simple as the cafeteria. The cafeteria, you look around and find the exit sign, and there you go, you're out. We have daycare in the lower gym, so if you have to exit the building in an emergency nature, you'll want to go outside, just as we discussed, walk around the school to the lower gym, because that's where your kids will be, and that's because they'll have taken the same action. Thanks, and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Chief Cotreau. And obviously, if you have children in daycare, those may be some of the most important words that you will hear all this evening. A number of our fellow citizens, your fellow citizens, have agreed to serve again tonight as volunteer tellers and counters. This evening, Mr. Abraham Fisher of Hayward Mill Road is serving as our head teller. He's assisted by Mr. Greg England of Martha's Point Road in the cafeteria. And in the event that the meeting should vote to take a written ballot on some matter, the ballot counting procedure and the vote certification process will be overseen by our ballot supervisor, David Carr of Laws Brook Road. Mr. Fisher and Mr. England and Mr. Carr are the tellers and the counters ready to be sworn in. They are. Then could I ask, please, all of the tellers and all of the counters to rise here in the main auditorium and in the cafeteria. And I believe we're not in the gymnasium yet, but wherever you are, ask you please to raise your right hand and ask, do each of you make oath that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Thank you all very much. This group works really tirelessly and below the radar on your behalf night after night. And don't forget, you have not disenfranchised yourself by agreeing to serve as a counter. So don't forget to vote yourself when we do have a vote. Our town council is also with us this evening. Mr. William Leahy of Anderson and Krieger. Bill, if I could ask you just to stand up. He may be called upon to give us our official town legal advice at some point during the evening. Thanks for being with us. I noticed as I was coming in that there is a beautiful wood plaque outside the auditorium, and it is a reminder that this building first came into service 55 years ago in 1960. And I've noticed that looking out at you, that a number of you tend to sit in the same place, the same seats, not only night to night, but year after year. And if you have developed a particular affinity or fondness for a particular chair, I did want to let you know that Saturday, 10 days from now, April 25th, will be CCHS Surplus Day, and all citizens will be invited to come and to take any of the remaining equipment, as I'm sure all of you know. This building, we're in the final 3 days, and after this long service, the entire high school will be moving to our brand new building. So you will have an opportunity on Saturday the 25th. I read in the paper that's also, I believe, the day of the Muscataquid Arts Parade that will be going through town. So it's a busy day, but you could come here, and if you have screwdrivers and a lot of energy, you could take home your favorite chair. We do have one final procedural item tonight. Mr. Eng moves that we take up no new business after 10 p.m., and that when we adjourn and reconvene at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening in these same halls. Is there a second? All those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. It's a motion that carries, and I do so declare. Now, I have perhaps a somewhat remarkable report to make to you regarding yesterday's session. As I'm sure all of you are aware, Mother Nature put up very stiff competition as an attraction for yesterday afternoon's session, which started at 1 o'clock. So we were not successful in achieving one of the two goals of the Sunday afternoon session. We did not have a much larger turnout on Sunday afternoon than is normal, although more than 300 registered voters came and did participate during the course of the afternoon. But we did achieve the second objective of having a Sunday afternoon session, which is to take care of a large amount of business with the hope for result that we would not need to go late on subsequent evenings. And yesterday we were successful in concluding final action on every item in the warrant except for the 8 that are specifically scheduled for tonight and the 5 that are specifically scheduled for tomorrow night. So 48 or 49 of the 62 articles have been dealt with, and if we can match that in terms of efficiency and focus of presentation and discussion, we will be able to avoid late nights. As a final explanation, anyone that wishes to speak, please come and approach one of the microphones and stand and wait there until you are recognized. After you are recognized, please state clearly both your name and your address, and then I will say, please proceed. Our time limits for individual speakers are the same as they've been the last several years, so 2 minutes. And at the end of 2 minutes, if you haven't already stopped, the bell will ring, and please end the sentence and bring your remarks to a conclusion. And in the upper right-hand side corner of the screen, when you begin to speak, it'll say 2 minutes, and it will be counting down. So everybody in the hall is going to know as you approach, and you can also, to know how much time that you have. And for speakers up here at the podium, there's a yellow light and a red light. At 30 seconds, the yellow light goes on. At 15 seconds, the yellow light starts to flash. And at 2 seconds, the red light comes on. So we were remarkably good last night in sticking to these time limits. One final word before we dive into substance. Gosh, I hope I'm right. Yes, as you can see on the podium in front of me is our town seal, and it includes our town motto, Quam Firma Res Concordia. That translates into how strong is harmony. We all know that we are a town of many parts and a lot of different points of view, and part of our opening traditional reflection, which I reminded last night, it includes the thought that as we deliberate and as we vote tonight, let us remember that the passions of the moment are not always the best guide for our conduct in the future, and that we will remain neighbors after town meeting is over. And so, if a town meeting action requires sacrifice by some, may it be only where the common goal is really worthy of that sacrifice. And I certainly hope that by the end of this meeting this evening, we will be able to have all of the parts of our community in harmony. And so now we are ready to start on the business of the evening. We start with Article 21, which is the town budget. And if you want to turn, as I say, to the inside cover of the Finance Committee report, we're going to be going in order items 21 through 28 this evening.
Mr. Moderator, I'm Chris Whalen, Town Manager. I live at 1935 Main Street.
And is there a second for the town budget? I see there is. Mr. Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 21 requests that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $37,724,513 for the operation of town departments during the fiscal year 2016. The Finance Director and his budget team have once again assembled a highly informative document that explains in great detail how town funds will be used during the coming year. This document is available online and at the town libraries if anyone wants to look into further detail of what we discussed tonight. Total spending for town government operations is planned to increase by 3.75% this year, in conformance with the budget guidelines set by the Finance Committee last November. This chart shows that the bulk of town's government spending, about 75%, is allocated to personnel costs to pay the salaries of firefighters, police officers, librarians, and the other staff who deliver important municipal services every day. The slice allocated to capital outlay is small, but an important component of our spending, paying for vehicles, computers, equipment that are needed to deliver the wide array of services town employees provide. Of the new money that the Finance Committee made available this year, $750,000, $640,000 of that will go to pay salary increases for town employees. They will get a 1.5% cost of living increase, and any employee not at the top of the scale will get 2.5% as a step increase or merit increase. In addition to the town government operations, Article 21 includes funding for expenses shared both between the town government and the public schools, the K-8 system shown on this chart. Employee group health insurance costs are level funded this year, as they have been for several years. In the OPEB line item or other post-employment benefits, which is essentially the employer's share of 50% health coverage for retirees, we are continuing to increase this line item by $250,000 each year until we reach our annual required contribution that we should be making in order to fully fund this obligation. There's a discussion of this in the budget book, including a chart showing that Concord is much further along in this process than most other towns in the state or the country for that matter. The 3.9% decrease showing that this group of accounts reflects a $1.5 million payment from the high school debt stabilization fund, which is therefore resulting in a negative allocation. Were it not for that transfer of the $1.5 million, this account would have increased by 2.8%. The next slide shows that the debt service is the largest expense in this group of accounts, followed by employee health insurance and retirement costs. And then we also see the trend in increases in town budgets. We had a 0% increase in the budget in FY11, and then we have seen some increases, but the current year's request is slightly down from the previous 2 years. And posted here are the priorities that have guided us in developing the budget this year, including preserving the health and safety of residents and visitors to protect their property, enhancing residents' quality of life, preserving the town's character, promoting sustainability of resources, ensuring operational and fiscal management, and finally investing in the town's infrastructure. And this slide shows the highlights of proposed staffing changes. I'm proposing to add a new public information officer for the first time, a position that will report to the assistant town manager and will be responsible for responding to citizen requests for information, for keeping our website more current and user-friendly, and for coordinating our social media activity, and particularly for getting people's questions answered. I'm also proposing that we add, using funds available in the existing budget, not adding new resources, a professional facilities manager position. For too long, we've relied on operating department heads like the police chief or the council on aging director to maintain the buildings they work in. A professional facilities manager will be able to maintain focus on preventive maintenance, coordinated purchasing and contracting, and the promotion of energy conservation and sustainable building practices. The building commissioner's office has been so busy with construction activity, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight, so he's requested an additional part-time inspector, and that position is funded as well. Overall, the budget provides 1.47 new full-time equivalent, or FTEs, in addition to the existing complement of 249 FTEs paid for by the general fund, and I recommend your affirmative action on the town budget.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. If you wish to turn to, in the Finance Committee report, there's a lot of numbers up there. Pages 79 through 82 are the specifics broken down into 7 different categories. Our practice with regard to the town budget is to go through those 7 categories, and I will read them slowly. And if you wish to, if there's a particular section where you wish to have discussion, simply say loudly, "hold," and then we will come back to that. But we go through it section by section to see where there are areas for discussion or questions. So beginning on page 79, the first section is general government. Second is finance and administration. On page 80, public safety, public works and facilities, hold, human services. On page 81, unclassified and joint, town and school. So there was a hold on Public Works and Facilities, so the floor is now open for discussion of anything in that section. Microphone number 2.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Hugh Lauer. I live at 100 Kaiser Road.
Mr. Lauer.
Mr. Moderator, I wonder if the town manager might briefly explain the highway budget. This budget was obviously constructed long before the winter devastated our roads. And I can't imagine that the normal amount of budgeting would be enough to repair all the damage that's been happening. So can he speak to that, and what other resources available, and what are the options?
Mr. Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a good point that the roads were really battered by the deep frost. The frost was deep into the ground, and then we had repeated precipitation events which caused deterioration to the roads. So the Public Works Department will have their hands full trying to repair the roads. We were pleased to receive over $100,000 in pothole repair money from the governor. He released $30 million, I think it was, that we will immediately put towards making those repairs. In addition, last night on the consent calendar, the roads program was funded at an adequate level to keep things going, so we don't have any concerns that we won't be able to get to the major repairs that are needed. It'll be a challenge to keep up, but we think we can stay up with it.
Are there any other questions or discussion on the town budget as proposed? Seeing no one at any of the microphones in any of the rooms, perhaps we're ready to come to a vote. All those who are in favor of adopting the town budget as proposed, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All those who are opposed to adopting the town budget, thank you very much. I see that a very large majority in both rooms and collectively have voted in favor of Article 21, and the town budget as proposed is adopted. We come next then to Article 22, which is the public school budget. And I wanted to add a important word of explanation to that before we go to it. Many of us have children who go through the schools, and they start out in the kindergarten and they go through high school, and we tend to think of the schools, the public schools, as one entity, one big thing. But in fact, the arrangements for our town schools are in 3 different parts. Kindergarten through 8th grade is elementary schools, and that is the Concord Public Schools. And at the other end of the spectrum, the Minuteman Regional School, we are one of 16 towns, and there's separate budget item and separate consideration for Minuteman. And in between is Concord Carlisle High School, which, similar to Minuteman in a sense, is an independent, separate legal authority. And we have separate financial items that will be CCHS budget versus Minuteman versus the elementary school. So I just wanted to call everyone's attention at the beginning that this first article is the K-8, and any comments or discussion should really be focused on aspects of the K-8 budget, not the high school and not Minuteman. We'll come to that later. Before. I understand that the cafeteria is filling up, that there are people there who are looking for places to sit. There are a lot of seats available right here in the auditorium, and you're asked to come over, just enter at the rear and walk down. You'll see not only lots of seats, lots of good seats, right in the middle and right down front. So please come in, and especially if you go over to the furthest section. So we'll all be together. So, Ms. Snook.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Kathleen Snook, 471 Old Road to 9 Acre Corner. I'm the chair of the Concord School Committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the school committee.
Ms. Snook, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Having the distinction of being the first presenter of our school articles also gives me the privilege of being the first school committee member to thank you, the citizens of Concord, for all you do to make our public schools great. Our schools offer a margin of excellence to our students and provide our town a great reputation. This evening, we are going to be asking a lot of the taxpayers of Concord. We recognize this, and so first and foremost, we thank you for your generosity. While we as a school committee support what we are asking for tonight, it is our job as your elected officials to provide information to you and to address any questions you may have so that you too will support our request. Tonight I'm presenting the budget for the grades K through 8 Concord Public Schools. I will quickly overview our schools, speak to the budgeting process and history, and then present our current budget needs. Our K-8 schools are student-centered and focused on core values and are the foundation for future success. This slide highlights our recent performance. We are so proud that the Thoreau School is designated by DESE as a Level 1 school. Our budgeting principles are focused on students and their learning. We also recognize our cost drivers and strive for sustainability in our programs and services. Our school programs are rigorous and progressive. We support our teachers and staff as they integrate the appropriate tools to enhance teaching and learning. Although we've had a reduction in our kindergarten enrollment this year, our schools have grown by 12.6% over the last 5 years. We predict a 10.6% increase over the next 5 years. Increased enrollment impacts our costs. The Concord School Committee has met the Finance Committee guideline for 10 years and has not requested an override for the past 9 years. We are not asking for an override this year. As we address our budget needs, we note that 80% of our budget is allocated to salaries. Broken down further, classroom teacher salaries account for 52% of the budget, and other employees, to include tutors, bus drivers, and staff, account for 28% of the budget. As we began our budgeting process 9 months ago, we analyzed our contractual and fixed costs. This slide shows those cost obligations with their annual percent increases. These costs account for a required 3.7% increase to sustain our current programs and operating level. This cost growth equates to a required $1.2 million increase this year to sustain our programs. We continued our budgeting process by looking back at historical growth. This graph shows budget growth percentages since fiscal year 2006. The horizontal line shows the fixed and contractual increase of 3.7%. Notice that during the 4-year period from 2008 to 2012, the budget increase was significantly less than fixed growth, with a 0% increase in fiscal year 11. This is unsustainable. Although the last 3 years have provided a bit of relief, our requested increase this year will finally restore some cuts made in the previous lean years, as well as address enrollment increases and unfunded education mandates. Note the 5-year averages at the bottom of the slide have dropped below sustainable levels. Although year to year there may be some fluctuations, our goal is to maintain a 5-year average around 4%. The schools are asking for a higher than average increase this year to restore previous reductions. The red line on this slide shows that had our budgets increased at a constant rate of 3.4% over the past 8 years, we would be requesting the same budget level this year. The blue line indicates the path that we actually have taken since 2008. Note that the 3.4% increase is still below our contractual and fixed requirement of 3.7. The gap between the blue and the red lines indicate funds that were not requested from taxpayers during these years. These low rates were only possible due to significant reductions in supplies and materials, our teachers accepting low-scale increases during the economic downturn, reducing other costs when possible, and closely and prudently managing the budgets. This is unsustainable from an operating perspective. This slide provides an overview of our major budget areas and shows that our effort this year is to put funding back into regular education and administration at the middle school. I will now review the specific fiscal year 16 increases in actual dollars required to operate our schools. This slide shows the dollars associated with the 3.7% increase due to contractual and fixed costs. We negotiate salaries with 5 collective bargaining units and other non-union employees. We have obligations to transportation and integrated preschool. Our early intervention program is a wonderful investment in our children, not only for each individual child in their development, but it reduces potential future costs in special education services. Note that our contractual fixed costs are about 3.7%, totaling $1.2 million. The next two slides will show our other cost drivers and the amounts of those related increases. With our new educator evaluation system and state mandates, we have identified the need for an assistant principal at our middle school. With growing enrollment and operating in two separate buildings, Sanborn and Peabody, we see this as required to support our middle school faculty, students, and families. In the past, we did have an assistant principal at each middle school. We realized that we need to return to that model. We continue to follow a 5-year replacement cycle for our technology equipment. In fiscal year 16, we will replace equipment at Alcott and Thoreau. Last year, we replaced equipment at Willard. We plan to support the adoption of a new mathematics curriculum, as well as replenish instructional supplies and materials at the K-5 level and textbooks at the middle school. Professional development increases will support teacher collaboration. This slide summarizes the contractual and cost driver impacts to our budget. The total net requested increase for fiscal year 16 is $2,102,197. We recognize this amount is $702,000 over the Finance Committee guideline level. Some of you may be wondering, what happens if there's a motion to reduce our budget? This slide shows the impact of reducing our budget to the Finance Committee guideline level. We cannot meet the guideline through small reductions. Meeting the guideline will require elimination of 6 positions, 1 custodian and 1 library assistant at each of our elementary schools. The library assistants provide significant supports to student and classroom teachers at each school. Our custodial staff ensures that your investment in our new elementary schools is well maintained. Most other reductions are simply delays. Technology at Alcott and Thoreau, delayed. Middle school enrollment-driven staffing and textbook replacement, delayed. We can certainly hope that next winter does not replicate this past winter, but that is just a hope. And you may now be asking, what is the real cost to supporting our requested budget? The tax bill amounts shown here reflect the resulting median household tax bill if all town meeting articles as supported by the Finance Committee are approved. This includes impacts of all budgets of the town, the K-8 schools, the high school, all town entities. It's everything shown on page 6 of the report of the Finance Committee of the Town of Concord. You can see by the slide that the impact of approving the CPS budget as presented in the warrant article is an additional $95 to the annual median household tax bill, or $24 per quarter. We do not make the decision on the budget. You, the voters, determine our budget. We believe our budget best supports teachers and students in the classroom, and yet we also realize we are asking much of the taxpayer. This body may entertain different ideas in our discussion of the budget tonight, but it's not just about numbers, it's about level of excellence in educational programming and services that are and will continue to be provided in our public schools. We understand that this is due to your generosity. The school committee unanimously supports the CPS budget as shown in the motion. We ask that you support this budget by not approving any amendments to this motion and voting yes for Article 22 as written. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snook. Let's see. I believe I did not ask for a second. Is there a second for this motion? I see there is. Fine. The floor is now open then for discussion of this, and I understand that there will be an amendment offered by the Finance Committee.
Mr. Moderator, Wendy Ravelli, 42 Bow Street, Chair of the Concord Finance Committee.
Please proceed.
On behalf of the Finance Committee, I, Ms. Ravelli, move that the sum of $33,840,538 be substituted in the place of the sum of $34,542,735. Next slide. There it is. The Finance Committee met throughout the fall with the school committee leadership and administration, and again in February to understand the resource needs and budget drivers behind the proposed CPS budget. The amount referenced in the Finance Committee's amendment provides $1.4 million in increased funding over the FY15 budget. This is equivalent to a 4.3% increase. This budget amount accommodates resource requests from the schools that cover estimated contractual and non-contractual salary increases, known special education, tuition, and transportation cost increases, and additional resources supporting the integrated preschool. The amended budget amount, when combined with all other FY16 budget components, results in an estimated estimated tax increase below 4%, which is a key goal of the Finance Committee. If the budget increase of 6.8% as proposed by the CPS School Committee is approved, the estimated tax increase to existing taxpayers will be 4.45%. Next slide. The town meeting has approved Finance Committee recommended CPS budget increases above 4% for the last 3 years, as shown on the slide. In addition to staff salaries, these increases have been driven by increased student enrollment, including English language learners, staffing, and support for special education students. Technology investments have also been made to support educational goals for the development of student-personalized learning plans and implementation of the new educator evaluation system. We believe these increases have kept pace with the CPS educational goals and priorities. Next slide. It was a difficult decision for the Finance Committee to advance a recommendation which represents such a large gap from the CPS budget proposed by the school committee. We respect, this gap of $702,197 is roughly 2% above the Finance Committee's proposed FY16 budget. We respect that managing within the Finance Committee's recommendation will be challenging and may require budget resources to be redirected to accommodate those incremental service needs that represent the greatest educational priorities of students and teachers. The Finance Committee believes that our recommended guideline sets the right balance of CPS needs and other town priorities, including the impact on taxpayers. Importantly, the Finance Committee believes that the recommended FY16 budget guideline for the CPS supports a strategy for maintaining a long-term, sustainable financial plan. The Finance Committee is also mindful that the Concord taxpayers will be asked to consider 2 additional warrant articles this evening for school bus replacement and additional funding for a transportation facility. We understand that the CPS has many resource needs, but we do not feel that all these needs can be accommodated in just 1 year. As a town, we must balance our priorities between supporting operational needs, maintaining our town character, and maintaining a reasonable tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ravelli. And I understand that the Board of Selectmen has a recommendation regarding this amendment.
Mike Lawson, 1695 Lowell Road, a member of the Select Board and speaking for the Board.
Mr. Lawson.
The Board recommends affirmative action on Article 22 as amended, representing a $1.4 million or 4.32% increase in the public school budget. The Finance Committee plays a very important role in town governance. They are, in fact, the Citizens Committee appointed by the moderator. It's a large committee purposefully to represent a wide range of views and perspectives. The committee reviews all actions by the schools and the town with significant financial impact, recognizing that all expenditures are required to be paid for through tax payments by the citizens. This function is so important that state law mandates that every community have a Finance Committee. The Finance Committee provides their collective view through the guideline, a recommendation to the schools and towns on the amount the committee believes is appropriately supported by citizen tax payments. Their role is even more complex because they must issue their guideline annually, but with awareness that annual actions can have adverse cumulative consequences if not carefully managed. This year, as in others, the committee carefully analyzed and discussed the complex issues of financial sustainability, balancing the needs of the schools and the town with both today's and the longer-term ability of the citizens to pay. Balancing these needs and our ability to pay is the foundation of a sustainable financial management plan. This amendment to Article 22, proposed by the Finance Committee, represents sound financial advice to the citizens of Concord. The Select Board hopes you will accept that wise advice and join us in supporting the Finance Committee's recommendation to approve Article 22 as amended.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawson. The floor is now open for discussion of the budgets, including the amendment. Is there a second for the amendment? Thank you. I see there is. Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Proctor.
I make the motion to request a paper ballot on the FinCom's amendment to the Concord Public School budget. My reasoning, I believe, that the vote has become a sensitive issue in the town, so that each citizen may vote his or her conscience in privacy. Such an action seems prudent. Although it will take some time, I think it wise.
Is there a second for this motion to have a paper ballot on this amendment? I see that I see that there is a second. So this is a procedural motion, and it's in order then at this moment only to discuss that procedural motion, which is whether or not to take a paper ballot on this measure rather than our standard balloting. I see, by the way, that there are some people near the doors. Please feel free to come in and take the available seats, which are available down front. Microphone number 4.
I'm not going
Ma'am.
to speak on the ballot.
Oh, it's not on the question of the ballot. Is there anyone else that would like to address the question, speak pro or con on whether a paper ballot should be used for this vote? I see someone approaching microphone number 4.
Please
identify
Valerie
yourself.
Tratnick, 43 Hill Street.
Ms. Tratnick.
I want to remind people that there are people who work in the school system that are Concord citizens and are here tonight. And it may be uncomfortable to vote on this amendment when you can be visibly seen here, and I support a secret paper ballot.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the question of paper ballot versus non-paper ballot? Seeing no one at any of the microphones, I think we're ready to come to a vote. This is a procedural vote, requires just a simple majority. All those who are in favor of a paper ballot, please raise your colored voting slips. And please hold them high. Thank you. All those who are opposed to a paper ballot slip. So a counted vote takes a good deal of time. Apparently the 2 rooms have voted somewhat differently. I'd like to ask everyone just to vote one additional time before deciding whether we maybe need to have a counted vote on whether to have a paper vote. So all who are in favor of the procedural. Yes, please come and take your seat especially during the course of voting. There are chairs down here and others in the middle session. So all those who are in favor of voting on this matter by paper ballot, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. Could I ask those who are opposed to a paper ballot, please raise yours. Yeah. Thank you all very much. The procedural motion for a paper ballot fails in each room separately and both rooms collectively. So we will have non-paper ballot voting on this, and the floor is now open for further discussion of the level of the school committee budget. The amendment is, rather than citing the $33,840,538 each time, we'll say it's the motion is to adopt the Finance Committee guideline, which is $702,000, approximately $700,000 less than the requested budget. So the floor is open for discussion. We'll go to microphone number 4.
Am I on? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name's Betsy Bilodeau. I live at 320 Powder Mill Road.
Ms. Bilodeau.
For those who don't know, I was on the school committee sometime in the 2000s. It seems like forever ago. And just to put a little historical perspective on what we're voting tonight, I think in most of my years on school committee, we had choices on what to vote for in budgets. And I recall many years that the Finance Committee and School Committee did not agree. The difference is this year, this room and the cafeteria and maybe the gym will decide on what the budget is. There's no override this year, so we don't go to the polls. It is a completely different thing to have voted on just a town meeting issue. It's different in terms of laws that, you know, allow what you can do with ballot questioning versus just a town meeting issue. And in the end, the Finance Committee sets a guideline that is a suggestion to the town. They're not the elected body that's elected to support education in our town. I think what we've just heard from the school committee is a lot of things will just be kind of kicked down the road, and we're still going to maybe have to fund them someday. The couple of things I've attended in the last couple of years in terms of meetings have talked about professional development not happening, things that are kind of crucial and important that you don't think of as crucial and important to our schools. So we have these beautiful buildings that everybody's excited about and has paid for, but you need kind of the program to go in the buildings as well. So I would encourage that we not support the amendment and do support the school committee budget. The only other thing I'll say is in the FinCom book, which I did read, the very beginning of the book says citizens rank schools as their greatest priority. And my only thought on that is that means we have to pay for them. And the other thing that I'll mention is that in the Finance Committee report on education, they say the Finance Committee noted that MassTel's survey results did not indicate concerns by teachers in the area of technology, supplies, materials, or professional development. I certainly hope we don't get to the point where we have to see in a MassTel survey result that there is a concern before we vote a budget that's substantial.
Thank you very much. We will go in the cafeteria to microphone number 2.
Mr. Moderator, Susan Burge, 109 Stone Root Lane.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to commend Ms. Snook on her articulate presentation of the CPS budget. I understand that the FinCom is precluded from challenging line items in the school budget. Therefore, I'd like to ask the FinCom in what areas of the CPS budget that the FinCom has decided that money should be reduced.
Ms. Ravelli, would you like to respond?
So, as is the practice of the Finance Committee, we actually do not make recommendations on how the dollars are spent. That is left to the jurisdiction of the school committee itself. We listen and hear to the needs, and we analyze and look at how dollars have been spent based on the information that's provided. So we try not to make those types of recommendations.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Ann Hayden, 342 Sudbury Road.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I support the Finance Committee's amendment to the CPS budget for $33,840,000. The recent rise in our tax rate is not sustainable. If we want Concord to be a community where economic, racial, and religious diversity and multi-generations can comfortably live together, We need to slow down the growth in our property tax rate now. 2/3 of the funds that we approve at town meeting will go towards school budgets and school projects. Only 1/3 will support municipal expenses. When debt payments for school construction are included, the percentage of our tax dollars that supports our schools is even higher. Since our schools receive the majority of taxpayers' funds, they will need to develop ways to manage school programs with reduced funding. How? By focusing on the most important assets in our schools, our teachers. Cuts can be made in the FY 2016 CPS budget that will not negatively impact our students and teachers. Put a hold on new initiatives, delay all new and replacement purchases, and require accurate program budgeting. We have had a high-achieving school system for the past 30 years. Our teachers do not need to be told how to educate our children. For years, we could have written a book on how a community can successfully educate its children, and it would have been a bestseller. Now we must focus on successfully educating our children for the 21st century. Less money will be available, and our schools must develop strategies to effectively manage with reduced funding. I urge town meeting voters to support the Finance Committee amendment to Article 22. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the cafeteria and microphone number 1.
Hi, Lola Chason, 77 Walden Street.
Ms. Chason.
My question is that if the difference between the two budgets is about $700,000, and the school committee is thinking of adding an administrator that we don't currently have, and that we didn't have when my 3 children went through middle school and things seemed to run okay, perhaps that's a place to look at instead of the library aides, that one administrator, rather than adding to the administration of the school, that the money should be kept closer to the children. Thank you.
Thank you. The order in which speakers approached microphones in this room was microphone 1, and then 4, and then 2. So we'll take you in that order. Microphone number 1.
Paul Horwitz, 173 Hayward Mill Road.
Please proceed.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, and there are a number of reasons. I've only got 2 minutes to talk to them. I think the main one I'd like to get to is the FinCom does have a responsibility, as we all know, to try to maintain a stable revenue source without overburdening the taxpayer. But this business of looking at, for example, as they said, they want to keep the increase less than 4%. The business of looking at that on a year-by-year basis without looking at a 5-year running average, as the school committee just did, leads to the kind of budgeting that I'm afraid many of us in this room know, and it's a very deleterious way to plan. In budgets often that are controlled this way, you get this kind of rush at the end where you have to spend an additional $100,000 so you buy something that you didn't necessarily want, but you got to do it in order to make up your budget because otherwise they're going to cut you next year. I'm not suggesting that that's the intent of the FinCom, but when you tell people you had a 0 budget in 2011, you were kept well below that 4% number, and now suddenly you're going above it, and that suddenly triggers things. What it does is it forces you into this notion of you have to plan to a budget rather than planning to educational needs. And that's not the way we ought to be operating. I have 40 seconds left. Let me just say that, for example, the kinds of things that are going to get cut, I've looked at them very carefully. They make sense to have. An assistant principal, when you have a middle school of that size with 2 buildings, and we used to have an assistant principal, it's not the case that this is a brand new thing. That's something important, and it makes a big difference to the schools when you don't have it. I could go down this list, but I've only got 16 seconds left, so I think I'll sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in 16 seconds under. We'll go to microphone number 4.
Larry, 210 Border Road.
Please proceed.
It is easy to view this debate as you're either for or against the schools. My wife and I attended Concord schools. Our children attended Concord schools. My mother-in-law worked for the schools, and likely my future grandchildren will attend the schools. But I'm voting for the FinCom guidelines, but not because I don't support the schools, but because the schools, I don't think, have made a compelling enough argument for additional funds. But more important, their past actions have eroded public trust in them as an institution, and I don't feel comfortable giving them another blank check. Last year, the public schools ran out of money and under Article 10 had to ask town meeting for additional funds. And this year, they're unable to stay within FinCom guidelines. Neither of these budgets included the replacement of aging buses, but future budgets will. Additionally, administrators have not necessarily been forthcoming with information, and frankly, I don't think they have a full grasp of the budget. For example, top administrators have repeatedly warned us through the fall and beginning of this year of a dire and immediate crisis in classroom supplies. However, spending on these supplies, as reported to the state, surpassed all but one of our peer schools. And our spending on classroom supplies is more than double the state average. So, is there a crisis or not? I further support FinCom because they seek to balance future budgets with our ability to pay for them. Of special concern are residents living on fixed incomes, residents like my parent who after 35 years in town moved because it became too expensive for them. So I would like to ask a couple of questions. First, considering that our spending on classroom supplies exceeds most other schools, are we really facing a crisis? And if so, how are other administrators able to manage their supply budget with less? Next, last year the schools almost ran out of money. This year they're unable to stay within the FinCom guidelines. Next year, budgets will be included in the budget. How will you pay for these buses and still stay within guidelines? Thank you.
Very good timing. I want to understand, yes. Yes, what I'm going to want to do is collect a couple of questions, but I also would like to understand, are there two additional people there waiting to speak at microphone number 4? Yes, okay. We'll go, as I said earlier, to microphone number 2.
Dee Ortner, 169 Thoreau Street, President of the League of Women Voters of Concord, Carlisle, and speaking for the League.
Ms. Ortner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The League of Women Voters supports the Finance Committee's guideline amendment to Article 22. The League appreciates the hard work by those involved in presenting their needs and articulating their positions. However, the proposed CPS budget will put our town on a path towards an unsustainable future. In its guideline, the Finance Committee has thoughtfully balanced the ability of the town taxpayers to support the needs of the schools and the town. Any budget today must contribute to the long-term welfare and financial stability and sustainability of our town. In addition, the late availability of the school budget book compromised the ability of the public to have essential information needed to formulate questions and provide comment during the public hearing. We again ask that the school committee and administration continue toward a timely and more transparent budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear microphone number 4.
Valerie Tratnick, 43 Hill Street.
Ms. Tratnick. I'm sorry, you spoke before on the voting.
Yes.
If I'm correct, yes. As a general proposition, we will want to hear, before we hear a second time from a speaker on a given topic, we'd like to hear from those who have not yet spoken. But that your previous was on the procedural motion. Yes, okay. So please proceed.
I support FinCom's recommendation, which is $1.4 million more than last year for the Concord Public Schools. I want to make sure people understand that a budget is a planning tool. It is not the same thing as the actual expenses which reflect the values of a school district. It is school administrators who choose to pay for software over books and supplies, iPads over science equipment, increased administrative staff over librarians or custodians. Other choices could be made. It's important for people to understand that it's the administrators in our school that make the decisions of how our tax dollars are actually being spent. I did go to a school committee coffee and talked with the school committee, and I understand that they really do not feel it is their job to make decisions about individual expenses. And I said, how can that be? I mean, they agree that they feel that it is their job to make sure that every tax dollar is well spent. but it seems to me one has to inform the other. Other school districts have a budgetary review process. We do not. I would like to see us have either an advisory committee or a subcommittee of our school committee that reviews our budgets, reviews actual expenses in actual line items. It was said that somebody asked, what will happen if we don't get that $700,000? Well, those are the choices that the administration makes, not us, not even really the school committee at this point.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the cafeteria and microphone number 1.
Caroline Della Penna, 515 Old Bedford Road.
Please proceed.
I am the mother of 2 children in town. I am a fiscal conservative like many of you, but I am tonight for the increase in the school committee. We are out of glue sticks at the Willard School. There has been an increase in enrollment, but no increase in budget. We must look at this and understand that this is not a referendum on all the ways that things are changing in the town, of whether we should have built the high school or not. Those things have been decided. This is simply about whether or not we are willing to fund an increase in population and things that are necessary for the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, 104 Phillip Farm Road.
Please proceed.
I support the FinCom's amendment to this motion for the following reasons. First of all, when you look at the school's presentation on the annualized budget increases, you notice that they project a linear hope for 3.4% increase over the period of time indefinitely into the future. That's a projected and a hoped-for target for them. But when you look at what they've actually spent, you look at the blue line underneath, and you find that that line is exponential. And it increases over and over. Remember, when we vote 3% now, that isn't just 3% forever. That means that the amount of money we get increases cumulatively over the years. And if we project out for 5 years using 6.48% that is now being offered, we get something like, in about 5 years, you get about $48 million instead of $34 million. That is unconscionable, unreasonable, impossible to sustain, and I think that the Finance Committee is exercising considerable restraint by limiting the increase to 4%, and that is consistent with what the school committee has been looking for as a general trend. I fully support and I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on the school committee representative to answer the question that was posed a few minutes ago. I thought there might be some more, but before we forget the chain, the questions, if I recall, had to do with comparing our classroom expenditures with other communities and how one deals with possible shortfalls.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kathleen Snook, 471 Old Road to 9 Acre Corner, again from the school committee.
Ms. Snook.
Mr. Moderator, if okay, I want to address a couple of things that came up in the comments.
Certainly.
Perfect, thank you. And while I'm addressing those, if the slide person could tee up slide 26 and set B. Thank you. First, I'd like to say that we have no intention of asking for a 6.5% budget increase year after year. This is really to restore where our budgets went through that big dip. And what our hope is that we can travel along the 4% line. Sometimes it might be a little bit lower than that. Sometimes it might be a little bit higher than that. But we're shooting for 5-year averages consistently at about 4%. Currently, our 5-year average is at 3.22%. So I just wanted to say that. Additionally, in terms of sharing information, we've had 6 coffees and forums, open coffees and forums since the Finance Committee hearing. And the budget is extremely complicated. For me to present that in 8 minutes is just really difficult. It's been, I think, very beneficial for those, and thank you, when you've attended the coffees, to spend an hour and a half with us, and sometimes we go over and spend much more time. So we encourage you to do that next year as we have those coffees again. The school committees do review the budgets. We started reviewing them back in the fall, and the chairs very closely work with the superintendent and the business office in determining the actual budgets. So if you look at the slides that I have up here, this is to address the comment made about instructional supplies, supplies and materials. The DESI data that the speaker referenced combines actually several of our program areas in its supplies and materials spending data. For example, the DESI data includes the purchase of technology and digital tools. That's not what we're talking about. We know we spend on technology and digital tools. Our schools have made a conscious choice to invest, as a previous speaker said, in 21st century technology. The DESI data does not segregate out what we are asking for in our budget. It's a restoration of instructional supplies and materials. It's in-classroom expendable and durable supplies. The blue line, if you look at the top graph, the blue line in the top graph shows that beginning in our lean budget years, our budget for instructional supplies and materials remained flat, and then it dropped off. The red line up there shows a 1.5% increase, what that would look like. The bottom graph shows the enrollment growth in our K-8 schools during the same time period. Note that as our enrollment grew by over 15% during that time period, our funds for supplies and materials decreased. That's what we're talking about. If you go to the next slide, please. This slide shows some specific examples of what we're talking about. Classroom and library supplies, expendable and durable. I have listed there supplies and materials: clay, glaze, paint, art paper. Materials, manipulatives, robotics tools. Teachers and students have done a wonderful job of reusing, recycling these materials, as one parent has said here, and waiting for parents to contribute. Oh, the time's not on. Okay.
Excuse me? Would you approach the microphone, identify yourself, and make the point of order, please? Microphone, please. Please go to the microphone, and please identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. My name is David Stevens. I think that the school committee was asked to answer some questions, not to give a new presentation. They have now used that time to do not only to answer the question, but to give another presentation which is over and above what was authorized and within and not within this particular talk. Thank you very much.
This directly addresses the previous speaker's question on instructional supplies and materials and his reference to the DESI data.
Yes, it
Okay.
did, and I think, do you have more on that subject, Ms. Snook, specifically?
No, but there was a speaker that asked about the buses. Would you like me to address?
Not at this time. I think
I'm happy to address buses later.
Okay, thank you. The order in which people have approached the microphone is microphones in the two rooms are microphone 2 in this room, and then microphone 1 in the cafeteria, and then microphone 1 here, and then back to microphone 4. So we'll take speakers in that order. Microphone 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Ms. Haldeman.
You've heard from 2 former school committee members tonight. You're going to hear from another one. I'm also a much former member of the Finance Committee. The dilemma we're in now is one that is not new. During my years of the school committee and the FinCom, we often arrive at a point in the time of the year when we're not sure we can make it through. In the past, these have been resolved in a more peaceful manner. However, I respect the concerns about the Finance Committee. I also understand the Finance Committee is not responsible for the results, only the school committee is. So I, as a person who is very fond of the schools, a big bargain, never did we ever pay in the course of a year what it was costing to educate our children. I realize the main thing we have to remember is we're talking about living people here. Children are living. The people who work with them are living. No matter how well we plan for cut in this or however, we don't know what's going to come up in the course of the year, who's going to need extra services, and so on. I'm aware this year there has been more tension than I ever remember before, and I'm almost ashamed of our community. But I hope we will keep in mind that we are trying to serve the children here, and we are asking people to do it. And please keep that in mind as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haldeman. In the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Karen Pettyjohn, 143 Ministerial Drive.
Ms. Pettyjohn.
Thank you. I've been the Thoreau School librarian for 19 years now, and you've already heard that one of the cuts that might be made would be the library assistant. Library today isn't what you might remember from going to school. The librarians teach information and research skills to about 500 K-5 students at weekly classes. Students find and learn how to evaluate information in books and online. They analyze technology. They learn to understand media and the influence of advertisements on their lives. These are 21st century life skills. They're not taught anywhere else in the elementary school, and those are skills that the classroom teachers learn to build on. In addition to weekly classes for all the students, the library is also open to everyone every day for extra book selection, reading recommendations, and research. The only reason we can do this is because we have library assistants. The library assistants work just 21 hours a week, but during that time they maintain student records, send overdue notices and bills, prepare books for circulation, mend books, reshelve over 800 books that are circulated each week, train and supervise volunteers, and assist all the walk-ins that come in while I'm busy teaching. The library management tasks that the assistants do are not optional. They're essential to running a library, and they help preserve the value of the $250,000 collections that each of the schools has. If the assistants' positions are cut, the librarians will have to add those tasks to our weekly teaching schedules. Curriculum units will have to be shortened to allow time to maintain the collection and perform clerical tasks. Students will not receive the in-depth lessons that have provided a foundation for literacy and research. It would also mean that we'll have to close our doors outside of scheduled library classes, which means that students and teachers will be restricted in the information that they can get outside of those times. Is that really the kind of program that we're hoping to address? The custodian is an equal issue. We've put a lot of money into these beautiful new buildings, and to have only 2 custodians instead of 3 when those buildings are open from 7:30 to often 9 at night will not work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pettyjohn. Microphone number 1.
Tina Labadini, 154 Southfield Road.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I am co-president of the Willard PTG. The PTG board unanimously supports the school committee's budget this year. I had the great opportunity to visit the high school and be thoroughly impressed and inspired by that building, and I hope that you each will visit and let yourselves be inspired. I guess that you will each want to go back to school once you're in there, whichever field is your preference, whether it be chemistry, photography, art is mine. I really wanted to dig in. It's fabulous. It is what we are about. And the school committee that we work with over the past 12 years has built 4 absolutely inspiring schools. And during that time, they have worked so tirelessly. I greatly appreciate everything they've done, and I understand that as humans, perhaps mistakes have happened. I've seen them come to the podium, admit mistakes, and I've also seen in subsequent years apologies and efforts to improve. I also am a little ashamed by our community and our finger pointing and somewhat lack of willingness to forgive and move forward and look at the improvements we're making. And now I'm afraid that that finger pointing hurts the current students in our schools. As we have seen, we are keeping a level budget. We're not going outside of what was average for 5 years. I think that's a very impressive stat and something we should focus on. If this doesn't pass, the results will be real. It's not ambiguous what will happen. The custodians will not, we will lose 1 custodian, which is just a jeopardy to our beautiful schools. They won't be kept as well, and this will cost us money in the long run. And we won't have that librarian. I don't think anyone here thinks that the library staff should be shorthanded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the cafeteria, microphone number 1. 4 first, I'm sorry, thank you. Microphone number 4, and then we go to the cafeteria, and then 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nancy Teasdale, 42 Riverside.
Ms. Teasdale.
Thank you. A week ago, I also, speaking as a fiscal conservative, a week ago, I was ready to go with the FinCom recommendation. But on Friday, I did attend the open house that the school committee held to discuss the budget for both CPS and the high school. I announced partway into the meeting that I was open to having my mind changed, and by the end of the meeting, I'm here to tell you I'm totally in favor of the CPS request for the $34 million. For several reasons. I would say primarily it's this aspect that was noted before of looking at the 5-year plan or a more longer-term view of the budget and not just in 1 year at a time. I am a planner by profession, not necessarily the same in education as in commercial businesses, but the corporate environment that I work in would never survive if we only planned on an annual basis for budgets, for strategy, for anything. So I really do think we need to take the long-term view here and consider the fact that the school system has operated under budget for a number of years. Also, I came to understand one of the larger drivers, as we all know, is salaries, and where we are in the contract cycle, and I'd like to hear Ms. Snook address this, to see where we are within the contract cycle that we are beholden to, that we don't have a choice on paying. Also, to understand what technology would not be replaced if this is not passed, and to understand the enrollment bubble at the middle school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Holly Salami, 68 Great Meadows Road. Mr.
Salami.
Moderator, I would like to call the question.
The question has been called. Is there a second? I see that there is. The calling of the question is a procedural motion to come to a conclusion on discussion and come to an immediate vote. So it requires a 2/3 vote to terminate discussion. So
just clarify, we're terminating discussion on the amendment.
yes, this applies to discussion of the amendment. So all of those who are in favor of ending discussion on the amendment and coming to an immediate vote, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All who would like to continue discussion, please raise yours. Thank you very much. The 2/3 vote is achieved both in each room separately as well as collectively, so it's time for us to come to a vote on the amendment. The amendment is to substitute $33,840,538 for the instead of $34,542,735. So in other words, the amendment is to adopt the Finance Committee proposal of just over $700,000 less than the request of the school committee. So all who are in favor of the amendment to reduce the budget by $700,000 approximately, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All of those who are opposed to the amendment, which would be to keep the full amount, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. The amendment fails separately in the cafeteria and also here in this room. So the amendment is not adopted. Discussion is now open to continue on the main motion, which is the school committee. A count has been called for if 7 voters want a count, then we need to do that.
Thank you.
A number of ayes in each room did not think it was that close. Are there 7 voters who wish to have, if there are, please raise your colored voting slip if you wish to have a full count. We do have 7. So the procedure is, first of all, please close the doors to all of the rooms. Everyone is asked to stay in your place. I would ask the tellers to please come forward. What we're going to do is ask people to rise in place. The tellers will come line row by row of chairs and make a count. If everyone can please stay in your seats except for tellers and counters. And we will do this as quickly and expeditiously as we can. So again, if you are not a teller or a counter, please be seated. And please, it will help if you could cease discussion for a minute here, please. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask now all those who are in favor of the Finance Committee amendment, which is to decrease the school committee budget by just over $700,000, please stand in your seat and hold your colored voting slip so that the counters can clearly see and count you. And then after they have counted your row, they will ask you to sit down and move forward. As a clarification to the citizen volunteers who are helping us with counting, the ballot counter should be in your seats voting like everybody else. This is not a paper ballot, so we're not doing, this is the tellers as opposed to the ballot counters. So if you're a counter but not a teller, please be seated. And now tellers, please proceed with your count of the standing votes. Thank you all. Please be seated. Thank you all. Please be seated. Please be seated. And now all those who are opposed to the proposed amendment, please rise and again hold your colored voting slips in a manner that the tellers can readily see them. So just an interim report. It's taken 13 minutes to get to this point. The votes are all in. They are being tallied. We should have the number in a couple of minutes. For your information, some of our neighboring towns, starting with Wayland, have adopted a system of electronic voting in town meeting, where everybody gets a little device and they vote very quickly. It would cost something in excess of $40,000 a year for us to have that equipment here, but it is something that people think about, ask about, and consider from time to time, and there are also other technological innovations that are under development. I probably should have waited until now to tell you about the opportunity to come in on surplus day and take out the chairs and things while we had a little time to fill. But we feel free to stand and stretch and talk for this next couple of minutes until we do have the numbers. Please be seated. Please come back to order. Please be seated. Please be seated. We have a total of 555 votes counted on this. Yes, in favor of the amendment, proposed amendment, was 187. No is 363. So the proposed amendment fails. And
550, not 555.
Oh, 550 is the total. So the floor is open for further discussion of Article 22, the public school budget. Microphone number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I filed a motion to amend the public school budget.
I'm sorry. Identify yourself, please. Name and address.
Lisa McKinney, 293 Hayward Mill Road, sir.
Ms. McKinney.
Thank you. I filed a motion to amend the public school operating budget to be above the FinCom guidelines by $350,000, splitting exactly different the $700,000 between what the school committee wants and what FinCom guidelines have recommended. I would most emphatically point out to persons in the community that have not examined the budgets or attended those meetings or watched them, that what you need to understand is that when we give them a pot of money, they don't have to spend it how they've said that they would, and you need to look at budget actuals to see how that goes. So where they make the cuts is entirely their choice. I do want to call to your attention, and I do have some questions for the schools. Last year, they said they were short $200,000, and then on June 5th, they had circuit breaker money of $500,000 that was expected. I'd like to ask how much is the reasonably expected circuit breaker money this year that we'll get in June that's not before us for consideration now when you're saying you need the money? Secondly, I'd like to ask about the contingency money, because we've got contingencies in 4 or 5 different accounts that are also line item budgets that have not been used historically over the last 5 years, which is also another big pot of money that some of the $700,000 that they want could come from. The point I'm making to some of the community that really is just going along because you were told to be here and support the budget is there's no guarantee that that $700,000 is going to be used exactly as said, because the historical budget use has not gone that way. There are many years that requests are made and it's not used how we think it will. I think it's important that you understand, if you wouldn't give anybody a blank check to your own pocketbook, that we don't, on behalf of the town, do it for the schools. I support the work of FinCom, who spent hundreds of hours going through this very carefully, independently, and as a collective group to come up with these guidelines. And I would like to note that...
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Can I finish
Thank
my
you very
sentence,
much.
though? I would like to note that at this level, we're going to be cutting into town services in the years to come, trying to support the school budget.
Thank you. Is there a second for this amendment? I see that there is. So just so everybody is clear, the previous amendment was a proposal to decrease the school committee's requested budget by just over $700,000. This is a proposed amendment to reduce it by $350, give or take, sort of the halfway point. We'll go to the cafeteria. There's a speaker at microphone number 1. Please identify yourself.
Laureen Varelli, 316 Oak Hill Circle.
Please proceed.
I would like to call the vote, but do we now have an amendment?
We do have an amendment, and since no one has, well, other than the presenter, has spoken at all on this, it's not appropriate to move to end discussion before there has been any discussion. So if you could hold that for a few more minutes till we hear some of the folks who are at the microphone. Microphone number 4.
Connie Levine, 149 Stowe Street.
Please proceed.
I had questions, and it kind of ties into my thinking with the amendment, about the addition of the second assistant principal at the middle school, because I know, to my way of thinking, and I think the presenter said that this had been in the past, but I believe for a long time there's been a principal at one school and an assistant principal at the other school. So I was just surmising that in a year of budget cutting and a statement made of we're restoring things that were there in the past, when was the last time there were 2 assistant principals at the middle school? How much is that position with benefits costing us of this budget increase? And why couldn't, I would think as a business person, this might be a logical place to just defer this position, which hasn't been around, and compromise, and perhaps it'll be somewhere near what the amendment is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the cafeteria and microphone number 2.
Kathleen Ogden Vassar, 46 Arrowhead Road.
Please proceed.
I've lived in Concord for about 7.5 years, and 6 of which I was a single mother of triplets, which puts me in the category that a previous speaker spoke of as lower income, and she said that she really wanted to support them. Yet, I would not have then, nor would I now, hesitate in a second to not pay $24 more a quarter, $12 more a quarter, which is more than any of us spend on coffee in a quarter, for our children. All of our children and our amazing teachers, talented and very supportive teachers, deserve no less than our town supporting the school committee budget with no amendments. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 4.
Robert Crom, Mildred Circle.
Mr. Fromm.
Thank you. In the spirit of transparency and full disclosure, I have a comment about the CPS budget increase, and specifically that from a bottom line taxpayer's point of view, the increase is really 7.23% instead of 6.48%. I arrived at that 7.23% by including the annual expense of purchasing buses. CPS bought 17 new buses over a 7-year period between fiscal year 04 and fiscal year 10. That's an average of 2.43 buses per annum. So if you add $243,000, a bus is about $100,000, to the proposed budget, that comes out to a 7.23%. The other point I'd like to make is that all the numbers you saw of budget increases, in the last 3, 4, 5 years, should really be increased by 0.75%, which is the amount that $243,000 yields as a percentage of the budget. So the budget increases were really higher. We're obviously going to pay for these buses, but it's not going to be included this coming year in the budget as a line item. So it's really 7.23%.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the cafeteria and microphone number 1.
Kate Hennighausen, 245 the Valley Road. I am a parent of a second grader at Willard School. I'm also a member of the School Advisory Council there.
Please proceed.
I just want to draw attention to some buzzwords that many of you have been hearing in the press and how they come to affect our schools. I'm sure you're hearing about the Common Core, accountability, and all the standardized testing that's going on. And I want you to be aware of how these demands on our schools are affecting the budget. As Concord moves to adopt the Common Core, they found that our current math curriculum is lacking in certain areas that the nation is now demanding of us. This is the reason why they're exploring a new curriculum, and I would really encourage people to think about that as they vote. We want our curriculum materials to constantly be examined and updated as needed. The accountability drive is the main reason why we need a new assistant principal at the middle school. I don't know if people are aware that principals are spending an increased amount of time observing and evaluating teachers in the classroom, and this is due to a new mandate in place. I think this is terrific, but it's a tremendous demand on our principals' time, and this is why we now need assistant principals back at the middle school. I know that many of you may be aware that from grades 3 through graduation, students are now taking the PARCC. This is a computerized-based test. We want to make sure that when our students sit down to take this test, that the computer works, there are no glitches, and we have staff in place to support this technology, and that technology is all up to date. I think we can all safely say that our great test scores are one of the main reasons that people are drawn to Concord in the first place. So I urge you to support Article 22 in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Ann Hayden, 342 Sudbury Road.
Please proceed.
I would support, and I do support, this new amendment. By coming in halfway, it allows the school committee to not cut the staff that they would be cutting if the FinCom amendment had come, but to cut or delay some of the other initiatives that they've indicated that they would cut if they didn't get the full amount. So it's a middle ground that I think is one that is very doable and livable. And at the same time, and I'd like to add on to what the person before just commented, I think it's very important that the school committee and the administration really work to decrease these mandates that are coming on so that we don't have this added time that our teachers have to be spending going into the classrooms all the time, and that we don't have high-stakes testing every month. And if we really work to reduce these mandates and get these high-stakes testing to change, it will free up teachers' time and it will free up money, so that's got all sorts of positives all the way around. So I would support, and I do support this amendment. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Please proceed.
I voted against the previous amendment because I did feel badly about the staff cuts, and I did want to support our school committee's judgment about the budget. However, I thank the person who suggested this amendment because it does offer a good compromise, and there were excellent points made before about the administration being in charge of how to expend the money that we allocate to the schools. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. It makes me very happy that someone proposed it.
Thank you very much. I would point out that we have been discussing the level of the K-8 school budget for an hour and 20 minutes now. We do have additional item, so I would ask each of the speakers to really think hard about whether you're making a point which has not previously been made by anyone.
Order.
Point of order at microphone 4. Identify yourself, please.
Chris McKinney, Haywood Mill Road.
Yes, and your point of order is?
I think you're minimizing the importance of the school budget. It's the most significant thing we can discuss tonight, and by trying to point out that we're spending a little bit too much time, I think is not appropriate, and I think we should take as much time as needed.
Certainly that's up to the body. I'm observing that it's important that people make new points, and I did previously tell a person who had wanted to move the question that we needed to have discussion, and we've had a lot of discussion.
Well, that was
We'll go
appropriate, but I think you're trying to shape sort of opinion here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
A point of order can be made. It's the moderator's responsibility then to rule upon it. I thank you, and we're going to go to the cafeteria to microphone number 2.
Hi, Tracy Morano, 39 Partridge Lane.
Please proceed.
I'd like to call the question.
Oh. Okay. Is there a second? I see that there is. So this again is a procedural motion to conclude debate and come to an immediate vote on the amendment that's before us. It requires a 2/3 vote. All of those who are ready to vote on the current amendment, please raise your colored ballots. Thank you very much. All who would like to continue discussion, please raise yours. Thank you. There are 0 votes for continuing discussion in the cafeteria, and we clearly do not have 2/3 here. So that procedural motion is adopted to come to immediate vote on the amendment. The amendment is to reduce the school committee budget by 1/2 of the distance between the Finance Committee recommendation of a $700,000 cut, more or less, and a $300,000. So this is a proposal for a $350,000 cut, approximately. All those who are in favor of this amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All who are opposed to this amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. So I think it's clearly fails here.
It's too close to call here. I mean, it's a slight edge for the nose.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The measure fails in the cafeteria and fails in this room, so in combination it also fails. So the motion before the body is the approval of the school committee budget in the school committee's requested amount. I see there's a speaker at microphone number 4. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a speaker at microphone number 1 in the cafeteria who was there earlier. In the cafeteria, please, microphone number 1.
Hi, Teresa Scalzi, 121 Lee Drive, and I'd like to call to vote on Article 22 as is.
Oh, on the, okay.
On the question?
So we have thank you. So is there a second for that?
Point of order, sir.
Yes.
I asked 2 questions, and they were not answered before those votes were taken. I specifically asked about the reasonably expected circuit breaker monies to be coming in on or about June 5th, and I asked about the monies in the contingency funds collectively that have not been spent this year or in the last 2 years. Those questions were not answered. I move to vacate the vote recently taken until they are.
Well, it's not appropriate to move to vacate the vote, but you're absolutely right. The 2 questions were pending. And it is our practice when there are pending questions to get an answer, but then we will come to a vote. So if we could have a representative of the school committee, please, responding to those 2 questions. Ms. Snook, I presume, as the chair.
Mr. Moderator? It's related to whether or not this community can expect them to have the 350 or the 700,000 in another 3 weeks or 6 weeks. I think it is integral to the vote.
And we're getting the answer before we vote on the merits.
Kathleen Snook, 471 Old Road to 9 Acre Corner, from the school committee.
Ms. Snook.
Thank you for those questions. Actually, I had a lot of things, but I'll just address those.
Yeah, please focus only on those two questions.
Exactly.
The question has been called.
I hope we didn't ignore someone else's question. So basically, there's we're expecting $638,000 worth of circuit breaker money, and that will all be used this year. Last year, because our budget was so tight, we did use all of our carryover circuit breaker for our special needs costs. We closed out the year with a balance of 0.02% of the total budget. That's about $4,500 is how we closed out the year last year, and we used up all of the excess funds that we had. So we're expecting to use that circuit breaker money this year, and we've shown that in the budget as we've gone along. The other question was on contingency. The budgets are very complicated, so I can't go into all the details on contingency, but we do have monies in contingency for various reasons. They're shown in the budget. If there's extra money in contingency, then it goes into some of our stabilization funds.
Thank you very much. So the question has been called, and we're ready to come to a vote on
Mr. Moderator, those answers and that discussion affects both the vote that was taken and comments that I think ought to be raised in the community. It suggests then that they are not, that they are 600,000 or so over budget.
I'm sorry, I have to rule you out of order because this is in the nature of further debate or argument on the underlying question. You ask a question appropriately, an answer was provided appropriately, and I regret if the answer didn't satisfy you or wasn't enough, but
I'm looking for the dollar number because I have a number
sorry,
that shows...
I don't want to have to rule you out of order or turn off your mic, but I would ask you to please be seated so that we can continue. There's a motion on the floor to come to a vote on the main motion, which is Article 22. The two amendments proposed to reduce the number have both failed, so the vote before you is whether to approve Article 22, which is... I stand corrected by the person who always knows better than I do. I guess we have not voted on the motion to call the question on Article 22nd. My apologies. Article 22. So all those who are ready to come to a vote on the main motion, please indicate by raising your colored voting slips. This is to call. Thank you very much. All those who would like to continue further discussion, please raise your ballots. Okay, there are only 3 votes in the cafeteria to continue discussion, and we clearly have the 2/3 here as well. So we are now prepared to come to a vote on the merits of Article 22, which is the public school budget K-8 in the full amount requested by the school committee as contained in the warrant. All those who are in favor of Article 22, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you all very much. Could you please now put those down and raise your colored voting slip if you are opposed to Article 22. Thank you very much. The measure passes both in the cafeteria and here separately, and so it is an affirmative vote on Article 22 in the amount proposed by the school committee. We move then to Article 23, which is for renovations in the schools, and we will hear from Mr. Johnson. Is there a second for this proposed? I see that there is. Identify yourself, please.
Wally Johnston, 1479 Main Street, speaking on behalf of the school committee.
Mr. Johnston.
Good evening. As this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to stand here at the podium, I want to thank the people of Concord for giving me the opportunity to serve you in my first year as a member of the Concord School Committee. I've been regularly humbled by the responsibility and trust you place in us to guide the education of our young children. And we have an inspiring combination of students and teachers, and I'm grateful for the challenge of supporting them. Now, Article 23. I'm here to make a motion that the town appropriate $650,000 to be funded through borrowing to make renovations and improvements to Concord Public School facilities. This borrowing is part of the town manager's 5-year capital plan, and the associated debt service is within Concord's levy limit. Last year, town meeting approved a similar measure that funded the replacement of the Peabody Middle School's boilers and hot water heaters. The Alcott School's hot water heater replacement is nearly complete, and a sizable amount of Alcott high-traffic area flooring tile has been replaced. We thank the Comprehensive Sustainable Energy Committee, CSEC, for their work in achieving Concord's designation as a green community, which paved the way for the state's Department of Energy Resources grant funding, which was used to defray a portion of the Peabody boiler's cost. These are photos of the pre-renovation boiler and hot water heating rooms at Peabody. The boilers are original equipment from the mid-60s. This is the boiler and heating componentry now installed at Peabody. The units provided a year-over-year fuel savings of approximately 38%, leading the district to lower the Peabody heating budget for fiscal year 16. The renovations planned for this year include replacement of the Sanborn Middle School's original heating boiler with equipment similar to that installed at Peabody, seen in the last slide. The cost is estimated at $500,000. CSEC has included support for this replacement in their application for a $250,000 competitive green community grant. The result of the grant will be announced in June. Also planned are concrete and asphalt walkway repairs around Sanborn and reloaming and seeding of the recreation field on the rear left of the Thoreau School lot. Work will be done at the Ripley building to update doorways and locking mechanisms to bring them into compliance with ADA requirements. The district will also do chimney repointing at the building. These pictures show the current heating equipment at Sanborn. These are the original boilers. We expect an efficiency increase similar to that experienced at Peabody of 30 to 35%. Should the Green Community Grant come through, the project may expand to include additional upgrades this year to the control systems, resulting in even greater efficiency savings. Here's the motion once again. We ask that you approve a sum of $650,000 to be financed through the borrowing for capital improvements at Concord Public School facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston. The floor is now open for discussion, further discussion of Article 23. Seeing no one at any of the microphones, microphone number 1.
Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Proctor.
I would like to speak in favor of this amendment, but I would also like to speak to something that we've been...
This motion.
To this motion. I apologize. We've been doing so many amendments. I would like to speak in favor of it. It's clear that these renovations are important and central to the health of the school system. But I would also like to speak to something else for a moment, and that's some of the accusations made about the tone of disagreement or thoughtful disagreement that the town has entered into in the last several months. I am proud, rather than discouraged, by the fact that the various committees that have been appointed and elected take seriously our responsibility as citizens. I think when we fail to do that, when we begin to sully those who ask probing questions, we lose our balance and we become a group of people who are without the courage to ask the hard questions, regardless of how we eventually vote and regardless of what is eventually determined. And I hope that the town will see this kind of discourse as healthy rather than as divisive. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a speaker in the cafeteria at microphone number 1.
It's Fred Wersan, 61 Southfield Circle.
Please proceed.
I suppose I should know the answer to this, having been on the Olcott School Building Committee, but why are we replacing a boiler that's only about 10 years old? I know things wear out, but that seems awfully quick.
Perhaps Mr. Johnson could come forward and give us an answer to that.
Wally Johnston, 1479 Main Street.
Yes.
That's a good question, a good clarification. That is a hot water heater, not a boiler. Hot water heaters have a much shorter lifespan than boilers.
Thank you very much. Is that, you're approaching a microphone to speak? Yes, microphone number 3.
Hi, Carla Macy, 225 Prairie Street. I just wanted
Please,
to,
proceed.
disclosure, I am one of the co-presidents of the Thoreau PTG. Just wanted to speak to the line item on the Thoreau fields to note that the issue with those fields is that there was poor quality fill, we believe, used, and there is a lot of glass, scrap glass, percolating up through the soccer fields that the kids play on. The reason for that line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one at any of the other microphones, I think we're ready to come to a vote. All of those who are in favor of Article 23 for the renovations described, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours.
On land where it won't bother any neighbors. The proposed site is shown here, adjacent to 37 Knox Trail, a property acquired last November. The transportation staff will be able to make use of the space at 37 Knox Trail in the offices for meetings and bus driver training. The requested funds will be combined with $925,000 appropriated in 2014 from the School Capital Needs Stabilization Fund under Article 12. That makes a total of $1,875,000 for the budget available for construction. The new facility will enable the school department to avoid the expensive lease costs, fuel usage, and employee travel time associated with storing and repairing school vehicles leased outside of Concord. Use of the new facility by the regional school district will be subject to a rental fee paid to the town of Concord. Town manager will be the contract awarding authority for this project. I've asked Public Works Director Rich Rain and Town Engineer Bill Renault to manage the project, including selecting an owner's project manager, to complete the design, obtain the necessary permits and approvals, and complete the construction. The school administration has provided a specification for the facility they would like to see constructed and have identified the budget. We hope to have construction completed by December of 2016. Some of the features the transportation staff would like to see included in the plan are parking for 40 buses, parking for 50 passenger vehicles for bus drivers and other staff, including 2 handicap spaces, a 4-bay repair building, 80 feet by 65 feet, including 1,200 square feet of storage for the mechanics administrative space. We also are proposing a diesel and gasoline fueling station with appropriate spill prevention technology. The bus administration and dispatch operation will be conducted out of the nearby 37 Knox Trail office building, so it won't be necessary to add square footage for those services. There are a few issues that will be required to think about in the coming months as we move to the design phase. Final choice of location, where the building goes on the site. We'll want to be careful in selecting the exact location for the buildings. We want to make it convenient as possible for bus operations and yet not interfere with other future operations of the remaining 80 acres of the W.R. Grace site, which we're right now thinking of for solar panels and wastewater treatment. We want to undertake a careful soil analysis and do borings where the building will be located to be sure we don't unearth any pre-existing contamination. The site has been heavily disturbed and remediated under the guidance of DEP, but we will want to be careful that we locate it properly in terms of soil conditions. And then lastly, the Acton Water District is planning to begin operations providing a well nearby in that area. The Acton Water District would prefer that we not have fueling in this location because that site is within a Zone 3 of the Acton Water District's water supply wells. Our LSP and our water superintendent do not believe that a state-of-the-art fueling facility would pose any risk to Acton's water supply. Finally, the Acton Water District owns an 8-inch diameter water line on Knox Trail, including a fire hydrant on the 37 Knox Trail property. However, the Water District officials have said they do not intend to provide water to the site a few hundred feet away. So we'll engage the Acton Water District in a conversation to see if there's some mutually beneficial solutions to that. If we can't come to an agreement, we will have to provide Concord water from Route 62 under the Assabet River. Directional drilling of pipes like this is fairly routine. It will add to the cost, and there'll be some permits required, but it's certainly doable. So I wanted to identify some potential problems, but otherwise the site is a good site, and we've been working closely hand in hand with school administration officials. So overall, I think this is a great opportunity to solve a problem that's been with us for a few years. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. 2 of our elected town bodies, the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee, wish to make a recommendation on this. We'll hear first from the School Committee.
Joanna Boynton, 72 Chestnut Street, speaking on behalf of the school committee.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The Concord Public School Committee unanimously voted affirmative action on Article 24. As many in town know, our school transportation operation has been unresolved for the last 3 years. The appropriation of these funds will allow for the construction of a transportation facility on land that is currently owned by W.R. Grace. And in the event the town successfully purchases the W.R. Grace land, we will have enough land to build a permanent facility for our transportation needs. We have worked very hard with the Board of Selectmen and the town manager, and the school committee very much appreciates their support and collaboration over the past many months. While the process has been a long one, it has been thoughtful and a strategic one, and we sincerely hope that you'll support this article tonight. Please support Article 24.
Thank you. We'll now hear from a representative of the School Committee, of the Selectmen. No, we won't. Simply announce that you are supportive. Thank you. The floor then is open for discussion of Article 24 related to the school bus depot. Microphone number 4.
Miguel Echevarri, 210 Border Road.
Please proceed.
Mr. Moderator, I wish to offer an amendment as follows.
Could you hold on 1 second? Okay. Please proceed.
At the end of the amendment, add the following text, and provide further that the town shall retain ownership of the land associated with the facilities, that the facilities and other associated assets be transferred to the town, and that the town shall rent a portion of such facilities to the Concord Public Schools and the Concord Carlisle Regional School District, exclusively for in-town transportation activities and not in support of outsourced transportation activities. and that tenants shall be responsible for paying all costs associated with their tenancy, including water, sewer, other utilities, and vehicle cleaning and maintenance.
Is there a second for this proposed amendment? I see that there is. Please proceed.
Funds approved under Article 24 will be combined with school stabilization funds to build the transportation facilities described under Article 24. While these facilities will be used for school operations, they can also be used to repair town vehicles such as police cruisers and Council of Aging vans. Since the facilities can be jointly used, the proposed amendment to Article 24 would transfer all assets, land, and facilities to the town. The town would then charge the school's rent. This is a similar arrangement the schools have with landlords in Acton and formerly in Billerica. The rationale behind this amendment is to free the schools to focus on what they do best, educate our children, and let the town manage these facilities and ensure their maintenance and to protect them in the future. Let's keep in mind that we have already built several transportation facilities for the schools, including a maintenance barn. These facilities were entrusted to the schools, and in 2013, without due process or a school committee vote specifically on it, these facilities were destroyed. It's my feeling that we need to treat these facilities as an investment. And because there are no assurances that the schools will maintain them should they experience budget shortfalls, I feel like we have to take action to protect them in the future. So in conclusion, the proposed amendment will, 1, help protect our investment from being demolished at a later date, 2, ensure that the facilities are properly maintained, and 3, ensure that these facilities can't be used as a base for outsourced operations. And again, it would free up our schools to focus on what they do best, which is educate our children. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Now we have an amendment on the floor, so at this point the discussion should be focused toward the amendment and not toward the underlying motion. So a question on the underlying motion. Let's hold that then, if you would please, sir, till we get to that. The speaker at microphone 4, is this to address the amendment or an underlying matter?
Another amendment.
Another amendment. Okay, well, let's see. The next speakers were at 3 and at 2. Is this on the amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay, please identify yourself.
Ann Hayden, 342 Sudbury Road.
Please proceed.
I would like to express my support for this amendment. Depot. There is much precedent for the town to own buildings or land and rent some or all of the space to another organization or another department within our town. Whether that is the schools, 37 Knox Trail is one example, as they will be, the transportation department will be using facilities on the first floor, or the Emerson School, which the umbrella rents. We have moved quickly to purchase the Knox Trail land, and we're moving quickly to purchase the W.R. Grace land. And I think that if the town builds a new building on this land, we should take the time to seriously consider additional uses that we could make for that building. We have a larger fleet of ambulances, as well as a fleet of police cars and Concord on Aging buses that cannot be easily maintained or repaired at our current facilities. Expanding the blueprint of the proposed bus depot with additional repair bay may enable us to better service town vehicles. I urge support for this amendment so that we can more fully explore future municipal uses of this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2, is it with regard to the amendment?
It is.
Please
Abe
identify
Fisher,
yourself.
400 Hayward Mill Road.
Please proceed.
I'm a little bit confused about the amendment. Maybe it's just the way I'm reading it. What does in-town transportation activities mean? I would read that to mean activities involving transportation within the town, but looking at the clause following about outsourced transportation, it looks like it might mean owned by the town transportation activities. And I think before I can come to a rational conclusion about this amendment, I think I need to see some clarification there.
Could we have the amendment sponsor please speak to that? Please clarify. In town, the question is the two phrases, in-town transportation and not outsourced transportation.
Yes, it is to ensure that the schools can maintain the Their in-district, in-town transportation system, hiring own bus drivers, and not allow it to be used as a base for outsourcing operations. For instance,
Am I understanding correctly then that your meaning of in-town is essentially non-outsourced as opposed to whether the buses could take an athletic team to another town to play?
that is, it's fully for the schools to use for their.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The floor is open for any further discussion on this amendment in the cafeteria. Microphone 1.
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Felshen.
I understand the intention that in-town means in-house, but I would like to know what is operative here, what the intention is or what the language says. Will the answer given by the proponent of this amendment count or only the words? Because if only the words, then I think that this amendment needs, oh God, to be amended to say in-house.
Well, I think the legislative history, such as that we had it, is we have a clear clarification on the floor that it's, in a sense, intended to be duplicative of non-outsourced. So it focuses on outsourcing versus the location to which buses might travel. At the podium, Ms. Ruth.
Thank you. Carmen Reese, 52 Evans Street, member of the Select Board and speaking for the board.
Please proceed.
The Board of Selectmen has just taken a vote on the proposed amendment, and we recommend no action on it because we feel that the school department should be in control of and responsible for their transportation facility until such time, and unless there is such a time, that through a mutual agreement between the schools and the town, that responsibility is transferred to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Paul Horwitz, 173 Hayward Mill Road.
Mr. Horwitz.
I rise to speak against this amendment. I really do fail to understand the reasoning behind it. And it seems to me that it's part of what a previous speaker referred to at this town meeting and other town meetings. There has been an atmosphere really of distrust of the school system, the committee, the administration, you name it. On the one hand, this amendment would transfer the very real school responsibility for transportation, would transfer an important part of that to the town because somehow we don't trust the schools to do school buses because their job is education and they should stick to education. And on the other hand, we don't want those school buses outsourced. We want the school buses to remain in Concord. It's a perfectly reasonable responsibility of the schools. In fact, it's a legal responsibility of the schools to make certain that those kids who are educated in those schools and are transported to those schools from their homes. That function of transferring students from their homes to the schools is a function of the schools. And to somehow say that the schools are not going to be able to maintain the same facility that they used to maintain for years at the high school, and somehow all of a sudden now it has to go to the town. I don't see a rationale for that, and I would urge you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Microphone number 4.
David Allen, 316 Heathbridge Road, Mr. Moderator.
Please proceed.
Thank you. On the subject of civility, I have recently seen some emails on the other side of my view, which have been most remarkably uncivil, attacking the moderator, among other things, which I think is entirely unwarranted. We do need to return to a better way of doing things. I think it a natural thing that the town would own the property. This amendment, as I read it, does not move the transportation responsibility of the town. It's just the property. The school has, I believe it's 95 acres up there, very appropriate, they need it, but this is a town undertaking, as will be all the surrounding territory. I think this makes a great deal of sense. It does not remove transportation from the schools. It simply acknowledges a reality that the town has this property and should be managing it going forward. And I hope our select board will take that into account as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers at any of the microphones, I think we are ready to come to a vote on this matter. Well, very briefly, you've spoken, obviously. Is this just...
20 seconds.
Okay.
So just to reiterate, this is just with regards to the facility, so the actual ownership of the facility. So it's actually doesn't have to do with the actual transportation service. So the hiring of the bus drivers and the maintaining and the routes and everything will still remain with the schools, but this is just for the ownership of the facilities. Thank you.
Okay, we come to a vote now on Mr. Echevarria's proposed amendment. And purely for form purposes, the last word up there at the top, adding the following words at the end of the article, the article should read motion. So this is a proposal to add these words at the end of the motion that we are all considering. So all those who are in favor of this proposed amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you. All who are opposed, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. The margin in the cafeteria is much closer than the vote here. It fails in each room and cumulatively fails. So the amendment is not adopted, and the floor is open for further discussion of the main motion. And the first thing we'll do is have a question related to the motion from microphone number 1.
Ken Freeman, 85 Walden Terrace.
Please proceed.
I have a question.
Could you step a little closer to the mic
Sure.
so people can hear for sure?
I have a question as to whether there is natural gas available at the site. One thing I would love to see moving forward is to migrate our bus line to natural gas. It's cleaner, much lower carbon dioxide for global warming impact. It's much cheaper. That would be something that would be great to be able to do as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question? Answer, please, Mr. Whalen.
Natural gas is available in the street on Knox Trail.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
William Plummer, 129 Arena Terrace. I have a different amendment to suggest. I think you have a slide there for it.
Could IT put up the proposed amendment, please?
Yes. The use of this facility, which we need, depends upon...
Excuse me just a minute. So give everybody a chance to read it, and we'll see if there's a second. Is there a second? I see that there is. Okay, please proceed.
All right, thank you. We need this facility, but it depends at the moment on whether we can get a hold of the Graceland. And that we've heard a couple of possible problems, one of which in the newspaper was that the price may escalate, and we may be spending some time in court trying to evaluate it. So my suggestion doesn't take anything away from the original motion. It adds something to it, that in addition to being placed in the Graceland location, it could also be at 500 Walden Street, which is the Concord Carlisle High School grounds, or any other suitable location. That might save us a town meeting coming back to find a substitute. Now, in connection with this, back in May 2012, the school committee decided to abolish busing from the high school grounds forever. But at that time, they believed that there was a risk of MSBA funding if the buses were ever put back. That turned out not to be true. All it required was simply a rule about bus idling. There are other issues related to impervious paving. We know that the parking lots at the Walden Pond are pervious, so that's not a problem. The amount of area which would be impervious is something like 1/8 of an acre, based on the size we just heard cited for the building. In terms of abutters, this is much less concern for abutters than the lights we've been hearing about for the new fields. But there are other places as well. Now, by putting the buses closer than the Knox Trail area, closer to the original place where they spent 30 years, we save an operating cost of about $175,000 a year. That can be detailed if you like. This location at the edge of town is about half as far away as the one we've been commuting to in Acton. So $175,000 a year is not a small improvement. That's about 0.5% on the budget increases we've just been arguing about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the floor is open for discussion of this amendment, which would provide for alternative places, either at the high school or any other suitable location in the event that the Graceland is not acquired. Seeing no one at any of the microphones, I think we're ready to come to a vote on this. I'm sorry, there's someone at microphone 4.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow to get up. Mark Hansen, I live at 340 Holdenwood Road.
Mr. Hansen.
I just wanted to let people know that there's a Article 24 sheet out in the hall which details the analysis on the cost savings of having the bus depot closer to the high school. And $175,000 is kind of a conservative estimate. I did this based on performing a route analysis of all the buses in the town where they connect to the terminals, and the mileages are listed on that sheet. Earlier, we rejected a couple of years ago Article 13, you recall. Part of the problem with that was that the bus terminal was located at the top of a bluff overlooking Goose Pond, and I frankly wasn't terribly in favor of that, except that as an environmentalist, I like the idea of not only reducing the cost, but also saving the diesel fuel that will be required to commute from Knox Trail and run the buses, as opposed to being at a location closer to the high school, either on the high school property or at the landfill where Article 13 was proposed. And so I think I really like this amendment because it opens the door, it doesn't close the door. I think we can continue to do the design as Bill Plummer stated. Certainly there's a big improvement over the current situation of the buses in Acton and being maintained at Billerica. That's costing the town $440,000 a year based on an analysis Rick Anderson and I did a couple of years ago. So this improvement of moving it from Acton and Billerica to Knox Trail reduces that excess cost down to $170,000 a year. I would encourage the town, if you're an environmentalist or if you're concerned about cost or if you're concerned about traffic on Route 62 at 1:30 in the afternoon when 24 buses have to leave that terminal and get over to the high school to take the kids home. Think about that every day for 180 school days a year. That this amendment opens the door to possibly putting a terminal closer to the high school. Thanks.
.45 Main Street.
Ms. Dwyer.
I am very much in favor of this amendment because I think we will talk in future issues that are coming before this meeting much more about this site that we're presuming to buy, because it is part of the W.R. Graceland. It is contaminated. You know, that was a Superfund site, meaning that it was a very, very badly contaminated site. So we don't really know whether there's any more problems, which we would own if it went through, that we were going to take over that site as the town. It would be the town's obligation to clean up this site or to attend to it and attend to all the legal issues that might come up about it. So there are many reasons why this is not an ideal site. And I think we'd be discussing them more at, our town manager presented many more issues like the history of that site at other meetings. And I think it would be helpful for everyone to know about something about what we're buying and what we're taking on by buying this site. Not only the terrible traffic problems on 62, which are going to be, much worse than they already are, And there's many other reasons to consider, to take under advisement this issue. So I really support this amendment that has been made.
Thank you. The town manager would like to respond on that.
Mr. Moderator, let me just clarify that we've been advised by town council that in the event the town agrees to take the W.R. Grace property by eminent domain, the responsible party, W.R. Grace, that has signed a consent decree and several other documents that commit them to cleaning up the site, retains all liability for known problems on the site. So the town would not be acquiring that liability.
Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, 104 Phillip Farm Road. I support this amendment for the simple reason that it's a prudent measure. At the present time, the W.R. Grace negotiations are still underway. There are some contingencies associated with it, and I think that it is very likely that it will go through. However, I think, given the contingencies involved, it is wise to have an alternative so that the town can use the monies voted in other areas if necessary. So I support this as a prudent measure, and I support the main motion as well.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
D. Ortner, 169 Thoreau Street.
Ms. Ortner.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the meeting take up Article 24 following special town meeting when we know the outcome of special town meeting Article 1.
Is there a second?
Come on, somebody say.
I see that there is a second. Yes, it's. I think that, yes, that is accurate, and that motion needs to be made in a timely fashion, and this is not the time. So we'll need to continue discussion on the amendment. If there are any other persons, I see nobody at any.
Very quick question. If it's possible, I'd like to know the advice of the Board of Selectmen. Have you spoken about this, discussed this at all, and what's your reaction to it? To the amendment, not to the motion.
The board sees no harm in this amendment because it provides an additional option and doesn't require any option in particular to be taken.
Microphone number 3.
Connie Levine, 149 Stowe Street.
Ms. Levine.
I do have a concern about putting in a carte blanche about locations on this, because if you think about it, you know, that would enable the town to decide to put some bus depot in a place that no one really had any input into whether we wanted it there or not. So I just think that's too much of a dangerous precedent for me to just give the carte blanche without being location specific.
Thank you very much. I see that there are no speakers at any of the microphones, so I think we're ready to come to a vote on Mr. Plummer's amendment, which is to add the words that appear in yellow on the screen to the underlying motion, which would add the possibility of 500 Walden Street or any other suitable location to be potential locations for a bus depot. All of those who are in favor of this amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed to the amendment, please raise yours. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. The amendment passed here and it passed in the cafeteria, so it is an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. And Ms. Ortner, I believe you're rising to make your motion again.
Mr. Moderator.
And I have just been checking the Bible here, town meeting time, and it says that may not interrupt an ongoing motion. So it's not in order
At this time?
at this time.
When is it in order, Mr. Moderator?
Well,
I'm looking at the instructions on page 54 of the finance document.
you're going to quote me back to me? What did I say?
Oh, Mr. Moderator, you said to take an article out of order, stand at a microphone until recognized by the moderator. When recognized, state your name and address. Then say, quote, I move that the meeting take up article at, which means the time when the article is to be taken up. This motion requires a second, is debatable, and may be amended.
Well, it clearly would have been in order prior to the taking up of this. And what I'm double checking here is whether within, because town meeting says it clearly cannot interrupt. But please give me 1 minute. It's not.
Is there a glitch in the rule?
No, I think that it was just implicit. It wasn't to be done during the discussion of the motion.
Oh, they're getting opinion from council. Well, this will be
Perhaps town council would give us an advice on the fine print. You think so?
Treated as here it talks about it being a subsidiary. Just enough. Where are you?
Close to 10 o'clock.
Well, thank you very much. Town meeting time says that the motion can be presented as a main motion if no other business is pending. So a clear, obvious time when it can be done is prior to, if you had stood up just before we had taken that, that would be completely appropriate. Now, there's additional language which sort of contradicts that. So what I'm going to rule is that the motion is in order. It's a procedural motion. There is a second, and the motion is to postpone final vote on this until, when was your motion? After?
It would be
After special town meeting?
Special town meeting, Article 1, or at the end of special town meeting.
Yeah, it has to.
Right.
It would need to come up after a special town meeting 1, which would mean that tomorrow night and after those others. So we have a motion and a second, and no one standing at any of the mics, so I think we're ready to come to a vote on this.
May I talk to that?
Oh,
or the reason?
Please. Yes, it
have 2
is,
minutes.
you may make a statement, please. 2 minutes.
This evening, one of the previous speakers raised numerous questions associated with Special Town Meeting Article Number 1. In addition, there was information presented this evening about the possible downsides to this motion. One of it which was Acton's opposition to access, water access, which would mean a cost would be incurred for pumping water and delivering water to that site that was unanticipated or has not been articulated in terms of what that cost would be. There was also the whole idea of the amendments that were presented before. They're very sensitive. The outcome of those is very sensitive to the location, and then also how the property would be used and by which owner. So I think that we were premature in raising this article this evening, and it should have been scheduled after Special Town Meeting Article Number 1.
Thank you. The moderator has sometimes gotten in trouble for rescheduling things. But the motion before us then is whether to postpone further consideration of Article 24 until after the special town meeting, which will be tomorrow night, at which time we will vote on whether to acquire the Grace property in special town meeting motion number 1. All those who are in favor of the postponement until tomorrow, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed to postponing, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. Let me ask you, everybody, we'll be quick. Please, once again, all those who are in favor of the motion to postpone, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed to postponement, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. The vote was split in the two rooms, but it does pass, so we will postpone Article 24 until tomorrow night. And that would bring us to Article 25. However, and this is very important, I need to recognize the speaker at microphone number 1 for a motion for reconsideration.
Connie Levine, 149 Stowe Street. I'm moving that we reconsider the vote on the Second Amendment because my questions...
Second Amendment to...
Second Amendment to Article 22 on the school budget. Because the questions that I had asked were not answered. I asked about the assistant superintendent position. I asked when was the last time we had an assistant superintendent at the middle school, because I believe it was a new position. I asked what the salary and benefits budget of that position was, and you made a statement that you would answer all questions before voting. I was at the other microphone to try to tell you this at the time, but you had shut the microphone off, so I couldn't make my statement. And I think that information should have been provided to me, and I think it is relevant to the $350,000 amendment to reduce.
We have a town bylaw that deals with reconsideration, and motions to reconsider must be made within 20 minutes of the time of the announcement of the vote. Information did come to us in 16 minutes that this was going to be offered, but rather than interrupt what we were discussing, we postponed that. But so it is timely. However, our town meeting procedures and tradition states clearly that in Concord we have a very strong tradition against reconsideration. Prior to 2 years ago, it had been moved only once in 24 town meetings, so that it is ruled out of order. Again, you can follow along in the words. Ruled out of order absent compelling circumstances such as significant new information or changed circumstances coming to light. And I rule that while individuals might have wanted some additional information, the vote was on multiple times very clear, and that we do not have a circumstance of significant new information or changed circumstances. So I have to rule that motion out of order.
Well,
Thank you very much.
I think it was a violation of what you said was going to happen before the vote, which was that all outstanding questions would be answered, and you didn't get an answer. And obviously, because it's a dollar amount and probably a significant one, it is significant new information. My guess is it's probably a good chunk of the $350,000. So I disagree with your interpretation of it.
Well, thank you very much. The moderator's responsibility is to rule on matters of this type, and I rule that reconsideration is not appropriate given all the circumstances here. We voted earlier to take up no business after 10 o'clock. It is 10:02. I reported to you earlier that we had made very dramatic progress in proceeding through the warrant on Sunday afternoon. We have not made as much progress. So before everyone leaves, just so you understand the order of things, the special town meeting is the first order of business tomorrow, set by the selectmen some time ago. So when we come at 7 o'clock, we will first take up the special town meeting warrant articles. We will second take up the Community Preservation Act, and then we will take up return to Article 24, the bus depot, and then 25, 26, 27, and 28, and that would conclude the business of the meeting. So we stand adjourned by our earlier vote until 7 o'clock here tomorrow night. Thank you all very much. Oops. Is it testing? Testing. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Could I ask everyone to please find a chair, come in and take your seats? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this fourth night of Concord Town Meeting. This is Wednesday, April 15th, 2015. My name is Eric Van Loon, 95 Martha's Point Road, and here assisting me is our town clerk, Anita Techley, who keeps the comprehensive recordings of all of our activities. I see that a quorum is present. I do so declare, and I want to give special thanks to those of you who have the strength and commitment to make it here for a fourth night in a row. As you know, town meeting is the legislative body of town government where we make policy and approve expenditures, and tonight we will be doing exactly that. We make town meeting, we make town meeting accessible to all so that parents have affordable professional daycare available right here in the building. Senior citizens can get free transportation here, arranged by the Council on Aging, and persons with disabilities can get assistance also through our Assistant Town Manager, Kate Hodges. This evening in the cafeteria, Assistant Moderator Gary Clayton of Center Village Drive will be presiding, and with him is Assistant Town Clerk Pat Clifford. And if there are any questions about town meeting procedures or how to make a motion, our town meeting resource person is right here, Joanna Glazer of Hayward Mill Road. And if there are any amendments to be projected, please come and speak to our town IT director, Mark Howell, and his staff, Leslie Koplow and Denise Caruso, helping with the timing tonight. Key equipment for tonight is the shocking pink, red, the very brightly colored fuchsia. Thank you. The fuchsia-colored voting slips. You will need to have that, so please check in, have yours, hold on to it. If you lose it, regrettably, it cannot be replaced tonight. And the key document, once again, for following the proceedings is the Finance Committee report. Right inside the front cover is a listing of all of the articles that we'll be taking up. In the middle is a collection of green pages with additional information about motions and procedure. And out on the tables outside are additional materials, including white materials, materials on white paper that provides background for various articles that we'll be taking up tonight. I'd like to ask our fire chief, Mark Cotreau, to come forward, especially any parents who have kids in daycare, but everyone, please pay special attention. And as he approaches, please pull out your cell phones and put them into vibrate mode. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. We want to complete town meeting in a safe way. So to that end, we want to make sure, please, to keep the aisle space open and in both the cafeteria and here. If the alarm goes off or if you're otherwise directed to exit the building, if you look around, you're going to see the exits. And you can just go through the exit that's nearest you, and you'll see another exit. Go through that one, and you're going to be outside. In the cafeteria, you, for the most part, can go through an exit, and you will be outside. If you've got people in the, if you've got children in the daycare, they're going to do the same thing. So if you would, just instead of going through the school to go down there, you'll want to go outside and walk around the outside of the school to the daycare at the lower gym, and that's where you're going to find your children. Thanks, and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Chief Cotreau. This evening, again, the tellers are headed by Abe Fisher of Hayward Mill Road, serving as the head teller, and assisted by Greg England of Martha's Point Road in the cafeteria. And if we do need to take a paper ballot, Again, our supervisor will be David Carr of Lawsbrook Road, and his deputy is Cynthia Rainey of Hunters Ridge Road. Before I ask the tellers to be sworn, I'd like to ask Mr. Fisher to come forward for up to under 2-minute statement related to this.
So I left the phone book at home, so I'm not going to be able to filibuster. My name is Abe Fisher, and I live at 400 Hayward Mill Road.
Please proceed.
For the past several years, I've had the honor and privilege of serving as head teller. Head teller sounds more impressive than it is really. The biggest part of my job is finding a crew of people to serve as tellers and then telling them where to go. This can be hard to do. I contact the people who have served in the past, and I try to find new people as well. Previous tellers almost always agree to serve, but by now I feel like I've asked just about everybody I know, and the teller population is aging. I have to say, I kind of wish I had said this last night instead of tonight. When I first served as a teller, I was the young guy. Back then, my wife counted votes with one of our infant children strapped to her back. That child is now voting and serving as a teller for her 5th or 6th year. Even my youngest child is now serving as a teller. I am not the young guy anymore. We need new tellers. You don't have to be young, but an infusion of fresh blood is never a bad thing. It is mostly an easy but responsible job. By the way, I do guarantee a 25% pay increase every year. It's an easy way to get more engaged in the democratic process, not to mention get an extra chance every now and then to stretch your legs during the meeting. If you think you might be interested in serving as a teller in the future, head over to my little table over there sometime this evening and leave your name, phone, email address on the list. You're not committing to do anything in particular except receive an email or two next spring. But if you do serve, you'll be playing an important function in our system. I want to use an extra 5 seconds and say thank you so much to the people who have been serving at tellers at this meeting. One of the biggest commitments is you're committing to stay to the end, and 2 out of 3 days this week, that's been a long time. Stalin once supposedly said that it's not the people who vote that count, it's the people who count the votes. I prefer to remember that Churchill's view was that it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government except all the others that have ever been tried. Or as one of our former moderators, Arthur Stevenson, used to say, town meeting is the worst form of government except for all the others that have ever been tried. Tellers count the votes to keep democracy working. Please consider helping us to do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. And I was in error. Richard Wells will be substituting as the deputy ballot person tonight. Mr. Fisher and Mr. England and Mr. Carr, the tellers and counters ready to be sworn. May I ask each of you then to please rise and raise your right hand. Do each of you make oath that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting tonight? Thank you again, all, very much. Before we turn to the discussion of the article, I did want to say 2 or 3 words of first special thanks to those of you who have come for the 4th night in a row. We have had, 11 hours already, and your commitment to the process and to our meeting is very, very much appreciated. Second, it's worth pausing for a moment of historic reflection. After 55 years of our town meeting in this building, I'm pretty sure that tonight is, in fact, not only the last town meeting that we'll hold here, but also the last public evening event of any kind in this building. Tomorrow is the last day for the teachers and students. Everybody moves, and 10 days from now they'll be in the new building. I think that many of you, perhaps like me, have had happy hours sitting here watching your kids perform on this stage, or maybe for a number of you, you were here performing. But this is our last night here in this building. And as a final reminder related to that, week and a half from now, on Saturday the 25th, is Surplus Property Day. If you've become particularly attached to one of the chairs here in the auditorium, or you think there's any other bit of equipment, the building will be open to any resident of the town to come and take away a piece of the parquet floor, so to speak. And on the day before, Friday, the building will be open to nonprofit organizations here in town. So if you know of nonprofit organizations that might be able to use some tables or some chairs or who knows what else, please alert them that the Friday, the 24th, is that day. And now we will turn to the work of the warrant tonight. We have only 4 items, and maybe it's only 3.5 or 3 3/4. We're going to begin with Article 24, which relates to the public schools bus depot. I'm going to ask our town, our town manager, Chris Whalen, to give a sort of brief reminder of the substance of this. We did discuss this for more than an hour several nights ago. Several amendments were proposed. One was adopted, one was not, and we will take up then where we were after the reminder presentation. So we will be acting on the motion as amended on Monday night as it appears here. Mr. Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Whalen, Town Manager. I live at 1935 Main Street, and I'll do this in abbreviated fashion since many of you may have heard it the other night.
Please proceed.
Article 24 requests that the town appropriate $950,000 for the purpose of building a new school transportation facility on property currently owned by the W.R. Grace Corporation, but which the selectmen were authorized to acquire by eminent domain. The Select Board and I have been working with the school committee for several years to identify an appropriate site on which to build a new school transportation facility. With the possible acquisition of the Grace site in West Concord, it's now possible to plan for a facility on land where it won't bother neighbors. The site is shown here, adjacent to the 37 Knox Trail property purchased last November. The requested funds will be combined with $925,000 appropriated in 2014 under Article 12 of the annual town meeting. That makes a total project budget of $1.875 million. The new facility will enable the school department to avoid expensive lease costs, fuel usage, and employee travel time associated with storing and repairing buses and transportation vehicles leased out at facilities leased outside of Concord. The town manager will be the contract awarding authority for this project. I've asked Public Works Director Rich Rain and Town Engineer Bill Renault to manage the project, finishing the design, obtaining the necessary permits, and managing the construction. The school administration has provided a specification for the facility they would like to see constructed and have identified the budget available. Construction should be completed by December of 2016. The plan calls for parking for 40 buses, parking for 50 passenger vehicles, and for the drivers and other staff, including 2 handicap spaces, a 4-bay repair building with 1,200 square feet, and plus storage and a mechanics administrative space. We're also proposing diesel and gasoline fueling facilities with appropriate spill prevention technology. We want to locate the building carefully to allow maximum use of the rest of the 79-acre site for the solar panels and other future uses the town may have for the property. We'll want to do soil testing to limit any excavation and to avoid encountering any unsuitable material. The Acton Water District has preferred that we express the preference that we not do fueling on this site, but we don't believe that a state-of-the-art fueling facility will cause any problems for Acton's water supply wells. And finally, the Acton Water District has said they do not want to extend their water supply to this new site, the 50 feet from 37 Knox Trail, where they provide water. So we hope to negotiate with them and perhaps come to a reasonable agreement, but if not, it may be necessary to bring water in from Route 62 under the Assabet River, something which is done fairly routinely through directional drilling. So overall, I would say that I think this is a great opportunity. After a long search for sites, it's a difficult facility to locate in any neighborhood, given the early start to bus transportation services. So it seems like a good site and consistent with the other uses we hope to see on the property. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. And a reminder from the previous night that both the Board of Selectmen and the school committee have recommended affirmative action on this article. It was seconded when we began the discussion several nights ago. The floor is now open for any further discussion of Article 24. Seeing no one approaching, oh, I'm sorry, in the cafeteria, microphone number 1. Please identify yourself, and let me ask everybody to make a special effort tonight to move close to the microphones. I've been told that some folks are not able to hear clearly. So, microphone number 1.
Beverly Bryant, 175 Conant Street.
Ms. Bryant.
I just have a question about that amendment that got put in. It says Concord Carlisle High School grounds or at any other suitable location. Maybe this is redundant now that we have the Knox Trail, decided on. But if for some reason we were to go to that option, would that go through town meeting or would it be decided at one of the committees?
Mr. Whalen, could you clarify what the sort of follow-up process would be?
My intention would be to proceed with, if town meeting so votes this evening, would be to proceed to design and permit the facility that's been described here tonight. I would imagine if residents object to that or prefer to identify another site, I imagine they could petition the Board of Selectmen to slow or delay the process of permitting the facility on the W.R. Grace site. But I think I would take instructions from the body tonight, if this is approved, that we'll proceed with permitting and construction of the facility on the off Knox Trail as described.
Thank you. And again, in the cafeteria on microphone 1.
Sue Felshin, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Felshin.
Looking at it from the other side, suppose this property fell through, would the town then be able to, up and put the buses some other place we've never considered without our say-so? To me, it seems that in order to do so, we'd have to buy that land, and for that, we would have to come to town meeting. So the amendment is not a blank check for a bus depot to go in some place that we don't know about and haven't considered properly. Thanks.
Thank you. I see a speaker at microphone number 2.
Thank you. Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Can I ask you to move that mic right around close to your mouth, please?
Is that better?
There, thank you.
Thank you. It keeps moving.
Ms. Haldeman, please proceed.
Every time I got up last night, somebody called the question, but I don't say that. Anyway, I just want to remind people about buses because, as some of you know, I was a member of one of the committees that searched for a site. And whether I wanted to, and I now know a lot about school buses. I hope that this goes through and that we can build a facility there. I have to say that more in the town, though, that if we can't do it, we should probably go back to what the school committee did propose when they removed it, which was to outsource. We are definitely better off owning our own facility if we could run it. But we have delayed this for a long time. It's cost us a great deal of money. I could no longer say with confidence that it will be cheaper, although I think ultimately it will be. We'll leave that up to Tony. But I hope that we do not spend the next several years chasing for a site. I'm very sorry that the schools wanted to move it, but I also remember that when I moved here, the buses were where Everett Gardens are. The buses have moved. And they're, by the way, the enabling legislation for school buses was 1869. I don't know when we got it, but it used to be an ox cart or a horse-drawn cart. So we've come a long way. The other two things about buses, they have to be somewhere. Whether we own them or whether we outsource them, they have to be somewhere. I heard a lot of comments last night about lots of buses, but when we have children, which I happen to think is a nice thing to have, they are going to be in buses, and until we develop a Star Trek mechanism to pick one up and move it over there, buses will run. So I ask people to put aside some of the overzealous arguments have been going on for the last several years and look at the subject in hand, figure out if we have a place to put our buses, and understand that we must have buses. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a speaker in the cafeteria at microphone 2, and then we'll come to one at microphone 3 here. Please identify yourself.
I'm Patrick Everett and live at 15 Stowe Street.
Mr. Everett.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. For as long as most of us can remember, or many of us anyway, the school buses had been stored and maintained at the high school right here, from where they could conveniently start and finish each day of driving our children to and from school. This suddenly changed when it became known, too late to change anything, that the plans for building the new high school would eliminate opportunity of continuing that practice. Outcry from the town forced the decision back to running our own busing. Many of us believe that there's ample room to have the bus facility back on the high school site, and there are ample reasons for returning it there, which I don't need to go into. Also, many of us think that at least some of the old buildings can be used for some other purpose, perhaps for town storage. So surely some of them could be the basis of the bus repair facility. We know that will need facilities for the bus drivers as well as the buses. I just measured out this area in where we are in now, in this floor space would hold at least half of the buses we're talking about, and maybe even undercover. So I can't believe there's not space for having the buses here. But to finish up, I say please vote yes to go ahead with the funding of the building of whatever is needed. But please let us keep telling our authorities we want the bus facility back at the school, and that's where the money can build the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. Here in the auditorium at microphone number 3.
Good evening. Judy Zombrecker, Border Road.
Please,
and I have a question.
Proceed. A question, sure.
As I understand, this is a cost savings opportunity for reducing the cost of the vehicles versus what we have right now. And I'm not sure which committee would be doing this, but is the plan to keep track of the cost savings that is generated through building this facility and ensure that that is then zeroed out of the budget, because that basically is the return on investment that the voters get from investing this money?
Does anyone from the school committee wish to respond? I don't know. I didn't have any plans to keep track of the savings compared with the current lease arrangements in terms of constructing the facility.
This may be another historic event for this evening, is stumping the town manager with a question.
It's common practice in corporations that when one puts a capital project forward like this, that there is a P&L associated with it, and that the expectation is, especially with this amount of money, that it is kept track of, and that it should be audited after the money's been spent to ensure that the savings was delivered and that the objective was met for this investment.
Point well made. Could introduce yourself, please, Mr. Flaherty.
John Flaherty, 156 Upland Road.
Please proceed.
Ma'am, the savings would manifest not in the capital budget, they would come through in the operating budget. What we would see once we went into operation and we had completed the leasing payments, if we went into the following year of a lease, we would still be obligated to pay that year. But eventually those lease payments would go down, and then we would also start to see reductions in the operating cost, in driver time, and the additional fuel time. They'll be difficult to track, but they will eventually manifest in the operating budget.
Thank you very much. Did you want to make any further statement?
Yes, I would request that the school committee consider, I understand it is difficult to track, and that's, again, very common in any company that does capital projects like this, that become a standard practice to help bring fiscal discipline and ensure that we do have a good investment here moving forward. And typically they look at it over 5 to 10 years. Usually a facility like this has a depreciation of about 25 to 30 years. But usually it's over a 5-year period.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers approaching any of the microphones, I think we are ready to vote on Article 24. Which is the provision of funds for the construction of a school bus transportation facility. All those who are in favor of this, please raise your colored voting slips. and a two-thirds vote is required since this entails some borrowing. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed to Article 24, please raise your slips. Thank you very much. I see that the two-thirds is clearly achieved, and Article 24 is adopted. Favorable action. It's a vote, and I do so declare. We will turn then next to warrant Article 25, which is the Concord Public Schools bus replacement motion. And we will hear, I believe, from School Committee Member Boynton.
I'm Joanna Boynton, 72 Chestnut Street.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Article 25 requests the use of $600,000 to be used for the purchase of 6 new school buses for the Concord Public Schools. Currently, the Concord Public School and the Concord-Carlisle Regional School District manage a transportation operation consisting of 36 buses. 25 are CPS buses and 15 are regional buses. The CPS fleet is in need of 10 new buses, and the school committee approved the purchase of 6 new buses for this coming school year. Historically, we have purchased new buses each year within the operating budget. Each year, we evaluated the fleet and considered the purchase of anywhere from 2 to 4 buses. As the average lifespan of a bus is 10 to 12 years, and as a result, we had a consistent rotating schedule to maintain safe and reliable buses. However, for the past 3 years, the future of our transportation operation has been unresolved. As a result, we have not purchased a new bus since 2010. We therefore have an immediate need for new buses within the CPS fleet. Our fleet is aging, and our maintenance needs have increased. At the time I wrote this presentation, I knew of one bus that had been taken off the road. I spoke to Mr. Busa, the transportation manager, yesterday morning and learned that another has been taken off the road, and there are 1 to 2 that may be in jeopardy as well. Article 25 is seeking the funding to purchase 6 new buses. While it was determined that we needed 10 new buses, the school committee felt that we should not catch up in 1 year. There are several reasons for this. This year's town meeting and special town meeting have several articles that will ultimately make the future of a reliable, safe, and stable transportation facility owned and operated by the Concord Public Schools a reality. Just prior to this, Article 24 appropriated the funds to build a transportation facility. The approval of Article 1 at the special town meeting last night resulted in the owning of WR Graceland, where the permanent facility can be built. The approval of this article and Article 27 will allow us to buy much-needed new buses. In addition, the school committee is in the process of forming an alternative fuel bus advisory committee to explore the options of other types of buses. An additional reason for not buying all the new buses at once. We expect to research and understand what other options there might be for more sustainable buses and more sustainable transportation facility. We will work closely with this group and the town as they begin building an infrastructure that can be flexible and reliable. If approved, this article provides for the immediate replacement of 6 buses for CPS. These 6 buses will have luggage compartments to support the band and the athletic teams, and one will be a full-size wheelchair bus. Additionally, we will be one step closer to a reliable and permanent transportation facility. Please support Article 25. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Board of Selectmen urge affirmative action on this article, and we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee.
I'm Linda Miller, 300 Main Street.
Please proceed, Ms. Miller.
I'm a member of the Finance Committee and representing the Finance Committee. Thank you. The Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on Articles 25 and 27. These comments will cover both articles. Due to the uncertainty in recent years surrounding the feasibility of preserving the school bus program in-house, the normal bus replacement schedule for both CPS and CCRSD was suspended. With the pending acquisition by the town of the WR Grace property, these prospects are improved, and the Finance Committee supports the decision to replace 10 buses, 6 for CPS and 4 for CCRSD at this time. We feel that these purchases begin to address the aging of our fleet and will have a positive benefit on maintenance and repair costs. The Finance Committee believes that Articles 25 and 27 are the appropriate way to address the unusual need to replace more than 1/4 of our buses this year. Going forward, we believe that normal bus replacement should be addressed in the operating budgets of CPS and CCRSD. Furthermore, the Finance Committee supports the use of free cash to acquire the 6 buses for CPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. The floor is now open then for discussion of Article 25, which is this proposal to purchase 6 new buses. Seeing no one at any of the microphones, I believe we're prepared to come to a vote. Oops, I'm sorry. 2 people have quickly come to the mics in the cafeteria. We'll go first to microphone number 1 then.
Beverly Bryant, 175 Conant Street.
Ms. Bryant?
I'm curious as to why you wouldn't look at energy-efficient buses before the purchase of these 6. Why would you wait and buy 6 diesel buses, presumably, or gas buses, and then do the rest later? Why not look for electric buses or hybrid or something like that?
Could we have a response, please? Yes, from the school committee.
We are in immediate need of the buses to be able to run our kids, our transportation operation, get all the kids safely to school. I have 4 kids who ride those buses, and I have to say there hasn't been a hiccup in what our transportation department and bus drivers have performed. They've done an amazing job, but we need to keep them in safe buses, so we decided that we would do some so that we can keep things safe and reliable, and we will investigate alternative fuels and all kinds of things in this committee. That we got 1 more after this, if this one passes, and we're going to form this committee and do a lot of research to try and figure out what best for the next bus purchase.
Thank you. And in the cafeteria at microphone 2.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Patrick Everett, and I live at 15 Stowe Street.
Mr. Everett.
Thank you. Bus technology is changing. And by the way, my thrust is the same as the previous speaker, but slightly different. Bus technology is changing. Soon they will be powered by natural gas or solar or a combination. Long-term, solar panels are more likely on the roofs of the buses themselves and on top of shelters that cover the buses at night. A larger form of this building, for instance. Already next-generation buses are being tested in operation in the country. In 5 years, the technology will be different. Fossil fuel-free, with big reductions in climate-changing emissions and other pollutants. New buses are likely to last 10 or 12 years, so we'll be running right into that period with buses that we have to keep running and not getting the advantages. And also, this would force a change in our facilities when the type of buses are different. Rather than buy present-day technology and regret it in a few years, I hope we might join one of the current programs for testing out new technologies. Some of these are subsidized by state and by federal and other programs and consortia who are doing it. If you just look at Google on these programs, you'll find they're there. I propose we keep on driving our buses a little longer, or even rent them, or lease them for 3 years or so, while exploring these new technologies. Please vote no until the school committee and town engineering department and the new committee can together work up a proposal to explore and work out how to integrate the new technology into our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. The camera is tight there. Is there Anyone at the other microphone? I see there is. Microphone number 1.
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Felshen?
We need far more than 6 buses, so I'm pleased to see that we're only buying 6 now in order to give us time to investigate more energy-efficient opportunities which are ready for testing but not ready for complete transition. This is the right way to go. Please vote yes.
Thank you. And seeing no speakers at any of the microphones, I think we are ready to come to a vote on Article 25. All those who are in favor of the purchase provided for in Article 25, please raise those colored voting slips. Thank you so much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes overwhelmingly. It's an affirmative vote. Article 25 has passed, and I do so declare. We'll turn then to Article 26, which is the budget for Concord Carlisle Regional High School. Is there a second? I see that there is.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Munn, 6 Bridgecourt Lane, Chair of the Concord Carlisle School Committee, speaking on behalf of the school committee.
Ms. Munn, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. Happy Groundhog's Day. I'm pleased to be able to offer the budget presentation for our fiscal 16 budget, and I am very, very grateful that everyone has been so supportive of the schools up until this point. I want to begin, thank you, the high school budget presentation by thanking you again for our new flexibly engineered 21st century educational facility that we will begin moving into tomorrow afternoon. The building committee, the OMR architects, KVA project managers, and the Massachusetts School Building Authority have all been working tirelessly to be ready for classes on April 28th. And I also want to thank you for your years of support for public schools in Concord. These next photos show the new performance gym, a typical humanities classroom, and the 600-seat state-of-the-art auditorium where we will gather for town meeting next year. And I want to invite everyone to come see the new building on Saturday, May 2nd, when it will be open for community tours. The next 2 slides highlight student achievement in academics, studio art, performance art, and athletics. And I will let you read the list. I will only add that for the past several years, students have participated and competed at a national meteorological conference. We are the only high school that participates, and our students' presentation came in 2nd last year, competing with professionals, graduate students, and college students. That's just one more example of the margin of excellence that you will be supporting if you approve this budget. We begin the budgeting process with these core principles. Decisions regarding staffing, curriculum, resources, and facilities are focused on teaching and learning, and we are mindful of our 5-year average rate of increase. As we develop the budget, we ask, how does this investment benefit students, and how will it support teachers and other educators in their professional growth? This graph shows enrollment has been fairly stable. We did experience an increase of 27 students this year. This next slide shows recent budget history. Please note the modest increases in FY13 and 14. We are pleased to be requesting a budget that doesn't require an override and that maintains our 5-year average rate of increase of 2.9%. This slide nets out the fixed costs that are built into our budgets. Employee cost growth includes both contracted salaries within 8 bargaining units and non-contractual salaries. The non-employee cost growth includes special education, transportation, utilities, and other post-employment benefits for a total annual baseline of 4.5% in increased fixed costs. The fixed cost growth I'm describing is shown graphically here. The blue bars are budget increases, and the black horizontal line at 4.5% represents the costs we have little control over.
Over the past 8 years, we have averaged operating budget increases of 3.6%, which is well below the rate of our fixed cost growth. This next slide shows the specific FY16 contractual and fixed increases, including salaries, special education, and transportation. These increases total $1.2 million. I will let you read this list of increased needs that totals $1.6 million, and I will simply highlight that we plan to open the library or Learning Commons all afternoon beginning in the new building, which will allow students to work on projects and study when their extracurriculars are over and just get full use of that magnificent new building until the late buses. We knew we were asking a lot of taxpayers this year, and we worked hard to lower our increase. In our plan to fund the operating budget and stay within the Finance Committee guideline required $412,000 in reductions. Now, we've talked about our fixed costs and needs and reductions, and this slide shows how it all reconciles for a net budget increase of $1.2 million over last year. Everything we've talked about up until this slide is for the operating budget. This slide shows the total budget, including debt service, and the total sources and uses of revenue. And you can see the sources equal the uses at $30.6 million. This next slide turns our attention back to the operating budget request. Concord's portion meets the Finance Committee guideline and will also be below a 3% 5-year average increase. This slide shows the breakout of the Concord portion of the operating budget and projected debt service. Now, this budget presentation included a lot of numbers. Now I would like you to think about the students of all different abilities, interests, passions, and talents who come through the doors freshman year and graduate ready for college and careers 4 years later. The teaching and learning that happens on this campus is transformative. The teachers, 95% of whom have a master's or a PhD, get to know their students as individuals, and they lead them through this amazing growth. Our counselors and tutors, administrators and advisors, and coaches all support that growth and help students become productive members of their communities. That is what you'll be investing in if you approve this motion. I ask you to please approve Article 26, and I thank you for your generous support of the public schools and for considering this request.
Thank you, Ms. Munn. The floor is now open for discussion of the regional high school budget. Microphone number 1.
Ann Hayden, 342 Sudbury Road.
Please proceed.
I would like to speak to the CCHS budget. I have reservations about it, but I will definitely support it because it has come in at the Finance Committee guideline number. However, in order to do so, one of the areas that was cut that wasn't mentioned in the presentation is OPEB, and that is a concern for me. The April 1st, 2015 third quarter financial report for CCRSD indicates that there may be $500,000 left over at the end of the fiscal year. With the expected circuit breaker receipts for the current year of $1.3 million, the net balance that could be there at the end of the school year, this school year, is $1,270,000. What will be done with this money? The CCRSD budget regularly has had funds left over, and this money has often gone into stabilization accounts. However, once done, Concord and Carlisle voters no longer have control over it. Much of the CCHS Technology Stabilization Fund, which had a balance of $1,042,000 as of December 31st, 2014, was used for technology needs in the new building. However, in February, the Regional School Committee approved the use of $400,000 from this fund to supplement the furniture budget at the new high school. And I am concerned that money was given for furniture instead of kept for future technology concerns. It looks like we might have some decisions to make with possibly $1 million left over that's not spent in the CCHS budget for this current year. I urge the Regional School Committee to do 3 things. Put $400,000 or more of this money back into the OPEB account. Explore the possibility of giving the remainder of the money that's left over to Concord and Carlisle to reduce the tax rate for next year. This is what happens when municipal budgets are underspent. And the third is to look at the budget in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's another speaker there at microphone 1, and then we'll go to microphone 4.
Anita Barker, 100 Newbury Court.
Ms. Barker.
Thank you. Member of the League of Women Voters, and I'm speaking on their behalf. The League of Women Voters of Concord Carlisle recommends a yes vote on the high school budget with the following qualifications. We are glad that the 2016 high school budget meets the Finance Committee guidelines. However, the funding of an account that covers other post-employment benefits, called for short OPEB, was reduced from the amount in the 2015 budget. These are benefits such as health insurance, which state and local governments provide to their retired employees. Therefore, budgets must include sufficient funds to be prepared to meet these obligations in the future. Annual funding of the OPEB account at the prescribed target level should be maintained as a prudent and sustainable approach to budgeting. We hope that this account will be appropriately funded in future budgets. Also, we hope that the school budget book, although made available earlier than in the recent past, will be available for full public view well before next year's public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone number 4 then.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road. I have a motion before you to amend Article 26. And speaking only to the motion.
So give people a chance to read this. This is a proposed amendment to reduce the budget by $180,000. Is there a second?
David.
I see that there is. Please proceed.
Thank you. And speaking only to this motion, I would like to call to the attention of the voters tonight that shortly we're going to vote on Article 27 to be bus replacement for the high school, which I wholly endorse. However, we should also realize that in 2011 and 2012, the school committee presented a budget to FinCom requesting the replacement buses in its schedule per the program. And while we appropriated each year $90,000 per those buses in those years, those buses were not purchased and that money was used for something else. So effectively, we've already paid for and bought 2 of the buses they seek by Article 27. I think it's only fair, given some of the decisions that were made about transportation, the debt on the new buildings, and all of these expenses, that we look, in fact, at what happened and that we bought 2 buses already. We definitely need to fund Article 27. Our students need to be safe going to and forth to school. But $180,000 was already given to them for that purpose. And as has been said, once they receive money, there's no guarantee that it will be spent the way they state when they present to FinCom and present to us. In those years, we as voters gave them that budget with those items in mind for the needs of our students. For those reasons, I'd ask that you support me in reducing this budget so that we can wholeheartedly endorse the acquisition of the new buses. And I think by example, as you raise children, if you give them money to buy a book and they buy candy, you don't give them another book. And when we give money for buses and they don't buy buses, we shouldn't be saying, here's more money to go spend someplace else that you think is a good idea. I would ask you to support this and also Article 27 in full.
Thank you very much. So we have an amendment on the floor to reduce the overall total of the high school budget by $180,000. And at this point, then, the discussion should only be directed to that amendment. And we'll hear from the Finance Committee recommendation.
Wendy Ravelli, 42 Bow Street, Chair of the Concord Finance Committee. Mr. Moderator.
Please proceed.
Okay. The Finance Committee just had a quick huddle on this, and we wish to remind voters that the Finance Committee has held several meetings with the school committee and the administration regarding the budget drivers and the student needs for the schools. And we are not in support of this amendment. For some of the issues that have been noted this evening, there are some important funding requirements for the schools, and particularly OPEB and the other items that were listed in the presentation. So again, the school committee is not in support of this amendment.
The Finance
Committee is not in support of the school committee. Sorry, and we're supporting.
I suspect the school committee's not either.
I'm sure. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for discussion of this proposed amendment. We'll go to the amendment, no, the overall, are you waiting for also not the amendment? In the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Louis Slamey, Great Meadows Road.
Please proceed.
As was noted by several speakers on Monday for the Concord Public School budget, town meeting sets the budget for the school system. It is up to the school committee and school administration to prioritize how that money should be spent. The regional school budget has included in it $408,000 for OPEB. Recognizing this future liability and obligation, the school administration and school district have been fiscally responsible and for the past several years have set aside money to meet this future obligation. It should also be noted that the school administration and school committee want there to be money to be set aside to assure its employees that these post-retirement liabilities will be met. However, if the proposed amendment is successful at town meeting tonight and the budget is set below the level that was adopted by the school committee and FinCom, there's no doubt in my mind that the school administration and school committee will reduce the OPEB contribution to directly offset the proposed reduction. Their budgets are set by the guiding principle of putting students first. Cutting OPEB has no impact on programs or students. Second, 75% of its cost structure are wage-related, and the only way to offset a cut of this magnitude is to fire employees. The school committee and school administration wants to avoid this at all possible costs. Please understand that by voting for this amendment, you are most likely to reduce the OPEB contribution. The school administration and school committee have worked closely with Concord FinCom to increase their OPEB obligation, their funding for it, and have been fiscally responsible in addressing it. Please vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Are there, yes, there's a speaker on the amendment here at microphone number 2.
Valerie Tratnick, 43 Hill Street. I have a couple questions.
Ms. Tratnick.
I arrived late, so I'm not sure if this question was asked yet, but we are spending money out of free cash for the buses, and I'm wondering if the cost of buses has been put back into the operating budget for this current fiscal year, and if we have any reassurance by the school committee that the cost of buses will be put back into the operating budgets in the future.
Let's hear from the school committee to respond to your question.
No, the bus purchases are not in the operating budget for fiscal year 16. Yes, the future of we are committed to in the future, once we get stable and get ourselves in a solid foundation, to working it back into the operating budget as it was back before we had all this uncertainty.
Thank you. Any other discussion? This is about the amendment, microphone number 1.
Ann Hayden, 342 Sudbury Road.
Please proceed.
Given the previous speaker's comments, I would like to know whether the school committee agrees with what was just stated and whether, if this amendment were to pass, they would take the money out of OPEB, and that would be where the money would come from. This has now been stated that that would happen, and I'm concerned about OPEB, so I would like to know what the school committee would do.
Okay, on the OPEB.
Please say again.
Sorry. Jen Munn, School Committee, speaking on behalf of the School Committee, 6 Bridgecourt Lane.
Please proceed.
Okay. On OPEB, we did make an increase this year over last year, so we're contributing about $500,000. And we do believe it's a moral obligation to contribute. Now, having just heard about this amendment right here, right now, I can't speak on behalf of the school committee. I mean, we can't, exactly what they do, but I will tell you the impact of this amendment, because it would also, Carlisle's portion of the budget would have to be reduced, so it'd be $244,000. And I can say we're committed to paying into OPEB, that we're going to experience a flattening in our obligation next year because we have put our current funds into an irrevocable trust. And our auditors just said that, we're doing everything right. We just had a clean audit on April 7th. And we are due to fully fund our obligation in 2020. And when we issued our bond in March, we received a AAA rating from Moody's, and we know that they look at our OPEB contributions. So I can't make a decision on the fly for the school committee, but I can try and telegraph to you that we believe this is important and we do not want to make cuts here. We do want everyone to understand $244,000 is a big reduction to what we consider a reasonable budget. So that's the best I can do trying to respond on the fly.
So essentially, if I'm interpreting right, you're saying that the previous speaker is incorrect in stating that this is where the school committee would definitely take the money.
I'm sorry, all the comments need to be addressed to the moderator, and we don't go back and forth. We'll hear now from microphone number 2.
Order.
Please identify yourself.
Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road.
And your point of order, please.
I would withdraw the motion so as to save the OPEB contribution, but I would like an explanation of where our large $180,000 bus money went from the school committee. I withdraw the motion because I think the OPEB funding is very important, and I've heard tonight that it would be a significant impact, but I also dislike the idea that we've given major money over and it hasn't been applied towards the resources that we needed, so we have to fund it twice. I withdraw the motion so we don't need to debate the need to fund OPEB. I think it's very important.
And does the seconder agree to the withdrawal? Yes, okay.
Do you want me to respond to the bus question?
Yeah, the question.
$180,000 you're telling us is so huge that it would have a major impact, so I'd like to know where that money got reallocated when you said it was going to be used for buses those years.
Okay, so I will only say that as far as bus transportation funds in the budgets recently, I think most folks are pretty well aware that we've had increased costs because our maintenance facility that we're leasing is out in Billerica, and that's increased time, labor, and wear and tear on the buses. We are committed to putting buses back into the operating budget going forward. We need to plan for these budgets carefully. We would love to have the buses back in the FY17 operating budget, but right now, not knowing what's going to happen with special education, not knowing some of those big cost driver variables, I'm not going to commit to doing that. But that is certainly our intent, and the reason the buses came out of the operating budget is because of the extra expenses of trying to have an interim in-town solution while we looked for and found a permanent place for the buses. I think we are so close to that tonight. I think we're in a really, really good place. I would love to just keep this momentum going forward. We're doing better now than we've been doing the last couple of years. Let's just stay moving in this direction.
Yeah, your microphone didn't come on, and we understand that there was not a comprehensive answer to your question, and it's the nature that we will. You have removed your amendment from consideration of the meeting, so we need to go forward with further discussion on the budget. Microphone number 3.
Mr. Moderator, David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road. I have an amendment to make to this motion. I think you have it in hand. May I come forward?
Does IT have a proposed amendment? So we need a clarification. Level funding, does that mean the amount of money that was voted from Concord last year?
That's correct. Level funding characteristically means that what I spent this year, I don't get a raise for next year.
Okay, so hold on a minute, please. The warrant identifies the amount of Concord's assessment last year as $17,715,062. So is there a second for this motion to reduce the budget to 17.7 million plus? I see there is a second. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Stevens, Phillip Farm Road. Do you want me to read the motion itself?
It's up here on the...
All right, then I'll move quickly to the direct. This amendment is to effect a cooling off discipline upon the stated intention of the CCRSD of achieving a steady compounded interest of 4% upon the annual CCRSD budget. The current request for $70,650 for fiscal year 2016, which is 4.87% increase over the fiscal year 2015, and that calculates to be 19.1 million. The fixed 4% desired annual increase in the CCRSD budget seems innocuous enough, at least until you consider what that actually means. What it means is that the budget will increase exponentially, as indicated in the following chart. The budget increases at 4% annually. In 8 years, the CCRSD budget request will be over $80 million. There are very few of us in any tax, or any of us, who get 4% compounded interest on our income. I wish I did. In contrast to this, highest in the state exponential growth of the cost per student as CCRSD. The performance is about 6th in the state and essentially constant. Both parental and non-parental taxpayers are not getting their money's worth at CCRSD as currently managed. Level funding will motivate the CCRSD management to close that gap between performance and cost by whatever means necessary. Failure to use this level funding discipline will bankrupt the town and destroy what remains good about the CCRSD educational effort. Level funding is the only way we all may bring sanity into the operation of the CCRSD and achieve the proper educational experience for our children that we all desire. The school funding process is out of control and threatens catastrophe to the town of Concord, both parents and non-parents. I urge you, truly urge you, to take affirmative action upon this amendment for the sake of all concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the arithmetic is that this level funding would translate to approximately $2.355 million reduction in the proposed budget. We'll hear from the Finance Committee for a reaction and then go to other discussion.
Right, so Wendy Ravelli, 42 Bow Street, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Ms. Ravelli.
Okay. I'm commenting about the concern about the number quoted in this amendment, and I want to raise your attention to the Finance Committee's book on page 28. I believe the number that the petitioner was referring to is the Concord share of the CCRSD budget that's listed under total of the $20,070,650. This is just Concord share, and this would have an extremely significant impact on the regional budget, and it takes actually more like $3 million out of the total budget, if not more. John can actually correct this, but what my purpose was to identify exactly what number was being referred to. The total regional budget in the budget for operations was a number that was larger on that page. So I just want to point out where this number is, but on behalf of the Finance Committee, we believe this would be a disastrous reduction in the regional budget, and I can say on behalf of the Finance Committee, we would not support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Paul Horwitz, 173 Hayward Mill Road. I'll be brief.
Mr. Horwitz.
I agree with a speaker at the beginning of this evening that town meeting is indeed a fantastic way to govern. But you have to be a little bit careful about the way you use it. The notion that you can sort of slice away at budgets without any feedback from anyone and with no hearings and there is a process by which these numbers were arrived at. They don't come out of a hat, and that process takes many, many months and many hearings and lots of people. And it doesn't follow at all that the budgets that are presented to town meeting are perfect. Nothing is perfect. But to sit in town meeting and to make these kinds of changes, it's the sort of thing that you see it sometimes in the Congress, and it just bothers me when that kind of thing happens. It's grandstanding, and it doesn't make sense from a public policy point of view. I really think that the town meeting should stop and think about how to have an effect on this process. I'm not suggesting at all that you shouldn't have an effect, but it's not that you walk up at the last minute and say that you're going to level fund something. I'm totally against this amendment, and I suspect that most of the rest of the town meeting will be as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 4.
Edward Perry, 362 Bedford Street.
Mr.
I
Perry.
rise in support of this amendment for 2 reasons. First, I find it a bit disingenuous for the school committee repeatedly, both in the public schools and in this high school, to refer to modest increases in previous budgets over the last 5 years, when we all know that those budgets don't include the school buses that the previous speaker under Article 25 acknowledges ordinarily would be in those budgets. So yes, the immediate previous speaker says that we should understand that there's a long process leading up to tonight. That long process should include comparable budgets year to year to year to year, and we haven't seen those this year. Second, the immediate previous speaker and I were on the Town Governance Study Committee together, and we heard more from citizens on the Town Governance Study Committee about the schools than any other issue in town. We tried to engage the school committee, and they didn't respond. I think it's time for a new day, and I'm hoping at noon tomorrow, when the new school committee people take their seats, that the new school committee will sit and contemplate how to develop a relationship, a better relationship with the community than they presently have. For the public schools, it was said that they need assistant librarians. When my children were in school, the assistant librarians were volunteers coming in were parents coming in to help the librarians. I am sure there are many other opportunities for volunteers in the school system, but we need to build a relationship between the school committee and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, and then microphone number 3.
Is this number 1?
Yes, I thought that actually the gentleman was there.
I'm speaking to the motion.
I'm sorry?
Not to the amendment.
Not to the amendment? I see, okay. Well, then the person at microphone 3 was there before you were. So speaking to the amendment, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Jim Summer, 15 Pine Street.
Mr. Summer?
I'm a math teacher. I'd like to fix some of the math on the presentation. If there's a 4% annual increase, we use, as a rule of thumb, the rule of 72, which says you take 72, you divide it by the interest rate or the percentage increase, and that gives you about the number of years that it will take your money or your budget to double. So if we're at 4% growth, if we divide that into 72, we get 18. So it would take about 18 years for our school budget to double from 20 to 40 million. So I'm not quite sure where we got that we're getting to an $80 million budget in 8 years. So I'm not really commenting on the pros or cons of this. I just want to make sure that everybody's using proper math. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the cafeteria, microphone number 2.
Hi, Tracy Morano, 39 Partridge Lane.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have 4 children in Concord Public Schools. I completely trust the school committee. They've done their work. They've done work with the finance committee. I've sat through meetings all year. I've listened to this presentation. It is a solid presentation. I don't know why there's this continued arguing over budget, and I think that we should trust our school committee and all come together on this, because it's really for the benefit of all of our kids. Our kids are going into a brand new high school tomorrow, and I think we should be excited for that, and we should support our school committee and our administration. Thank you.
Thank you. And now microphone number 1.
Hi, Laura Davidian, 345 Thoreau Street.
Please
I
proceed.
also have 2 children in the public schools, and I'm a public school teacher. My district is not Concord Carlisle, but it is currently ranked often number 1. And I would choose our number 6 ranking over number 1 any day. My kids are happy, healthy, well-rounded, involved. They love their high school. I'm so happy with the work that our school committee has done and our administration. And I just have a question for them, and I want to know what the impact would be by a $3 million cut to this budget. If you could just tell us how that would impact our children, it would be really helpful. Thank you.
Jennifer Munn, 6 Bridgecourt Lane.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The short answer is significantly. There is no way you can have a $3 million reduction in this budget and not cut programming, not impact the classrooms. And we just, again, I know I said this before, but we are just hearing about these amendments now. We started working on the budget in August. That's when we start looking at the numbers. During the fall, the school committee reviews and looks program area by program area. And when I say we review this year, it was Wally Johnston and Kathy Snook who did the lion's share of that review. Simultaneously, we're in the guidelines process with the finance committee. And they ask very penetrating, insightful questions. It's a very healthy process. And then they render their guideline. That happens in November. In December, we make our final decision.
Could I just request, though, that you try to direct to the specific question, which was not to the process, but the impact.
Well, the impact would be significant, and having just learned of this, all I can say is it would impact classrooms, it would impact staff, it would impact programming.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Thank you. Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Could you pull the microphone down just a little bit, please?
I seem to be having trouble with this microphone today. Thank you. A cut of this size is irresponsible to be offering at this time. The schools are full of living beings, and furthermore, no matter how well people plan, it is quite possible that a year from now, the school will find itself with an unusually high expenditure for special education. We've talked about housing a bit. A lot of the old settlers in Thoreau Hills are moving out. We'll get more kids there. You could easily get a 2nd, 3rd grade. It happened once before. I just want to remind, though, that when we do this kind of thing, we do have to take some responsibility for the consequences. I cannot see this happening without either increases in class size or reductions in program. I don't believe the schools have so much money hidden in the bottom of the Ripley building that they could just find it. Yes, by all means, I agree with some things that previous people saying we have to be a little more evident. And I certainly urge the school committee to be more open in its communication than it's been. But I think we have to understand that the money we put together is expended on the children of the town, and whether we have children there anymore or not. We're going to need those children. We're all getting older. We're going to need them. So please, let us reject this amendment and look at the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. In the cafeteria at microphone number 1.
Yes, David Carr, 82 Lossbrook Road. I understand a little bit of the frustration with the school committee budget process here. It is hard to get all the details we might want in a timely manner. I mean, I noted that in the town warrant for this meeting, the town budget was 3 pages. The regional school district budget was 1 line. There was a little bit more detail in the Finance Committee report, which we just got. But on the other hand, this has been gone over by the Finance Committee. Clearly, the Finance Committee is not just rubber stamping these things. They were perfectly willing to argue the CPS budget on Monday night. So if you don't trust the school committee still, at least I think I can trust the Finance Committee. So I don't support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Sandra Meyerson, 307 Independence Road. I have 4 children. My husband and I have 4 children, all 4 of whom have or are going through the Concord Public Schools. I'm extremely proud of the education my children have received, and my children have gone on to do great things after being at CCHS. And I'm also a pediatrician here in Concord. I've been working here, working with children of Concord for the last 23 years, and I see and take care of and feel like over 2,000 children are part of my family, my life, and I see the consequences of cuts like this on other school systems and how children suffer directly from these cuts. And I wouldn't want that to happen to our children here, and I really hope that we vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. In the cafeteria at microphone number 2.
Hi, Sue Bumpus, 345 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Bumpus.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to call the question to the amendment to Article 26.
Thank you. This is is there a second? I see there is. This is a procedural motion that would end discussion of this amendment and come to immediate vote on its merits. Otherwise, we would continue discussing. All those who are in favor of ending debate and coming to an immediate vote, please raise your colored voting slips. This requires a 2/3 majority. Thank you very much. All those who would like to continue discussing. I see it's near unanimous, so we're clearly ready to come to a vote on this amendment. The amendment is to level fund the current school year budget, which would put it at a level of $17.7 million, roughly $2.35 million below the proposed amount. All those who are in favor of this amendment, please raise your colored voting slips. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. Thank you very much. The amendment fails overwhelmingly in each room. And so the floor is open for further discussion on the main motion, which is the high school budget, at microphone number 1.
Can I have my slides up? Thank you. I'm Mark Garvey, 25 Damon Street, and I'm speaking as a member of FinCom, but not speaking for FinCom. A recent bond sale was awarded a AAA bond rating, but Moody's cited rising assessment from regional school district in the challenges section at the bottom. Sorry, this isn't a good copy, but for as long as I've been on FinCom, we've benchmarked our services to peer towns. Especially at the high school, our costs are higher, but achievements are not. CC high school teachers at an average salary of just under $96,000 are the highest paid teachers in the state. The state median is $69,000. Recently, the majority of CCH teachers got total annual increases of 6%. The administration and regional school committee members cite the fixed cost of collective bargaining agreements as a major cost driver that they have no control over. but they negotiate the contracts with the teachers. Recently, school committee members responded defensively to a comment about high school teacher salaries, stating that the average high school teacher can't afford to live in Concord unless they're married and both partners work. The comment startled me because the school committee is supposed to represent Concord taxpayers in salary negotiations. And plenty of Concord families can afford to live here only because they have two wage earners. Slide 2, please. Superintendent Rigby provided these benchmarks. We tied for first on a number of advanced AP scores, but the next 3 items are either not tracked by other schools or the schools didn't respond. The next slide, please. The cost graph for the peers, a typical benchmark, shows CC has the highest cost, the highest administration, and the highest teacher cost per student. A graph of the final item on the report is an inverse of this cost graph, since our SAT results were the lowest of all the schools she listed. And then there's the bus depot. Tonight we're voting on another $950,000 for the depot. And last year we voted almost $2 million for land acquisition and development, $3 million. I do have one final request, and that is when we finally get to move into our multi-million-dollar bus depot, we might want to consider stenciling "Do not demolish" all over it.
Thank you very much. Clapping is, I'm sure you know, out of order in a town meeting. Microphone number 2.
Mike Robichaud, 121 Hubbard Street.
Mr. Robichaud.
I'm in favor of Article 26. A couple of different perspectives. One is as a parent. I've got 5 boys, 3 that have gone through the high school, all 3 in college right now, and all doing very different things. I've got a rising freshman who will be here in the fall, and a child that will certainly at one point be entering the Pathways program. It's a real gift to us. So the array of experiences all my kids have had at the high school is very diverse. They're thriving in college as a result of just having a multitude of things that they can plug into extracurricularly, academically, socially, and consider many of the teachers here their mentors, still to this day. Another perspective is I'm the high school football coach here. I'm the head coach, and I deal with upwards of about 100 kids on a seasonal basis. And I'm very plugged into what the majority of those kids are doing. We've got kids that matriculate from here into some of the best colleges in the country. But again, that's an array. I would invite anybody to come in and sit down and talk with our team and talk to them about the experiences they have at this school, the relationships that they have with teachers. We've got Renaissance kids that are here consistently in the performing arts and also out on the football field season after season. I think that we are absolutely getting what we paid for, and I think the best testimonial to that is to talk to some of these kids, come in, be on the ground in the high school, see with your own eyes what the experience looks like. We are getting what we paid for. I think a sixth ranking doesn't mean anything to me. I think that's arbitrary, and I don't think it tells the whole story of what's going on up here at the high school. I fully support Article 26.
Thank you, and we'll go to the cafeteria, microphone number 1.
Terry Rothermel, 330 Musketecood Road.
Mr. Rothermel.
I will be voting for this article, but I have several questions I'd like clarifications on. One, earlier it was claimed that the high school will likely have a surplus of over $1 million this year. I know things can happen between now and then that it won't be there. I would like some comments on that. Secondly, I'm one of those who likes to attend the hearings. I think they're an important part of our town process. When buses were discussed at the hearings and the town's largesse are coming up and buying new buses, and we'll be voting on other buses, it was pretty strongly stated, I believe, that new buses would be in the fiscal 17 budget. And I was happy at that time. I'm perplexed tonight. So please, I'd like some clarification.
Thank you. Could we get a school committee or department response on those 2 questions, please?
John Flaherty, Deputy Superintendent.
Mr. Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The report that was referenced earlier was not an estimated completion. It was the year-to-date balance. The $1,270,000 that was projected on the April 1st, 2015 FY15 year-to-date financials was the remaining balance to carry us through April, May, and June. In regards to stabilization funds and buses, buses will be in the FY17 operating budget request, provided all of these other transportation-related articles pass, and it then makes sense to go on back into the normal cycle of replacing buses. Stabilization funds come into play in regards to the buses that were mentioned from the FY11 and FY12 appropriations. Monies were not expended on buses in those years, and they were put into stabilization funds for future access. And those funds are being used as part of the high school project, and some of that money will remain and is eligible to be used for future bus purchases.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Rainier Bucas, 1360 Monument Street.
Mr. Bucas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am in support of Article 26, but I would like to, as one person and member of this meeting, address a strong concern to the members of the school committee. In businesses in which I participate in management, we evaluate the management performance by a sheet which shows budgeted expenses. It also shows variations at the end of the year. Some of them are red, some of them are black. It also indicates that money moves from one place to another in response to the exigencies of the business. Right? We see differences showing up, for example, the $180,000 towards buses. Now, the question is, where does that go? And people deserve to know that. We have $650,000 for new buses to come. Well, members of this community want to know, first off, because I believe it's true, that the school will bargain as well as it can. All right? I know you'll do that. All right? And if you can get it for $40,000 or $50,000 less, that's terrific. And we in the community need to hear it, because $40,000 or $50,000 is the full family income for many, many members of this community. That's not a small difference. All right? And $10,000 is the whole amount that somebody's putting in to their property tax, or more than that. So we need to see these variances in the budget. We need to see them indicated. It's not that your management doesn't have the right to move these funds around, but I think you ought to take a look at what you told the meeting that you're going to spend the money on, all right? And we need to hear, we deserve to hear, and the community deserves to hear how it came out actually in the year following. I think that's a fair request, and it will help the credibility of the school committee, which occasionally has suffered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the cafeteria and microphone number 2.
Hi, Kristen Johnson, 61 Lang Street, and I'd like to call the question on Article 26.
The question has been called. Is there a second? See that there is. Again, this is a motion that would end discussion on this motion and proceed to a vote. All of those who are prepared to conclude discussion, please raise your colored voting slips. It requires a 2/3 majority.
Sir, we have a point of order.
Not in the middle of a vote.
Okay.
All those who would like to continue discussion, please raise yours. I see that the 2/3 vote is clearly achieved in both departments. And please identify yourself.
Lisa McKinney, 293 Haywood Mill Road.
And
Sir,
your point of order, please.
That there was insufficient discussion on this. Most of the discussion took place in the prior motion to have level funding. I think there were only 2 or 3 speakers at best, and most of them in support of the budget, not making any independent comments, so that I think it's inappropriate to vote on whether to conclude discussion when there was no discussion on the budget vetted itself. That's my perspective on how many people you took and what their positions were after the other motion closed. And it may blur when you're listening to it from that point, but from this perspective, there weren't that many speakers to it.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether that is even a valid point of order, but we have been discussing this for 52 minutes. I think we've heard a lot, and that people had made up their minds that they were prepared to come to a vote, and by a very, very overwhelming margin, far more than the 2/3 which is required. So it is appropriate at this time to come to a vote on Article 26, which is the regional school budget in the 20 million plus amount, the regular amount proposed by the school committee. All those who are in favor of Article 26, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All those who are opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes overwhelmingly. It's an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. We come then to Article 27, which is the final item on our agenda, on our warrant for tonight. It is a motion for school bus replacement in the amount of $400,000. Is there a second for this? I see that there is. Identify yourself again, please.
Joanna Boynton, 72 Chestnut Street.
Ms. Boynton.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I just feel compelled to say thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to everyone who's been here the nights on all these school issues. We've asked an awful lot this round of town meeting and special town meeting, and this is just really exciting. So heartfelt thanks. One last gasp. Here we go. Article 27 is requesting $400,000 to be used for the purchase of 4 new buses. I do want to add that I think they'll be well negotiated. If we can get more for that, we will. I think we're going to work very hard to that. As I mentioned earlier, we have a big fleet of buses, 36, 21 are CPS and 15 are regional. And we're in need, actually, at the region of 8 new buses. The school committee has approved 4. As we've talked about, it's usually been in the past in the operating budget, and this is hopefully going to be the very near future. But until we get ourselves stable, we will look to fund these 4 new buses in this article. It was determined that we'll need 8 and we'll hope for 4, and this year, in addition, we'll start our alternative. I'm sorry, after everything's happened, I'm a little fuzzy on even telling you this all again, so I just want to reiterate that we'll have our alternative fuel bus advisory committee that is going to look at all these things that have come up and opportunities. I've had several discussions with a lot of different people who have a lot more experience than I do in this, and they're very excited to be part of the discussion, and we really are looking forward to that. So if approved tonight, this will provide for the immediate replacement of 4 buses, which we really need to keep our kids safe and our bus drivers, and they'll have luggage compartments and for the band and the athletic teams, just like the others, as well as a full-size wheelchair bus. So this is our last request. It'll be the final nail, and hopefully we can build a great transportation facility owned by the Concord Public Schools. Please support Article 27. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open then for discussion of Article 27. The school bus replacement. Microphone 2.
Phil Benincasa, 108 Cumberford Road.
Member of the school committee. And
a member of the school committee for about 7 minutes. So I'm speaking as for myself.
Please proceed.
There are a number of people in this community, probably in this room, who are well informed about the alternatives that are available to us for transportation and what the pace of that change is. I would respectfully encourage you to make yourself available to serve on the advisory committee that is studying alternative fueling options that clearly are on the horizons, and that the school committee is prepared. I believe that the school committee is committed to following as the technology allows. We need more volunteers who have some commitment to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Marjorie Daggett, 80 Deaconess Road, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Daggett.
I am a member of the League of Women Voters and am speaking for the League of Women Voters. The League supports this article, but we cannot help but note that this expenditure is not a capital cost as defined in Section 4B of the regional agreement. Article 5B lists, in its 8th list for the operating budget, it lists the cost of transportation. Article 6 of the regional agreement states specifically, school transportation shall be provided by the regional school district, and the cost thereof shall be apportioned to the member towns as an operating cost. This should not occur in the future. It is not an option.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 4.
Mike Robichaud, 121 Hubbard Street.
Mr. Robichaud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm in favor of Article 27. I did have a question, though, just about provisioning for school buses, and specifically my question is around the size of the buses and what options we have. You know, it's pretty common in my drive, sometimes dropping off my kids, picking them up at the high school anyway, that I'll often see buses, you know, full-size buses that seem to not have a whole lot of kids on them. So I'm curious just about how we provision, you know, whether there's a policy around expected, you know, I don't know what middle school and elementary school use looks like as much as the high school usage seems to be. So I'd appreciate a comment on that, but I am in support of Article 27.
So there's a question about how one goes about provisioning for bus size.
John Flaherty, Deputy Superintendent.
Mr. Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you. We plan to purchase full-size buses. One of the changes that we're making from the current fleet is in the wheelchair buses. We currently have smaller wheelchair buses, and we plan to use full-size buses there, which is kind of in contrast to what you're requesting. One of the reasons why is because that provides us with fuller options in terms of picking up the number of students. If you looked at the particular aspects of those buses, you'd see that they're fairly old in terms of the number of model years, but relatively low in terms of the actual miles. That really means that they're not able to be put into use. So we tend to gravitate towards the larger buses because they give us full service in every instance.
Microphone number 1.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Abe Fisher, 400 Hayward Mill Road.
Mr. Fisher.
I served on one of the advisory committees looking into keeping the buses in town, and one of the things that I had not realized before serving on that committee was whether the kids actually take the bus or not, we're obligated to provide them the transportation. So if you see the buses sitting half empty, that doesn't mean that there aren't kids who could be on that bus, and we have to have the capacity to carry them on that bus.
Thank you. Is that a speaker standing by in the cafeteria, microphone number 2?
Yes.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Patrick Everett. I live at 15 Stowe Street.
Mr. Everett.
As you remember, I spoke earlier on Article 25, and all of the reasons I gave for saying no there, voting no there, apply to this one too, of course, so I'll not repeat those. But I do want to emphasize that if we buy new buses now, having a 10 to 12 expectation of life, and we expect the technology to change quite drastically in the next 5 years, we'll be open to using buses that are belching out all the climate changing things that we don't want to be belching out for about 7 years. Whereas if we lease or rent buses until we can buy the newer technology ones, then we will be much better off. If we lose sight of the future, we may make mistakes even more serious than the building we made in the building of our new high school, without any solar panels and without the busing being taken into account. Now, I'm very glad to hear of the new committee that is being formed on advising for the new buses, but I think it's premature to go out and buy buses before we have any input from them. If we just wait a year or two before buying the buses so we can have an input from them, then that would seem much more sensible use of our money. and avoid us having old, obsolescent buses for years after we should be using them. I would like to see a much stronger sharing of skills develop between our school committees and our town engineering department. We are blessed with having a high level of competence in judging and making use of evolving technologies in our engineering department for the benefit of Concord. They're very experienced, they're very imaginative, we've seen them do all sorts of good things. Their input, if used, can only add to the high level of educational competence we have available in Concord. I hope with this
Thank you very much, Mr. Everett. Microphone number 1.
Here. Corey Atkins, 93 Pilgrim Road.
Ms. Atkins.
The questions on whether or not we had to have bus space for every student came up, and the Board of Selectmen and members of the school committee came to the State House and had a meeting with representatives from the Department of Education. That is not true. We do not have to have a space on a bus for every child enrolled in the Concord or Concord Regional School systems. The question was prompted by whether or not we could transfer now or change in an earlier state to electric buses, which would have fewer number of seats. That's my knowledge on the situation. But I think it's important for the residents of Concord to know we are not legally or statutorily obliged, nor are we obliged by the Department of Education for the state to provide a spot on a bus for every student. And one of the reasons why is what happens at the high school.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Louise Haldeman, 384 Hayward Mill Road.
Ms. Haldeman.
I'm interested in hearing that because I also served in one of the committees, and I think it was the understanding then, and I think it was the understanding of the school committee in the past that we were obligated to provide a space. I should add that Concord does bus students who could, in theory, walk to a bus stop. Many of our roads, however, do not have sidewalks. Concord has consistently chosen the safety of the students, which I think is a good choice. I also would point out that places that don't offer buses to everybody have a lot more people driving. But my main comment is about the fuel-efficient buses, or I am very interested in this. I am not an engineer. I have been searching the internet and other places. I have to say that right now, a school bus-sized electric bus is not available. There are a few people running a prototype, and it gets 40 miles to the charge. It is not to say that this won't become available. Perhaps a hybrid would be a good choice. There's some that run on natural gas. Nobody seems to run on nuclear. But I also point out that contrary to expectations, should we have electric buses, we have to provide for charging them. Plugging them into the solar array will not do it. It takes a lot more juice than putting your Kindle in the thing. So as this committee goes forward, and I think it's a good idea, and I think there are a lot of people, particularly people who run that committee, who could help you, please keep in mind that it probably can't happen right now, and we do have to get the kids to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Thank you. Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Proctor.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for the school committee. The first is, what would be the cost of leasing the buses in order to give us the time to do the study that has been suggested? So what are the downsides and the upsides of that particular choice? And my second question is, would it be possible, were we to buy the buses, to then sell them once we realized that electric buses were a reasonable option, or gas-run buses were a reasonable option, and replace the fleet we've just bought in an economically prudent and sound way? I wonder if you could address those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flaherty, do you have any information about bus rental costs and the possibility of trade-ins?
John Flaherty, Deputy Superintendent.
Please proceed.
Thank you. In regards to leasing the buses, if we contrast that with the likely financing process that we'll use for the regional school bus acquisitions that are at play here in Article 27. We believe the issuance of short-term State House bond anticipatory notes, or bonds, would be relatively slightly more cost-efficient than what we would anticipate to be the leasing cost. We could spread those costs in a band over a period of up to 5 years, and by making optional principal payments on that, we could pay down the cost. In regards to electric vehicles, there are some new developments. Currently, the pricing on a 25-passenger electric bus is, and I spoke to a gentleman from California today who's, as he referred to, is on the bleeding edge of electric bus technology. And what he was referring to there is that it's still a very painful process, and there's still a lot of things to be worked out. But currently, the largest size electric school bus that's commercially available is a 25-passenger bus. In order to accommodate all of the needs for eligible riders, we would need a significant number more vehicles. But it is an interesting concept to try to time phase the acquisition of these buses and to sort of walk in right at the right time when the commercial technology for the electric buses is really suitable and provides a robust and stable transportation platform for students. So anything is possible if the technology comes into play, and it's determined by many school districts in New England to be a viable means of operating. It's certainly something we could consider in trading in the vehicles.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Dick Gothier, 35 Hubbard Street, Concord. I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? I see there is. The question has been called, which would terminate discussion on this article and come to immediate vote. It requires a 2/3 to cut off debate. All of those who are ready to come to a vote, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All of those who are opposed and would like to talk further, thank you. I see that the 2/3 is clearly achieved, far more than that in each of the rooms. So we come now to a vote on the main motion on Article 27, which is the regional school bus replacement article. All those who are in favor of Article 27, please raise your colored voting slips. Thank you very much. All opposed, please raise yours. I see that it passes overwhelmingly. It's an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. And I do so declare also then, at this point, that we have completed final action on all of the items in this year's annual town meeting warrant and special town meeting warrant. I again want to thank all of you for having participated so fully through these many hours. Is there a motion to adjourn or to dissolve? So moved. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you all very much, and good night. So